Welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. My name is Kexman, and welcome to the Method Minecraft Rush King of the Hill. I see everybody in chat. You're all looking beautiful. Say hello. Say hello back. Say hello back. However, I am not on my own. I'm also joined by T-Wags, and honestly, I'm really looking forward to today. It's going to be fantastic, T-Wags.
Yeah, happy to be here as always. So yeah, I get to sit back, talk about the logistics of Minecraft, all the strategy, all the technical details. I get to answer all the questions. I'm just in my element. That's what I have the most fun doing. Just teaching, just vibing today. Yeah, it's gonna
be big. You are in your element. It's safe to say with this tournament, you are in your element. You've done these before. Gonna let you in on a little secret chat. Minecraft. This is my first time doing anything around Minecraft. I made sure that I spent a lot of time researching stuff. I've gone over a couple of things with T-Wags. However, I'm here to learn. I'm here to enjoy what we've got going on here because we've got some fantastic players, and I'm also here to learn from you folks in chat as well. So I'm expecting some very interesting comments over this entire event. It is incredibly exciting, and for the folks that are tuning in for the first time, T-Wags, that don't know what's going on, what can we expect from this King of the Hill event?
So we've had this is the 11th installment, I believe. For the first, I believe, 7 Kings of the Hill, we had Feinberg as the King of the Hill, defeating everyone who challenged him. But on the very last one that he was in, Cube, the runner from Finland, the current world record holder as well, defeated him and has taken the crown for the last 4, I believe, installments, 3 or 4. So we have 3 challengers trying to take him down. It'll be kind of double elimination style with all 4 runners. We'll get everything done today, all of the matches, and we can see there the different matchups: Cube versus Reignex, and then Hoffik versus Semperzz. You can see all their tournament bests and things there. So Cube will be defending his crown for an additional piece of that prize pool. I don't know what else there is to say.
Yeah, it is going to be exciting. I mean, for those of you also that are looking that are unfamiliar with the double elimination format, the way it works is we do obviously have round 1, as mentioned, Cube versus Reignex, and then Hoffik versus Semper. Whoever loses those games drops down to losers round 1. The winners advance onto the semi-finals. We then obviously play, the losers round to see who would advance on that one. Then we have the semi-finals. Loser drops down again, and then we have the finals. If the winner of the first finals match, which obviously all of these games are best of 3, if the winner comes from the losers round, they have to win a secondary one as well. Effectively, this gives every single one of the players 2 bites at the cherry, as it were, to potentially claim the Minecraft Rush King of the Hill crown away from Cube. We are currently on, I believe this is the 11th. This is the 11th version, or the 11th time that we have done this. And as mentioned, Cube has looked pretty dominant over the past couple. What's it going to take for one of these players to potentially take that crown and claim King of the Hill here, T-Wags?
All of these runners actually have a legitimate shot at this. Hoffik is having a stellar tournament performance recently, winning a few tournaments in top 3 and a couple others, so shown to not really have those turning nerves, isn't really shaken by those, has done some clutch 0 cycles in the last couple of weeks to win tournament matches, so expecting a lot from Hoffik. Semperzz, unfortunately, his internet went out the last time we did this, so we had some exhibition matches with him, but he is now coming back. Surely great solid internet today where we get to see Semperzz play. Semperzz has been on some of the fastest RSG paces of any runner ever. Solid player. And of course, Reignex, former world record holder, has also done incredibly well in tournaments, consistently placing in top 5. Yeah, I mean, any of them could do it. And we've seen so far, I think every time the winner from the winner's bracket has won, it is tough to dethrone that king. I mean, they're the king for a reason. But every once in a while, you get one of those stellar performances from a runner. Maybe the king splits up on one seat or two, and you see the crown transfer. So that's what we're all kind of waiting for. We're all kind of seeing if it can happen today.
Obviously, we want some great games, but we really do enjoy it when we are able to crown a brand new champion. And speaking of champions, I want to talk about one of our fantastic sponsors, Apex Hosting. Whether you folks have been thinking about coming back to the game, or you've just been thinking about getting your own Minecraft server, you should definitely check out Apex Server Hosting. There's no better day to get started. During today's event, you can actually get 35% off your first month subscription with promo code METHOD. Once again, that is promo code METHOD. With countless server versions and low latency connections, you can guarantee you're going to have a server that will offer a top-tier gaming experience that has industry leading support, ensuring that you and your friends have the best experience whenever you want to game. If you're interested, or even if you're not, type !Apex in the chat to get started. Who's going to be the first to do it? Ambo already beat everybody to it. I already put Apex, !Apex before I'd even finish this. But yeah, if you click the link, and the promo code will be applied at checkout. Once again, METHOD is the promo code. If you're doing it outside of that, go and check those folks out. Now, obviously, with the Method Rush, with the Minecraft Rush King of the Hill, there are a couple of things that we should probably make folks aware of in regards to what they can expect from this server. And there are a couple of changes that you do have here. So T-Wags, walk us through what folks can expect when they are watching this in regards to something they may notice that is slightly different from what they may have experienced themselves.
Sure. So Minecraft is a game full of random elements, which isn't great for a tournament. So a lot of these things are standardized. So the runners get a seed that's random for them. It is chosen, but they don't have any idea what the seed looks like or any of the random elements. But to guarantee the runs are completable, blaze raw drops that you get from killing blazes, ender eye breaks, and piglin trades will be the same for both runners. Those are seed based. There's always 5 iron dropped you get from the golem instead of that 3 to 5. You get increased obsidian, which hopefully you can get up to 20, which helps you do multiple nether portals so that you can get closer to the stronghold and have a faster run. There's a guaranteed perch after a certain amount of time, so you don't have to wait for 10 minutes for the dragon to perch ever. And your first 3 eyes will never break, so you don't get incredibly unlucky. If we do end up seeing an ocean monument, I don't know if you even know what any of those are. Well, those are very rare. We'll get to those. The majority of strategies.
Well, I'm gonna take a guess. I'm gonna take a guess on what an ocean monument is, based solely on what that image looks like.
Okay, this is great. Yeah.
Okay, so
what's an ocean monument? Yeah.
I think that ocean monuments are effectively like stonefish, judged by that, but they also look like mines, so they would explode.
Okay, they do have
that's what I'm going
landmine
for.
Kind of thing. They do.
Yeah, they've got the spikes, and they kind of look like one, and they have a fishtail. So I'm going to go ahead and say fish mine. I don't know how close I am.
Not very close at all. They actually shoot lasers.
Hang on. Are they? Hang on.
I wish I was trolling you.
Are they frickin' sharks with frickin' laser beams on their head?
Yeah. There's an ocean monument. Well, maybe we'll see one, but an ocean monument has some gold treasure hidden inside of it, and surrounding them are guardians, which are spiky boys that shoot you with lasers. So, that's Minecraft. Mm-hmm.
I'm even more excited now. I wasn't expecting laserfish as part of the run. I'm super excited to get involved in these. For those, and again, I went back. I watched the VOD of some of the previous matches. I've seen how these, just how these go. And for folks that haven't seen this, and you may be familiar with Minecraft, the level of skill that is on display from these players is just absolutely through the roof. It really is. It's impressive not only to see how quickly they're able to get through the various different portions that they need to get through, but also the precision that goes along with that. I mean, how long will these players have been, how long has it taken them to get to this level? Is it a relatively difficult thing for people to pick up, T-Wags?
It is not difficult at all to get started. I got hooked on Minecraft speedrunning a couple years ago just by watching a couple videos, and then you just try it. Yeah, your first run is like an hour and a half. Sure, it takes you forever. You might have a bunch of deaths and it takes you a while, but no, speedrunning Minecraft to begin with is very simple, and you can always get started right away. To get to this level and to be at the top, it is unironically hundreds of hours of grinding and practice. It takes a special kind of person to enjoy just doing that grinding and practice. I've done a bunch myself. Reignex, you can tune in pretty much the first hour and a half of every single Reignex stream is just him practicing 0 cycles, portal builds. I mean, every single day. So it is incredibly difficult at this level, but it's enjoyable when you get that really fast PB. It all pays off.
Yeah, exactly. That is the hit that you need. You see the PB timer come up, and you are so happy when you see that. And I mean, I'm very happy. It looks as though we do have our first game kicking off very, very shortly, just over a minute. Cube versus Reignex, and I don't want to put you on the spot, T-Wags, but who's taking this first series here? Obviously, these are best of 3 in regards to these games, but who's taking this first series?
I'm going to say Cube will take this 2-1. Reignex, yeah, you can vote there in chat. 1 or 2 for Cube or Reignex. My guess is Cube. It's hard to bet against the current world record holder and the champion, as always, but Reignex has explosive potential, honestly. Reignex goes so fast. Sometimes he just dies doing something stupid. Sometimes he just cranks out a sub-9 on a seed that has no business being a sub-9. He's just crazy. So we can expect pretty aggressive strategies from Reignex, I would say, in general. This is a village room portal seed, so fairly simple one to start off with. Looking for your 7 iron. Looks like Bastion is listed first, then Fortress. Pretty straightforward.
Yeah, we'll see. There we go. Looks as though the countdown. We do obviously have people voting. Reignex currently leading in this vote for the best of 3. And you've mentioned Reignex play in regards to sort of almost living on that knife edge, just constantly pushing the boundaries as quickly as possible. Is it going to pay off for Reignex here? Only time is going to tell as they start their adventure, obviously in this Minecraft Rush, King of the Hill. And between the two of them, are we expecting any major differences with how they're going to approach this at all?
Cube is just very fast in general. He's a very kind of safer, consistent runner, I would say. We see that Obsidian there just makes a completable rune portal, so they do immediately have access to the Nether within 30 seconds of starting this seed, so that's kind of crazy. They would ideally like an iron pick so that they could start this Bastion. Some food is really good. I see both getting carrots. They can turn that into golden carrots, which is one of the best food sources in the game. So I think it's going to be pretty similar strategies, but if anyone is going to do some wacky, aggressive Bastion route or play the Fortress on really low health and try to save just those smidge seconds of time, it's going to be Reignex. So I'm expecting big things.
We see Reignex there looks as though Reignex just killed the golem slightly slower. Now, throughout these runs, you'll see players doing various different things where they'll have, a slightly slower time on something versus, the player that they are up against. Is that a major thing that people need to look out for, or is it a case of, you just need to make sure that you are really nailing the points that you need to be, rather than worrying about the little things, or do the little things really start to add up?
The little things, yeah, they always will start to add up. I'd say in the overworld, there are always slight differences. They are entering the Nether almost the exact same time. Sometimes you do things out of order. Maybe you get a bed early so that you don't have to craft one later. So basically identical Nether entries. And what Bastion is this, chat? Which bastion is this? Identification. It looks kind of like a stables to me. I'm not actually the best at identifying bastions from the backside, and that is a stables bastion. Reignex entering, does get a chest. Hopefully the other side has some gold. The other side is more reliable. So yeah, Reignex is going to do a pretty aggressive route here. I mean, it's pretty standard aggroing, piglins, getting them all mad, and then going down to this one spot with about 10 gold blocks down here, doing it very well. Cube, I think, doing about the same thing.
Yeah, it looks as though they are making a very, very similar sort of start here between the two. And Cube currently has the momentum as King of the Hill, but you've got to imagine that there is a little bit of pressure on Cube here, knowing that, you know, there are 3 players effectively outgunning for Cube's Cube's title, as it were, as King of the Hill. So we'll see if that pressure does potentially lead to any mistakes. And I imagine if we are going to see any mistakes, from these players, 9 times out of 10, you're probably going to see it towards the end. When we do obviously end up going to the Ender Dragon, but time will tell. Time's going to tell as we see the first map here. And there's also, I mean, these players will have probably spent the last couple of, they'll probably spend the last couple of hours warming up on this, or maybe not necessarily even not a couple of hours, maybe just an hour or two, just to get themselves into the swing of things. So you would hope that they are going to be fully prepared for this, and just look at how quickly they're able to not only fill up their inventory, but effectively make sure that they have everything that they need before they head into this final area. We do see the golden carrot on the side of Cube as well, making sure that is all set up. So far, are you seeing anything here that is really standing out to you, or is this looking like it's going to be a fairly standard run for the both of them?
Very slight differences. I do notice most of the time Cube ends up leaving bastions with 20 obsidian compared to other runners that try to leave just whenever they get 10. If you can get 20, that's nice. But I think both runners in this case actually only got to that 10 number. So with 10 obsidian, you can always just, leave the nether once you're done and kind of wing it and hope that you're close to a stronghold. You could always go back to your original nether portal, throw an eye to get the direction. But 20 is always nice to have because you can do quick exits. I think they both only got to 10, and they're both entering the fortress at around the same time. Now, Kexman, do you know the significance when someone says Soul Sand Valley Fortress?
No, I know obviously they are taking on the Soul Blaze, I believe Soul Blazes or Blazes there, to get a couple of the Blaze ingots, but the actual significance, not completely, no.
Usually you only see maybe 2 or 3 stray Wither Skeletons or Blazes on the top, but there on the runner sides we could see maybe 50 in this one. Soul Sand Valley basically limits the potential for regular mobs to spawn around you, so that the only spawns you get are Blazes and Wither Skeletons and other fortress mobs. So we see just a horde of Wither Skeletons and Blazes. Very, very scary for the average Minecraft player, but for Minecraft speedrunners, it's kind of nice. We have different ways of dealing with these Wither Skeletons, as you could see on Reignex's side, so that we just get a bunch of Blazes and we try to get our 6 or 7 blaze rods and get out. So Rain dealing with that now, but looking like a pretty well executed fight here from Reignex. I think Cube going on the inside has to deal with these withers a little slower.
Yeah, I was enjoying and perfectly mentioned there the difference between the strategies. Cube going in, being a little bit more safer, it seems to be, with the Blazes and the Skeletons, but having to take a little bit longer in actually getting the Blaze ingots that they need in the Blaze Dust for the, specifically, I think it's 6 or 7 you mentioned there. Now, on the side of Rain, doing a great job in clearing those out, but that could have turned really, really bad for Rain very, very quickly there. Really showing nice control. It looks as though Reignex is going through the Obsidian Portal first here, and then obviously heading directly using the eyes there to see exactly what's going on. One thing I do want to point out as well, we saw Cube briefly, I believe it was Rain briefly there, lowering the block distance that could be seen, the view distance that could be seen. Any significance behind that for folks that may be viewing this for the first time?
Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff we can actually do with the view distance, because the view distance is also the render distance in Minecraft. So it will only work the game mechanics and spawn things within your view distance. So for instance, if you're in Soul Sand Valley Fortress and you want a bunch of blazes, you would lower your view distance so that all of those blazes spawn close by. There's a couple other things that view distance is manipulated for, but yeah, it's kind of a fun, weird mechanic of Minecraft that we utilize a lot. And there's two different strategies here. Reignex exiting the Nether first, but just doing what we call the blind travel. So he just puts down his 10 obsidian, throws an eye, and hopes for the best. He could be 100 blocks away. He could be 2,000 blocks away. And this could take Reignex 7 minutes to get to the stronghold. Cube, meanwhile, purling back to his original portal, throws an eye. So he now knows exactly which direction the stronghold is in. He might not know the exact distance, but Cube should have a much, much faster time on average getting to the stronghold. I'm surprised Reignex decided to just send the blind here and just hope for the best.
Yeah, there we go. We do see obviously Cube looking at a little bit of a fiery journey here in comparison to Reignex. Reignex, as you mentioned, going for that blind journey, and we do see it looks as though the portal is once again being built for Cube. Doing that blind travel versus obviously going into the Nether. Now, for those folks that don't realize, 1 block distance traveled in the Nether does equal, I believe it's 8. Traveled in the overworld, so it's a much quicker for you to potentially travel. And we do see it looks as though Cube is once again doing something slightly different here, actually looking at, and I believe this is a question I asked before we went on the air because I saw it in the previous one, actually taking a look at various different angles, and based on the way the eye is going to draw out a rough idea of where they need to go. I'm assuming it's relatively precise when they do that in comparison to what we are seeing from Reignex here.
Yeah, there's different levels of precision. So I think Cube is doing a fairly decent one. You can use either a calculator or a sheet to help you out with that. They are not allowed in this tournament, so you do have to use your best judgment to look at the angles and triangulate. But yeah, if you throw an eye, move to the side, throw another one, if there's a small angle change, that means it's really far away. If it's a big angle change, it's really close. And Cube did that pretty well from his original portal and knows that this is the chunk that the stronghold is spawned in. So yeah, leaving the Nether that second time much later than Reignex, but this is just how it always goes. Cube knows the angle and a rough idea of the distance and is already digging down, whereas Reignex could still be miles away. It's just such a gamble. I mean, Reignex could have been in the end already. Like sometimes it works out, but it's most likely this is gonna be how it ends up,
And this is one of those things you mentioned, that almost, playing on the edge and taking those risks. Sometimes it'll work out for you. Other times it'll end up like this, Cube going for something that's a little bit more, I don't want to say standard, but going for something that is a little bit safer, but working out for them. Rain taking that risk and not quite working out for them. However, as mentioned, if it had have worked out for them, you said they could have been in the end already, and we could have been looking at an incredibly fast time in this first match.
Yeah, Reignex is digging down. I didn't see him throw an eye that recently, so Cube threw an eye and it went straight down, so Cube knows exactly, and Cube has hit the portal room. Reignex does get the correct chunk, so Cube is filling in the portal room. Reignex still has to find it, but could maybe just be 10 seconds behind.
Yeah, could be, and not only that, 10 seconds behind is an absolute eternity, when you're looking at this. Now, there is obviously still the Ender Dragon to deal with on the side of Cube. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a very, very specific thing that needs to happen here. These players will know, not exactly how it's going to work out, but they will have a very, very good idea of what they want to achieve when they get in here. Obviously, the hitbox there on the Ender Dragon, and when I was doing my research, one of the big things I did look at is obviously the idea of, killing the Ender Dragon in one cycle, in one go, using beds, and that is what they're going to be looking at. They're going to be timing, obviously, their bed usage, and there's still a world where this can go very, very wrong for Cube here, T-Wags.
It could. You never know. I mean, there's 5 beds, which is very comfortable for runners at this skill level, but Minecraft is a game of randomness. Sometimes, you have to get the right rotation side that the dragon's head is turning, and sometimes it randomly turns. You get lower damage on your beds. Sometimes the game lags a bit, and you never know. I mean, 5 beds is definitely not a guarantee. All top runners have missed that, and Reignex, in the meantime, has found the portal room. Also has 5 beds in the same situation.
Getting set up, yeah. The other side as well is one thing to look out for, and I'm sure these players will absolutely have an idea of what they need to expect from this, but it looks as though it is it going down?
Reignex is going for a 0 cycle. I wanted to explain this, but there's not enough time. If Cube does this, Cube is just going to win, but Reignex is going for a really, really cool strategy called the 0 cycle. Cube is 1 cycling. I think that's it. Cube
there we go, yeah, 1 cycle.
But we can watch Reignex.
Still pull this off?
Insane. No, he's not going to get it. He's not going to get it.
Unfortunately missed out, but that was once again one of those strategies, as you mentioned. Being very, very, I suppose, really, really running on the edge there to make sure that they are taking a look at, a tactic that may not necessarily work out for them, but if it had have done, they may have potentially been able to sneak the victory there away from Cube. Walk us through a little bit of what we just saw there from Ray.
So a little bit of history of end fights. We started off a couple years ago doing what's called the 2 cycle. You would shoot all the crystals down with a bow and arrow so the dragon can't heal. You would wait for it to perch, hit it with a bed and an axe. It would fly away, and then it would perch again. You would hit it with a bed and a bunch of axes, and each one of those cycles you could deal 100 damage to it. In the last couple years, we discovered the 1 cycle where you can just wait for it to perch a single time, and then you can place beds on top of the fountain before it even gets there. So that's the 1 cycle, and that's what Cube did, the most standard. More recently, there's a 0 cycle, which is crazy. You pearl rapidly to try to beat the dragon to its very first position that it's cycling down to, and you kill it with beds before it even gets to its first block that it needs to get there. You have to get there. You can't make any mistakes. You got to get there insanely fast. Sometimes you have to speed bridge. So really impressive. Exactly this type of stuff I would expect for Reignex, trying to pull off something crazy against Cube here and save a bunch of time. Even if he did kill the dragon, it still would have taken a bit too long and Cube would have won. But yeah, super, super cool. On the first seed, we saw a 0 cycle attempt. It was wild.
There we go, and I think it shows the intentions from Reignex as well, going for that very, very quick strategy, something that is very risk heavy, but reward heavy as well. And I think the other side of it is, we see 2 very different tactics in regards to looking to get themselves to the Ender Dragon, but almost 2 very identical times from them there. Reignex, the zero phase strategy, not quite working out for them there, unfortunately. We'll have to see if they do decide to revisit that, as mentioned, something that is very, very difficult to pull off, but also potentially can reap massive rewards. How did we find that first match, chat? Let us know. Did you enjoy it? Was there anything there that you noticed that you might potentially use if you are looking at getting into Minecraft speedrunning? And you've mentioned, T-Wags, that time is your biggest investment whenever you're going to be doing these Minecraft speedruns. Taking a look at the various different things. One thing that I did see when I was looking up, obviously a lot of research about this, when you do face the Ender Dragon, you are looking for those perch cycles. You effectively just have to continuously attempt these and just keep an eye on what the Ender Dragon does, and eventually you do start to get a feel for the movements, which is again one of those things that you don't learn overnight. That is something that you have to sink hundreds of hours into.
Yeah, there are so many things I learned speedrunning Minecraft on PB pace. I'm like, wow, this is great pace. going to the stronghold, and then something just random happens that you've never seen before, and you die, and it sucks. And that's really Minecraft speedrunning. It's really, really fun to get into, but frustrating at times because speedrunning is all about running into those stupid little mistakes that kill the run, and then you're like, well, I logged that in, so next time I'm not going to do that. So these runners just have hundreds of hours of so many minuscule things, runs being thrown to like placing soul sand, weird dragon mechanics, weird lag issues. I mean, it's just crazy. So yeah, that was cool to see. I hope Chad enjoyed that first one. I think if Chad has any suggestions for Reignex, if they were talking to Reignex before this next match, I think it's just the Nether exit. It seems to come down to that a lot. Your strategy of exiting the Nether and how quickly you can get to the stronghold, because Reignex had the same overworlds, had the same bastion, had the same fortress, and then just lost 2 minutes, maybe 1 to 2 minutes on just kind of randomly blinding. So I don't know. It could have been his Pearl situation. It could have been a lot of things going on. But I feel like if Reignex played his normal game, he'd have a pretty good shot at this one.
And especially when you're considering a best of 3 series as well, it's not just a case of one and done. You have effectively 2 shots at potentially, beating whoever you're facing off and moving on, which, if we saw Reignex take these games off Cube, that would be huge for the start of this tournament. I think it's almost it's really nice to take once again that risk reward strategy, going for the 0 cycle, going obviously across the overworld. Is it sometimes better to maybe save that until you absolutely need it, rather than bringing it out in the first match? I think going for something a little bit safer, going for something that might be slightly slower but you're almost guaranteed a result off of it, is usually better to go for. Because if Reignex was able to actually find, go through the Nether and go quicker than Cube, I mean, you mentioned that Cube was a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes ahead, but Reignex was right there on Cube's tail when they actually got to the Ender Dragon. So a very, very different, if there was a different outcome for Reign when they came out of the Nether, we could have been talking about a very different start to this tournament here.
Yeah, that's true. Winner's bracket advantage is massive in this tournament. We still haven't seen a winner come in from the winner's bracket and lose the grand finals. So it's a pretty big deal. But I feel like I know Reign's mindset. He's thinking Cube is just kind of the best in the business. I don't know if I could beat him in a straight 1v1 if we're both playing the best of our games. So Reign taking pretty much the most risks that he can. Yeah, if it paid off, he could have been 1-0 right now, but it makes more exciting gameplay too. I think Reignex doesn't really mind losing to Cube and going down to lower bracket all that much. He's in it for the fans. He's playing for the people, man of the people, Reignex is, so yeah.
The other side as well is, you mentioned slightly more exciting. It's one of those weird situations where when you're speedrunning and you have a speedrun tournament specifically designed around being as quick as possible, how exciting do you really want to be during that? How exciting do you how engaging does your gameplay have to be? If you're doing everything in a very, very standard way, there's nothing too surprising there, but you are doing it so effectively, you don't have to do those, you don't have to do those crazy, I don't want to call them stunts, but those crazy different things here. We do see obviously a different setup here for this seed. Do you want to walk through the folks? The text at the bottom of the screen here gives a little bit of information about what these players can expect coming up in the upcoming match.
Sure. The 2 most common starts in Minecraft speedrunning since, about a year and a half ago have been either a village or a shipwreck. The most common strategy to loot bastions nowadays is you need 7 iron, so you need 3 for a bucket, 1 for flint and steel, and 3 for an iron pick. So villages, if you have an extra iron source, are great. Shipwrecks are great because they usually have at least 7 iron. So interesting that we see a shipwreck and lava ravine. Those are usually a good combo. You can just get your iron, enter the Nether right away. But we also have a ruined portal, so I wonder what goodies can be in a ruined portal. those chests can have absolute garbage, like gold horse armor and nothing else. They can also have like 7 golden carrots and enchanted golden apple armor, like everything you could ever want. So rune portals are always fun to check because you never know. It's like a little present, and I don't know. They're the most interesting chests to loot for me. I have the most fun looting those. Let's see if it starts off as a rune portal, or if they gotta travel for it somewhere.
Looks like they are on a little bit of an island at the moment, so maybe there will have to be a little bit of traveling. We're going to have to wait and see exactly where this is. Obviously, an island, a lot of wood available to them, so they can get themselves set up relatively quickly. They will know exactly what they're going to need for the adventures ahead. They will have done this. Possibly a million times, depending on how quickly people have been speedrunning. So we will have to wait and see. So let's take a quick look at what both of the players are going to be going for. It looks like they do have to do a little bit of rowing. Cube at the moment slightly ahead, but it is such a minimal difference, and we do see them actually going for 2 very different setups here.
Yeah, rain checking the rope.
Look at all that from Reignex.
That's
Beautiful.
Rune portals, man. I mean, 90% of the time it's just trash, but God, you get some obsidian, you get a golden axe, golden armor, golden carrots. Reignex is actually set for food the entire run here. Golden carrots 5 is just an incredibly good food source. Cube, meanwhile, doing what you would normally do in a random seed speedrun, just getting the iron and just entering as quickly as possible. You can deal with food and the lack thereof in the nether, but Reignex, man, you could pearl like crazy. You can tank a bunch of damage. Reignex can play as aggressively as he wants now with those golden carrots. I like Reignex's odds, honestly.
Yeah, obviously a little bit of an advantage there. You would say that what we can see here between obviously these folks, they're setting up, they've got the iron pickaxe, they're going obviously the diamond pickaxe there, going for everything else that they do require. There's the bucket, setting themselves up. Would you say with that is that advantage Reignex, and on the side of Cube, is this a potential misplay not going for that ruined portal?
I kind of think so. I don't know exactly where they were located. So Rain is going to be entering maybe 30-40 seconds slower. So, if it's your average room portal chest, then Cube is absolutely correct to skip this. But knowing it's a tournament, Cube misses a jump.
That is huge. So not only do we have obviously a bunch of food and Rain can continue to play aggressive, but now Cube has catch-up time. Is Cube maybe going to make a move for that ruined portal now?
I don't know.
I mean, it's one of those situations where it would obviously lose a fair bit of time, but on the other hand, it could also really, really help in the future. It looks like they are going straight back to the chest on the shipwreck, and let's see what they do directly after this one. And we also see, there we go. There was the replay. Cube missing that one. Sorry, that was a replay there of Cube missing. So I got very confused, and I was like, has Rain just done the exact same thing? No, it was obviously a replay. We see Reignex heading up, and Reignex looking relatively comfortable in the nether here, as comfortable as one could possibly be in a crazy alternate dimension.
It is a huge advantage to Reignex here. I feel like Cube is probably still not going to go to that ruin portal, even more so now because he thinks he's behind, so probably going to take even more risks. This is one of the riskiest bastion nethers I've ever seen. Soul Sand Valley, lava floor housing. I mean, Rain does have a great food source. He's got golden armor, plenty of blocks, but this is just a very, very awkward nether. Things can go wrong at any point. Gonna mine this chest to aggro the piglins, and then needs to not get hit into lava here. Okay, looking pretty good. Still has to kind of do this. I think he's good. That could have gone really poorly, but yeah, Reignex is starting the round. Looks pretty solid.
I would also say Reignex would probably be in a situation where they will, they'll sit here and they'll go, hey, I've got a great start. I have everything that the other player has, and Oh, excuse me, I'm sneezing. I'm so excited. Yeah, obviously they've got everything that that the other player has that Cube would have, and I think Reign is in a position now where, taking a look at what is available, they're almost saying to themselves, why would I really worry? And it looks like Cube is going for it again, but I think they've taken a couple more blocks with them this time. Taking a couple. Thank you, chat. By the way, thank you. I do see. Thank you. That one came at me out of absolutely nowhere. But Cube now getting themselves set up in roughly the same sort of position, but they're about a minute behind Reignex here.
Yeah, a minute behind. You only have a tropical fish, which is, compared to golden carrots, one of the worst food sources in the game. Whereas golden carrots are one of the best. I see a bunch of gas on Cube's side. Running out of blocks here. God, this just looks so bad for Cube. Reignex, meanwhile, I believe is hunting for this 20 obsidian number. I believe has everything set except just needs 2 more obsidian. Hopefully doesn't get it here. Maybe this is the last chest in this bastion. Doesn't get it.
That is unfortunate. There we go. So it looks like Reignex is going to have a little bit of a, slowing down just slightly, but at the same time, you've got to imagine Cube is going to have the same sort of problem. And Cube's already behind as well. Yeah.
Another Soul Sand Valley Fortress. You see Reignex again lowering his render distance so that only mobs are going to spawn within that render. You see so many these wither skeletons, different ways to deal with them.
Cube is not looking healthy either.
Oh god, yeah, Cube. So runners are very used to doing completely foodless runs. It is pretty common in random seed to just use a shipwreck and enter with no food. You can reset your spawn next to yourself and die, and when you respawn you get full health and full food. So it's a pretty common strategy. It is a little bit slow, but Cube is going to have to do that at some point. Meanwhile, Reignex just continues to grow this lead.
I'm loving the control as well that we're seeing from Reignex over the mobs, making sure that everything is, at no point is Reignex looking uncomfortable. It may look relatively hectic on the screen, but these runners will see, they will know exactly what is going on right now. There are still things that can surprise them, but we do see Reign immediately building the portal, and as this game has gone on here, as this match has gone on, Reignex is just pulling further and further ahead. Than what we see against Cube here.
Yeah, is again going to do a blind travel. Is just going to hope for the best here. Doesn't have 10 obsidian. Actually, it does have a diamond pick though. So if Reignex wanted to mine 2 obsidian, it would take him 18 seconds. He could get that 20 and leave. So we'll see if Reignex decides to just go with this blind travel or if he's going to try to mine obsidian. Cube meanwhile, same situation, has the 18 obsidian, does do that hunger reset, so does die on purpose and respawn, is full health, full hunger. Okay, has fire resistance on. It's fine, everyone.
Fine, don't worry about it. It's just a bit of fire, just a bit of lava. Yep. Never hurt anybody. Looks as though Reignex is going for the blind travel at this point. So looking as though they are, once again, it's a very, very different sort of scenario than what we have seen, and then let's take a look. There's the other eye using and judging that, seeing exactly where they need to go. So it looks as though there's still a fairly long way for them, but again, they're in the lead at the moment. They can kind of afford this, but Cube is going to have to make sure that not only do they have the obsidian, but also at the same time is going to need to make sure they have a rough idea of where they need to go. Again, it's something that you have to spend a lot of time judging, and even then, once you've judged it, it can still be very, very difficult to properly nail down, even in a high stress situation that we are seeing on Cube side.
Yeah, Reignex has come into a village here, does know roughly how far, has thrown 2 eyes, knows the rough distance. I'm not really sure, but this doesn't look like good terrain. Doesn't have that many pearls left, so I hope it's close for Reignex because there's not much left in the tank, not much food, not many pearls. He's still going. Yeah,
it's still fairly far. So this could even be a situation where Reignex has a massive lead, but once again deciding to go for this blind travel could be costing Reignex not only a huge amount of time, but could also be costing them the series at this point.
Yeah, we'll see. Cube does get a nice nether exit here. Is going to do some triangulation. I think Cube is going to mine 2 obsidian here. I feel like Cube is a safe, consistent player. He thinks about this type of stuff. Let's see. Is Cube going to mine his portal and go for that 20 obsidian? Yes, he is.
There we go. Going for the 20 obsidian. Is this going to pay off for them, chat? Is this going to pay off for Cube, or is Reignex going to continue this blind run through and actually work into a better situation? We're going to have to wait and see how this pans out for both of the players as we are in game number 2 of this best of 3. So setting up and making sure they have enough obsidian. Looks as though is Cube mining more than 1 at this point? More than 2, sorry?
I thought that was... Is that 10 now? That's 10 now, exactly. Cube is going to have to do another hunger reset here. It's easier to do in the overworld with beds as opposed to in the nether. You have to use the respawn anchors. So is going to lose some time here. Yep. Just going to die and then hopefully respawn right next to this hole, grab all your stuff. Is maybe going to have to do it another time on entering the stronghold. So again, Reignex getting those golden carrots paying off huge in the long run here. Being able to pearl a bunch, not having to do hunger resets, but... I don't know, Chad. How far is Reignex?
I mean,
he's still
that horizon is not getting any closer, and the pills are still going very, very high in the sky. So I'm not entirely sure as to who has the advantage. We do see the beds coming down here. It looks as though are we having the same sort of thing? Are we having a hunger reset here to save obviously the golden carrots on the side of Reignex?
Yeah, Reignex has ran out of those golden carrots using
ran out. Oh, no.
To travel. So Reignex is now in the same situation as no food. Could maybe get some, but this is a biome that's pretty bad for food. So yeah, Reignex's lead.
Oh, it's Cube. Cube's in the nether. Cube's building another portal. Where's this going to put Cube, I'm wondering? Because we do see on the overworld, Cube looks to be around about the same, well, I say the same sort of region, I have no idea of knowing, but that is still relatively far away, judging by the the direction of that, the direction that we did see here. Is it the same? Yeah, it looks like it's very far away for both of these players here. This is going to take them a little while at this point, and I'm excited to see who's eventually going to come out on top here. I don't know whether Cube is having a better look. Trying to see, depending on what we do see here from both of the players. I'm wondering if they're around about the same sort of area. It's very, very difficult to tell. We're going to see another. We're going to see another. There's another death on the side of Cube. That was put down the bed there. To make sure that they do respawn, and Rain taking a look around, trying to figure out exactly where they need to be going right now. They look to be in around about the same sort of area. Has Rain managed to find it?
Yeah, his eye throat did go down, so he 100% knows this is the correct chunk, actually.
There we go. Yeah. So taking a look to see if they can find it. They looking relatively confident. You don't usually see them going down this quickly unless they are very, very confident of where they are. And it looks like Cube is around about the same sort of place, actually, almost identical to what we just saw from Rain. So they're going to be entering here around about the same time.
Reignex doing a technique fairly new that's called preemptive navigation. You can use your pie chart and the amount of colors on that pie chart to give you a rough direction of where the portal room is going to be. It's not super reliable. There are definitely some issues with it. Sometimes it doesn't work at all, so we'll see if it pays off. I don't believe Cube likes to do preemptive, so I believe Cube is just going to randomly guess. It's honestly not a bad strategy. So man, I can't believe Cube takes a death and it's just tied. It's so close. I can't believe.
Not only did Cube take a death, but also Cube put themselves in a position of, well, I say Cube, Reignex put themselves in a much better position, having the ability to, they had that food available, they had the golden carrots available, and it does look to me as though we are seeing, I'm trying to figure out exactly who I don't know whether Cube or Reignex is currently ahead, but oh, there we go. Reignex has been able to find the portal here, so Reignex is slightly ahead, but they still have to absolutely nail the Ender Dragon. They need to get that one cycle coming in, so we'll see exactly what happens here. Changing the FOV, making sure that they do have that 90 FOV around. And here we go. Let's see if they can. They are looking to be relatively. They're probably about 30 seconds, 45 seconds ahead of where we see Cube at the moment. So this is coming. This could still come down to the wire here. We do see them setting up for the one cycle here, and they got to wait for the Ender Dragon. Now, obviously, for folks that are expecting them to fight. Now, you mentioned that you would go up, obviously, to the, you would go up to the various different pillars around the room, destroy what is effectively the crystals around there, and then you would go for the Ender Dragon. This is a very, very different setup here, where they are looking to do this in one foul swoop here, T-Wags.
Yeah, the crystals allow the dragon to heal, but if you're going to do a one cycle and you're just going to kill the dragon as it perches, it doesn't have time to heal. So it is a full committal. It is an all-in. Reignex does have at least 5 beds. Yeah, there's 6 beds here, so Reignex, very, very confident, can kill the dragon in one go here. But if you somehow mess up, the dragon can unperch and heal, and then you're kind of screwed. So it is safer to kill all the crystals, but yeah, the runners just go for one cycles nowadays. Cube still can't find this end portal room, and time is running out. Reignex has a guaranteed perch after a set amount of time. If Cube enters the end soon, he could get lucky and have the dragon naturally perch faster, but time is running out. Cube needs to enter the end, I think, within only a few seconds here in order to get that lucky opportunity. Otherwise, Reignex just takes the guaranteed win.
Yeah, and Reignex as well is, even if Reignex does manage, if we see Reignex go for the one cycle and misses, there's still the option that they could, they could potentially win this, because Cube is just running around this area trying to find the portal room, and it just isn't working. Looks as though we do have the perch coming in on the Ender Dragon. Are we going to see the kill here? It looks as though they did miss the first one. They do still have the ability to, but they've missed. I think they've just missed out. No, there we go. Rain has taken it. There we go. That first one was very, very close to potentially being a complete whiff, but Rain managing to pull back. Cube there still hasn't found the portal room yet.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the preemptive nav coming into play. I mean, we saw Reignex spend 15 seconds or so changing the pie chart, changing the render distance FOV, looking around. So maybe that 15 seconds time investment told Reignex where the portal room was, and that made the difference. Yeah, Cube losing this one is kind of expected, taking that death, not seeing the room portal chest. That was a big advantage. I can't believe it was that close, though. I mean, if Cube just got lucky, that was just GG right there. That was a 2-0.
Absolutely, and not only the death that we saw in the Nether, but also there was 2 or 3 deaths specifically to reset the, to reset the health, to reset the food meter there. So that's probably going to play a part. But even with those, making it there, unable to find the portal room in time. If we had have seen Cube finding the portal room, maybe 20 seconds, 30 seconds after Rain, a 2-0 could have absolutely been possible, because that one cycle from Reignex there, not as clean as you would normally like.
Yeah, it was, I don't think he had an Ender Pearl, so he kind of had to rush to the center there. He was a little slow to get there, had to trigger the anchor, but I think he had an anchor and 6 beds, so I think he just kind of knew for safety and triggered the bed right away, so it was fine. Yeah, I think, man, Reignex again, going for the blind travel, risking it all. It might just work, though. It might just be silly enough to work. Yeah, that was a really, really slow travel around the mountains. Had the hunger reset a few times, but got kind of lucky that Cube messed up. And yeah, I think it just might be crazy enough to work. So we could see Reignex take this one 2-1. That would be crazy.
It's one of those, it's the age-old line that you hear in every single movie, just, this might just be crazy enough to work. And then, obviously, it pays off for Reignex. And taking the time to go to that ruined portal as well, even though we did see Cube getting roughly in the same sort of region as Reignex really quickly with that Netherworld travel, you've got to imagine that early, the fact that they were able to go for that blind travel and do it pretty successfully without realistically having to die a couple of times. Yes, we saw the missed parkour on the side of Cube, but Reignex doing a great job taking that little bit of extra time to go for the Ruined Portal, and it really paid off for them because, as you mentioned, they ended up, there's golden carrots, there's golden armor available in there. There was a lot of stuff that made the opening a lot easier for them. How are we feeling, chat? Are we feeling as though Cube is going to take this third game here, move on in the upper bracket, or is Reignex going to doom obviously Cube down to the lower bracket? How is this going to play out? Let us know in the chat. I'm very, very excited. And I, obviously going into this, seeing how this is all playing out, I'm excited to see that we do have two players from the off here, T-Wags, that are going for some very, very different play styles, but at the same time, they're also executing them pretty well at the, on top of that.
Mm-hmm. We have some people saying that I'm going to take C3 in the chat. It's not impossible, so very hopeful. We'll see if that does end up happening. While we're waiting for seed number 3, before we get into that, if you guys are in the chat, you're looking for some new swag, you got some old t-shirts you need to get rid of, you want some new ones, consider typing in !merch. There you go. Look at that. That will take you to the Method store. And I love Pride stuff, man. I got a Method Pride mug the first time last year when they were doing this. The Pride merch just, let's be real, it just looks better than the regular Method merch. I'm sorry, I know you got regular different Method merch, but it just hits different. It just looks so cool. So also, there you go. Hit up the method.gg/store, and it's pretty cool.
I think it's the first time as well that we actually have Method joggers. The most comfortable item of clothing ever. Method joggers. If you want your esport joggers. I was getting close to my mic there. That's why I was down here. Yeah, Method joggers. They are absolutely beautiful. You are going to want and check that out as we do get ready for game number 3 here between Cube and Reignex. Obviously, this is a best of 3. Winner advances on in the upper bracket. Loser does drop down to the lower bracket. How are we feeling, chat? How are we feeling? How am I doing? I hope I'm leaving a good impression on you fantastic Minecraft gamers. I was talking to T-Wags before, and T-Wags was mentioning that the Minecraft community is one of the friendliest, one of the most welcoming. So hopefully you're welcoming me with open arms. I am absolutely loving this. I truly am. It's incredible to see. And anytime you're in this sort of position where you do have something that is not only highly skillful, but also you have to be incredibly precise at the same time. I think combining those two things, and we're seeing two of the best doing it right now in this Minecraft Rush King of the Hill tournament. Fingers crossed, we're going to see another fantastic game here. We do have another Ruined Portal. Are we going to see either of these players go for it? It worked out for Reignex last time. Is Cube maybe going to take this as well?
So I have a question for you and your game knowledge. Do you know what the letters FSG stand for? Not a lot of people. I mean, maybe some people do. FSG.
FSG. I'm going to guess it's something along the lines of Fort Stone Gauntlet. I just kind of brought up. I had some ideas. Close. Fort Stone Gauntlet. I'm hoping.
It does mean filtered seed glitchless. Usually the runners play random seed glitchless category, which means it's completely random. Filtered seed glitchless, a computer program runs through a large amount of seeds and finds a really, really good one. There is a very likely chance this Ruined Portal has a bunch of iron and a looting golden sword. We will see. There is a looting sword. So this is a category that's not that frequently played. It's really, really fun to watch, so you're in for a treat because it's crazy fast. But most people like playing completely random seeds because you never know what you're going to get, and it's more fun that way usually. But filtered seeds can be very, very fast. We already see a bunch of iron, a flint and seal. We have an enter, and there's a looting 3 golden sword, which when you kill blazes with that sword, gives you many more blaze rods than usual. So these seeds can be incredibly fast. Also with the filter is a guaranteed good nether. You're going to have a great bastion and fortress. And probably most importantly, and the biggest benefit to Reignex of any seed, is the blind travel is guaranteed. I think, did it say blind travel guaranteed on the seed notes chat? I think it, I hope it
double
did.
Check. Chatterpedia will know, but I'm excited to see how this is going to play. It looks as though Cube does go for a restart here. What's that for?
Maybe he crafted something on accident and used those resources that he could no longer get back. It says FSG blind cords. Okay, so you know the difficulty Reignex was having with having to run to this stronghold, that doesn't exist in the seed.
Oh wow.
You know exactly where the stronghold is every time. So
there we go.
This is wow.
I can see what happened. Cube had an accident. Cube had an accident, made an axe instead there. So that is exactly what happened. I'd like to thank Miguel SA in the chat for that joke. Thank you.
Thank you.
But I mean, seeing that at the start here for Cube, that you've got to imagine that puts Cube not only at a disadvantage against Reignex here, but you know we've seen Reignex going for these blind runs here. That's not going to exist. So this is really ball in the court of Reignex right now.
Yeah, honestly, huge advantage to Reignex. We've seen these FSG seeds be the tiebreaker seeds a lot of the times, which is an interesting way to do it because you don't want to see every seed be an FSG seed. They're really, really fast. But as a tiebreaker, kind of a skill mechanics-based run for the last seed, it's really fun to see. And yeah, it's just Reignex doesn't have to worry about the nether travel, which has been the huge run so far. So that combined with Cube making a crafting mistake, I mean, this run could be like 9 minutes and Reignex is already like a third of the way there. Wow, this is huge. If Cube loses round one, wow, what a day that would be.
That'd be not only losing round one, it wouldn't even be. I mean, obviously, there's a long way for these players to go right now, but on the side of Cube as well, losing it based on a mistake that Cube made in a seed where you don't want to make a mistake because, as you mentioned, it's going to be over so quickly. This is almost the worst start that Cube could hope for. Looks as though they are setting themselves up to make the Nether portal, but once again, they're looking to be about 45-30 seconds behind Reignex here.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see how much food they have. They both have the same amount of food. They both got the gold sword, bucket, iron picks. So yeah, everything's pretty even. I don't know if they got any extra beds. This is a treasure bastion, which is one of the sometimes a problem bastion for some runners. It's a little more risky route compared to some of the other bastions you can do. So this is a very key moment right here. Mining this gold block aggroes these piglins. Precise block placements. This coming up right here, these sets of jumps can be an issue. It looks like Reignex takes a little safer route.
Oh, Reignex getting absolutely destroyed by the piglins. Looks like they've been able to get through, eating a little bit of food there, making sure they're looking healthy. But once again, that was rough. That was a little bit rough for Reignex, and once again, still taking a bunch of damage. You do not want to die here. I was going to say before, we obviously saw Cubex dropping down there. Are we actually in a position where the way that this has been set up with the seed, is this going to favor Reignex over Cube at this point, based on the way that we've seen Reignex playing it?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the riskiest parts of this run. You have enough food to survive the fortress and the pearls after this. So really the start of the treasure route is probably the biggest point where runners could take a death. Cube here in the same section is going to take the riskier route and gets punished. Gets punished for taking the riskier jump. That Sword Piglin was not having any of that. And now Cube is in a bad position. You can definitely recover this, but you still have to get through the pigs. And now you've lost a few pigs for trading. So now your bastion is going to be slower. Oh, wow. Reignex.
This is looking like a very unfortunate run on the side of Cube. And once again, you're in a pretty horrible position where it's not even been anything that, you know, sometimes, as you mentioned, RNG can really mess you up, especially if you're on the side of Cube. We do see, once again, the risk here from Cube. This is a replay, trying to take that riskier route that you mentioned Reignex may have been able to take, but Cube here going for it, and then immediately knocked off straight down into the lava below. That's going to cost a lot of time, not only in getting back up there, but also in the piglins that have been lost to the trade. And we see Reignex looks as though they have been able to get themselves set up Are they going back to their portal? Will they be going for the overworld run? You've got to imagine that is going to be the case. Not looking too healthy at the moment, though. Looking to get a little bit of that health back, and there it does. It does slowly but surely start to come back for them. And here comes the sword. This is the sword you mentioned.
Yeah, here we go. 2 axe hits and then 1 hit from that looting sword. He gets a few. Oh, Reignex, please don't die. Please don't die here. Please don't die.
This is not the place you want to die, Reignex. I'm telling you that now. You do not know just how good you currently have. It looks as though that isn't going to be the case. Getting as much as they can from the loot sword, also making sure they are eating up. There we go. There's we do see the dropping down.
Dude.
But once again, Reignex is just in that point of so close to dying, almost getting knocked off. They need to make sure that they are controlling. There we go. There's the control. You love to see it, but it's still not looking good for Reignex at the moment. This is so close.
I don't even. Cube died.
Wait, Cube died?
Damage somehow, but Rain is permanently on half heart. I don't know what happened to Cube, but Cube is gonna try this. Rain, please just stay alive. Oh, please, dude. Okay.
Oh,
okay.
Rain is doing. Looks as though Rain has been able to manage it. We were. I love the fact that we were sat here beforehand. T-Bags was like, "Yeah, this is usually relatively quick." Meanwhile, on the side of both Cube and Reignex, they are getting absolutely destroyed. Cube dying again. Yeah, we go. Yeah, that was Cube.
Yeah, that's the replay.
So both of them, just Cube is. You know, we've got Reignex playing with fire, Cube playing with the Grim Reaper at the moment. That is super unfortunate. Reignex building the Nether portal, looking like they are ready to go back to the overworld, and then we'll see exactly where they do go. This has been so unfortunate for Cube here.
Yeah, threw a tough pearl there and didn't have enough health to pearl again to save himself from the fall damage. Just dies, but he's going to come back quickly, gather the rest of the stuff. Does need to make sure he has everything. Meanwhile, Reignex, this is where the filtered seed glitch list comes into play. The filter can filter for the stronghold location. So if you put your nether portal at 150, negative 150, or the opposite of those chords, where the fortress is in the nether, that will guarantee that you are within a few hundred blocks of the stronghold. So the filter coming into play. Reignex has blinded every single run, but this run, he has a guarantee, and there it is. He's already there. And no food, though. I'm very, very concerned. Reignex is doing preemptive in the ocean already. You got a hunger reset here. It's too dangerous. You could die at any second to a skeleton. Reignex, please hunger reset.
There we go. Okay, is it going to happen? Yeah, there we go. There, I was thinking to myself, going in at this point. Oh, and then we immediately have skeletons. That is the worst thing that you want. It looks like they are also below. Let's see exactly what happens here. Nothing is down here. There we go. So they're going to respawn relatively quickly, and they're still. Again, the ball is still massively in Reignex's court here versus what we do see on the side of Cube, and making sure that they know exactly Reignex, making sure they know exactly or roughly where they need to be going here. Cube still currently in the nether. Are they currently going for? Are they going back to their portal, or are they trying the netherworld skip?
I think they're 150, negative 150. So this is where you know you're going to be a couple hundred blocks from the stronghold. Does Cube not have obsidian?
This is going from bad to worst.
The whole fortress, but I think from the death didn't have obsidian and didn't notice until now.
This is going from bad to worse.
Wow.
Reignex is just so far ahead now. And, you know, let's not forget, this doesn't necessarily mean that this is guaranteed for Reignex under any circumstances, but this is almost becoming a nightmare for Cube now. Oh, an apple. There we go.
Apple's all right. Good food source. Help him out when you got none. It doesn't look like Reignex's preemptive nav worked here. Stronghold has a lot of things going on. Also, ocean strongholds have a higher concentration of mobs just on how the spawning mechanics work. So Reignex is going to continue to run into mob after mob here with no health. Ooh.
Oh, golden apple.
Oh, golden apple? Wow.
Golden apple. Okay. Let's go. This is looking better and better for Reignex. Oh, there's the creeper, though, unfortunately, kind of negated. But there we go. We have found the portal. We found the portal on the side of Rain. Now we just need to see if they can one-cycle the Ender Dragon. If they can, even if they can't one-cycle the Ender Dragon, you've got to imagine they've got such an advantage over Cube right now. It's not going to make that much of a difference for them, T-Wags.
Oh, no. I hope Reignex doesn't go for 0. Oh, no. Reignex plays everything so risky. He's gonna go for 0. He doesn't need to. Oh god, he doesn't even have any explosives. Okay,
surely. Oh,
it was a difficult end to 0, so that's actually really, really fortunate for Reignex. He's a risky, aggressive player. He's always gonna want to go for that 0 cycle, but fortunately for us, it was not a very easy run to 0 cycle.
If Reignex was going to go for the 0 cycle there, I actually might have just traveled and physically grabbed, shook Reignex. What are you doing? What are you doing? Doesn't look like that is going to be the case. They do have the hit frames turned on here for the Ender Dragon. Want to make sure they get those beds perfectly lined up with the head, which is a lot harder to do than I think some people realize, simply because the actual hitbox, from what I have heard, is actually very different to where the model itself is. And we do see the Ender Dragon looks as though it is setting up for the perch. So this is it. Is Reignex gonna potentially take this? Looks like they're setting up for the 1 cycle. So far looking relatively good. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3 hits, 4 hits, 1 hit left. Reignex looks as though they are going to be taking this best of 3 game series number 1 here between Cube. Reignex claiming the victory. As they say, if you're coming for the king, you better not miss. And Reignex has not missed at all. What a fantastic performance from Reignex. But you've got to imagine, T-Wags, that was disastrous for Cube then.
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, I'm really happy that we get to see some variety and the King of the Hill is not just speed running through the win of this tournament. But on the other hand, I feel a little bit bad for Cube. I mean, eventually you're going to have an off day, right? Eventually you're just going to make a mistake on a seed and then you make a mistake on another seed. Cube, very, very consistent runner. We haven't seen many mistakes from Cubes, but taking a death, I think on seed 2 and then taking a death on seed 3. I mean, also the miscrafting. So you make 2 mistakes, you lose 2 seeds. You're in lower. So Cube is not out of it yet. Is a very, very strong runner and still has a very solid potential to work it back into grand finals. But Reignex taking it, not what I expected to happen, but you know what? Chat expected it to happen. 67% of chatters voted for Reignex. You guys called it. You're right.
Yeah. There we go. Wow. If only it was 2% more. Chat with the big brain plays there. It looks though, as we can see here, Cube moving down to the losers bracket and Reignex advancing forward to the semi-finals. An incredibly impressive performance from Reignex there, doing a great job controlling the mobs. We've spoken about the mistakes that Cube have made, okay? And it's one of those things that happens. You mention it, you make mistakes, and this is what happens, specifically in a speed running tournament that we do see for the Method Minecraft Rush King of the Hill. However, can we take a second, and I know that chat saw this as well and almost lost their minds. How did Reignex survive in the Nether? That was like
as 90
close
seconds.
As you could come to death.
Yeah, I mean 90 seconds on half a heart and bread, getting hit by wither after wither. Yeah, that was it right there. That could have been all over. That was crazy. So that
was absolutely huge. What a fantastic game we did. What a fantastic series. I do apologize, between Cube and Reignex, but we do have another series coming up after this short break. It is Hoffik versus Semperzz. Make sure you folks do not go anywhere, because if it is anything like this first best of 3 that we have had, it's going to be super special. We'll see you after this.
So good at pretending. feeling like I'm missing something. Don't you worry about me, yeah. Don't you worry about. Got no money on my mind, tell my mommy I'm alright. Even laughing at the tricks you tell me. Keep myself inside the lines, leaving tidy all the time. If you ask me, I am fine. Got no money on my mind. I know it's a little bit too much for sure. So cold, but we're always coming back for more. Egos in this wicked game, it's all for sure. Oh, I've got you. If we figured out what it's all about, takes a second and then we're back it again. Coaster ride for the triggered minds, but I don't ever want us to stop it. Go ahead, to let me smile for all I care. Just wanna stay close, don't take that. Ain't gonna leave ya. I don't wanna sabotage. You're a million. Explode every time you go and slam the door. Adore how we always end up on the floor. We know how to push the buttons to the core. I've got you. If we figured out what it's all about, takes a second and then we're back it again. Coaster ride for the triggered minds, but I don't ever want us to stop it. Go ahead, to let me smile for all I care. Just wanna stay close, don't take that. Ain't gonna leave ya. I don't wanna sabotage. You're a million.
Hello, chat. Hello. We doing? Is that what it is? Is it the pop man?
Yeah, you got it. I think you
that's
put
it.
your arm up. Yeah.
I think I'm okay. I'm
This is your idea. I
that
just
it?
want everyone to know this is your idea. I don't always give it.
No, that's fine. That's absolutely my idea.
So
Absolutely my idea. They wanted us to do Pop Friends, so there we go. Yes, welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. My name is Kexman. I'm joined by T-Wags, and this is the Method Minecraft Rush King of the Hill. We have just seen an incredible best of 3 series between Cube and Reignex, where the King Cube has actually fallen into the lower bracket. We will see the brackets here. Obviously, a fantastic 2-1 victory for Reignex there, and that last game effectively had everything. If there is anybody that is ever out there and they are saying, I don't know, I don't know what this whole King of the Hill thing is about. What, Minecraft speedrunning? What could the entertainment possibly be from that? You show them that third match between Reignex and Cube, and I'm sure they will agree with you that this is damn exciting. But we do have Hoffik versus Semperzz coming up next. I'm excited to see what's going to happen between those two players there. We've seen Cube doing a very, very good job making sure the basics are correct. The precision is, absolutely through the roof, with the exception of what we saw in that final one. Mistakes do happen. Reignex taking a couple more risks and generally living slightly on the knife edge, as we saw when they were in the nether, slightly on the knife edge, as we saw in that previous game. Hoffik and Semperzz, for people that are tuning in that don't know who these two players and what they're like, are they sort of very similar to Cube? Are they similar to Reignex, or are they kind of tread that middle ground to you, Wags?
Hoffik, within the last few months, has been absolutely popping off in the tournament scene. Hoffik, a Polish runner. I'm surprised. Okay, we do have a poll in the chat if you guys want to vote one or two. The Polish Minecraft speedrun community is one of the most proudest, loudest in the scene. It's very cool to see. A lot of times you see Polsko Garam, you'll see Spam This Pick for Hoffik. Big supporters for Hoffik. I don't know, there's like 4 or 5 other Polish runners. Very tight-knit, very cool community. I love to see him come out. So Hoffik has been popping off, is in top 3, I think has placed top 3 in a couple of tournaments. So Hoffik seems pretty tough to beat right now. Very comfortable with 0 cycles, very solid with mechanics, has some interesting and different bastion routes than other runners, so we'll see if those bastion routes come into play. Semperzz, meanwhile, I know has just been a consistent runner in the scene, is a US runner, did actually provide the portal making practice map that almost all speedrunners use, so donating their time to help the speedrun cause, so you gotta love Semperzz. We'll see. I haven't seen Semperzz play as much. Did fairly well in the last couple for fun matches, but it's tough. It's tough going up against Hoffik. Hoffik looks like maybe one of the top 5 tournament runners in the world. I'm gonna be honest right now.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see as we do enter into our second series in King of the Hill. And speaking of King of the Hill, when it comes to hosting, is one of our fantastic sponsors, Apex. They are incredible. Whether you folks are thinking about coming back to the game, or whether or not you're looking for a brand new, getting your own Minecraft server, then you should definitely check out Apex server hosting. No day better than today to get started. There is 35% off your first month subscription with the promo code METHOD. With their countless server versions and their low latency connections, you can guarantee you're going to have a server that will offer a top-tier gaming experience, that also has industry-leading support, ensuring that you and your friends have the best experience when you want to game. If you're interested, or even if you're not, !Apex in the chat to get started. Click the link and the promo code will be applied directly at checkout. Once again, !Apex, go and check those fantastic folks out. We do see them setting up here for these two runners, Hoffik and Semperzz. Does look as though Semperzz is taking the chat vote. Is chat right once again? Only time is going to tell. T-Wags between these two players. And was there anything there that you saw specifically in the notes for the server that immediately jumped out at you?
Village Ruin Portal looks like a pretty standard start, just like the first series we saw. So spawning in a little awkward place. You always want to check that Ruin Portal chest. Could be really good. Could be some fun stuff. 3 obsidian, 1 iron, and a flint and steel. Pretty nice. Looks like Hoffik is just going to complete this. Again, they have access to the nether within 15 seconds. Going to get all their tools, an iron pick and everything, and be on their way. So I did see, looks like Bastion is first, and then follow Fortress Path. So hopefully they remember the seed notes and take heed of that and do it correctly. We've seen sometimes if you don't get the seed notes, you get a little confused, you get a little lost, you kind of lose the seed. So I really hope they do heed those notes. It's important.
Yeah, fingers crossed. It's one of those situations where the notes, it'd be very, very easy to not necessarily forget about them, but just kind of overlook them and go, yeah, okay, I know what's coming up. Whereas, you know, a lot of, if you're really looking and focusing on them, you can actually gain such an early advantage in your run, because you can look at them and you can say, right, okay, do I want to potentially risk wasting time going for a rune portal? Do I want to quickly, you know, go for something else extra? There's a lot to think about for these players before they even, you know, before they even get into the game. So they will have one eye on exactly what is happening around them, and they will be able to make an informed decision from there, specifically because you obviously have to these players will have different play styles, compared to each other, as we just saw. That was beautifully a beautiful example of that in the previous best of 3 series.
Yeah, Semperzz entering a lot faster, and I'm not sure why. It looks like Hoffik is gonna have an extra 3 iron. You don't necessarily need a bucket because you already have an enter into the nether here. Hoffik's gonna take some extra time getting some food, taking a while to get to the golem, and then enter. So yeah, Semperzz up a little bit first. Is gonna scan. Okay, that's what follow the fortress path means, I think. You're gonna want to do this first into the bastion. That's probably the idea. Yeah. So, Semperzz, instead of crafting that iron, that 3 iron directly into a bucket or an axe or something that could be pretty useful, waits on it and it's going to do shield so that he could deal with the blazes first.
Interesting. Looks as though we do actually have two safe almost play styles here, but in a very, very different style. Semperzz, as you mentioned, took a little bit of time and went for the crafting of the shield here, whereas on the side of Hoffik took a little bit more time in the overworld to get maybe some extra food, a couple of extra resources here over Semperzz. So once again, two very safe play styles, but in very, very different environments. We see using the bed there to blow up and clear out a little bit of space, but you've got to imagine Semperzz currently slightly ahead to you, Wags.
I feel like Semperzz is ahead, hitting a couple strays on the way to the spawner, so he's gonna have a couple extra blaze rods before even getting here. Hoffik, he's gonna have an easier time. An enclosed spawner, blazes can't really fly up anywhere. Already at 2 rods, so yeah, is gonna be fine. I hope Hoffik continues to mine out this spawner, because Hoffik does have an advantage over Semperzz here for a little bit, because an enclosed spawner is a lot easier to deal with. You see as Semperzz is leaving that backboard so the blazes you can hit them into, but if those blazes go on the left or the right side, they can get really awkward and fly away from you. So Semperzz playing it very carefully, and yeah, Blaze Rod almost drops off there, but gets 5.
Oh no! Oh, Semperzz! Oh my God, Semperzz nearly got sent to the fiery depths below, but fantastic reaction time there, bringing them back up. And that is one of the things that you mentioned about, having that backboard. It does mean that you can control, make sure that these blazes do not send you, that these blazes do not get sent off, but you've also got to be very, very careful about yourself as well. Yeah. We very nearly saw an absolute disaster for Semperzz. And you mentioned Hoffik in a much better situation because you don't have the ability to get knocked off. It's more enclosed. So let's take one look. This is a replay on the side of Semperzz. Semperzz did drop down to pick up, I believe it was a blaze rod, making sure that is picked up. And as they came back up, boom, immediately knocked off. Great reflexes and precision there from Semperzz.
Yeah, that is not easy to do. Semperzz does have 7 blaze rods and is going to travel to the bastion here, does follow the fortress path. Hoffik also E-Rang, hopefully does know exactly where this bastion is gonna get the last probably blaze rod here, is probably gonna leave on 7. That is a pretty safe number in this tournament. Does get it. Oh, it's gonna go for some more. Sure, why not?
I mean, if you're playing a safe play style, play style at the moment anyway, why not potentially grab that extra one? We do see them moving on, and it looks to, once again, Semperzz slightly ahead, as we have seen across the majority of this game so far, but being ahead this early, and Semperzz does actually die though. We do lose Semperzz, so we now have, obviously, Semperzz trying to make sure that they get back into that. This will now put Hoffik, Hoffik in a much this will put Hoffik in a much better position now. But once again, what we've just seen happening to Semperzz very, very easily can happen to Hoffik.
Yeah, that's a Stables Bastion, and Semperzz went for an interesting idea, going for the top there, and trying to dig down with a Piglin aggroed. So risky play, could have worked out, but yeah, just got hit by a skeleton and then a Piglin, and that was it. Oh, Hoffik going down to the bottom section here. This is a bad gap. There's just going to be a chest. Is there gold on the other side?
Trying to take a look here, see exactly what happens. There we go. So it looks like they picked up a gold boot there in that chest. They do have that available. They're moving on up. Currently moving on up through what we do see here. A lot of piglins in the way, though. They do not want to get themselves caught here. Looks like they're looking relatively comfortable, though. Still with what is safe to say a massive lead currently over Semperzz. This lead is at least probably what, 4-5 minutes, maybe slightly less.
Yeah, good amount. I mean, the fortress takes a long time to get those blazes, so it is. I mean, it's already 7 minutes into the run. Semperzz has to redo pretty much all of that. Does have additional knowledge now, but is probably not going to really change the route from that knowledge, so isn't going to help that much. Hoffik's struggling to find what the intended route for this bastion is. There is a top section with 4 gold blocks that Hoffik can do with a bunch of chests that could get you out. Typically, you need more than that, but I think Hoffik is just going to do that one. See if there's enough pearls and string and things to leave off of that, and then maybe decide if more gold is needed. But yeah, get these 4 gold blocks, get the chest. Hoffik is going to be in about 40 seconds or so determining if this is enough to leave off of. Hopefully it is. I see pearls. It looks pretty solid.
Doesn't look too bad at the moment. We won't know until the inventory is fully opened. Let's have a look. Let's see, as though they've got 6 at the moment by the looks of things, so probably requiring a few more, but they've got the gold ingots ready. They're picking up a couple more. Let's see exactly how that has paid off for them. Currently, the inventory, like they are so quick on these inventories. There we go, 14. Looks like they've got 14. They do have the obsidian that they require, I believe, as well. So maybe they're going to see how this plays out for them. And again, inventory management is, you've got to be very, very precise with making sure you have the correct, you're aiming at the correct blocks. You've got to be very, very precise with your block placement. But precision just isn't in the overworld. Precision through inventory management and making sure you are doing that the quickest way that you possibly can. That's another side of it that I think a lot of people may potentially miss when it comes to speedrunning here in the Minecraft community.
Yeah, I was just watching, actually, they did Illumina, Feinberg, and Nerdy were at a Minecraft speedrunning part in Awesome Games Done Quick, and people were talking about how fast the menuing was, and that's something that I never think about. Like this, your inventory organization in your crafting is just well, yeah, of course you do that in 2 seconds. That's just like Minecraft, but that takes years to perfect and be able to organize your inventory and craft things in a matter of seconds. And it just kind of comes naturally after you play the game for way, way too long. So Hoffik is going to be leaving on the most uncomfortable obsidian number possible, 19. That is so unfortunate.
It's the number you hate to see. Looks like they are setting themselves, going across here, making sure that they are nice and comfortable. How are we all doing, chat? Are we all alive out there? Are we enjoying this series that we are currently watching here between Semperzz and Hoffik? How is it going? How are we all feeling? Semperzz, once again, back in the same sort of position, not looking too healthy at the moment. And this is honestly... It's looking like they may be running into the same problem. And there we go. Semperzz dying once again. It looks as though they can retrieve a lot of their items. It is in a relatively retrievable position for them. But Hoffik looks as though they are going for that blind run.
Yeah, he's going to do a distance estimate here and see what needs to be done. There is a desert temple in a village. Man, you really want one more obsidian, but...
look at the drip.
Isn't much around. I mean, maybe if you get 3 diamonds, you can mine obsidian. If you find a rune portal, you can get one more. So I'm sure Hoffik is thinking about all the different options you could do to speed this up, but worst case scenario, you might just have to run the whole way. There is a blacksmith that can have obsidian.
Possible.
Oh,
doesn't look like it did.
Man.
It didn't. Hoffik running around the desert in the golden Yeezys, making sure that they are looking nice and comfortable. Unfortunately, it does pop up there, and that's one of those moments where you do see, as a speedrunner, no matter whether you're playing Minecraft or something else, you see that RNG if there's a blacksmith in this, or alternative to that. You think to yourself, this could be the moment. Doesn't quite work out for them, but once again, Hoffik just has such a monumental lead right now over Semperzz that this is honestly probably the safest way to do this. And not only is it the safest way to do it, but also it's the least stress involved on the side of Hoffik, whereas Semperzz is kind of falling into one of those positions where, as a speedrunner, you want to make up as much time as possible. The danger with that is you end up making mistakes. It's a lot easier to make a mistake. So fingers crossed, hopefully we can see Semper come back into this, because if Semper does manage to come back into this with Hoffik still looking for, obviously trying to get themselves into facing the Ender Dragon, this could be huge for Semperzz right now. There's still a potential for them to slowly but surely come back into it, but it will have to take something special on the side of Semperzz. But as you mentioned, Semperzz is a very, very popular player from a lot of people here, and they do want to see Semperzz potentially take this. What do we think, chat? Is Semperzz maybe going to be able to come back into this, or does Hoffik have it? We do see it looks as though, once again, looking around, making sure they have the gold, making sure they have everything set up. I think they've reclaimed their items back as well. I think they've taken their items back.
I think so. I see food. I see some wood, a boat, iron pick. They got the blaze rod, so I think everything's good. Semperzz is going to go up top. Now has the information of exactly what is in this bastion. Knows that this is going to be the only source of gold, I believe, in the whole bastion. So it's just going to do this, and maybe this is okay for Semperzz because, you're in a different position now that you've taken a death. You kind of need to take a bunch of those risks and just get back in this. So maybe if Semperzz just gets the 10 obsidian, you don't wait for anything else, you just leave with that, because we already know from Hoffik's side you're only getting 19. So maybe you just take the risk anyway and you save a bunch of time. Oh, that's not what you want to see up top here.
That is unfortunate, being attacked once again there. On the side of Hoffik, 19 is bad, but taking a look and seeing 9 down in the bottom right-hand corner of Hoffik's inventory there. Once again, it's almost taunting. It's almost taunting Hoffik, being like, you haven't quite got enough yet. You haven't quite got enough. Just going, it looks like they are going across the ocean. Once again, there does look to be a shipwreck down there. Is that something where they have a lot of time available to them? Maybe they could visit that, see if they could get a little bit of extra obsidian.
Yeah, I don't know how far off Hoffik is off from the stronghold, but typically 2,000 blocks away is as far as you can be. So you could be right on it, you could be 2,000 away. I feel like Hoffik's already probably traveled about 1,000, so it can't possibly be that much further, right? I mean, Hoffik going of desert, boating, more desert again. Let's see what's up with Semperzz. Semperzz is going to use a boat to get into a swimming position and swim through the nether. Classic Minecraft. There you go.
Yeah, swimming just a regular Sunday. A regular Sunday for Semperzz here, swimming through the nether, making sure that they are setting themselves up. And this is obviously something that they want to be getting themselves into a decent position here. Hoffik still looking relatively far away. So you mentioned, already done 1,000 blocks, maybe even having to do 1,000 more. Sir, looks as though Hoffik does have an arrow embedded in the Achilles tendon there. Obviously not having to have the same issue as Achilles, but looking relatively comfortable right now. Are we going to end up seeing another ocean here that they're having to cross? It looks so that is going to be the case. Keeping an eye out on the ocean floor. Semperzz has made it out of the nether, so Semperzz is now in the position that Hoffik is in, but it has to be what we're talking. Unless, have they managed to? I don't think they've managed to pick up the rest of the obsidian. So they're in the same sort of position. They may be going back. No, they're not. In the same sort of position as Hoffik, but they're 3, 4, 5 minutes behind them.
Yeah, Semperzz could be really close, could be really, really far. I don't know exactly where Hoffik blinded and Semperzz chose a blind, but likely Semperzz is pretty far. I saw Hoffik's chords. Hoffik is almost at the maximum possible distance a stronghold could spawn on. It cannot be that much further. I think Hoffik got pretty unlucky. Yeah, okay, it turns directly sideways. Yeah, that is pretty much max distance, the worst you can get. I also noticed Hoffik got a little bit unlucky with some of the last eye throws. Those Ender Eyes broke.
There it is.
Still has plenty of Blaze Powder. So Hoffik is actually okay on Ender Eyes. Let's see.
Setting up beds by the looks of things.
Okay, does have plenty of beds. Yeah. Hoffik is very, very comfortable with Zero Cycle. I would not be shocked if Hoffik just went for it straight off the bat.
Here we go. We'll see if it happens. What do we think, chat? Are we going to see the Zero Cycle out of Hoffik, or is Semperzz going to potentially catch up? I mean, the Zero Cycle is a big risk. It's a very, very big risk on the side of Hoffik, because if Hoffik isn't able to pull off the Zero Cycle, that does give Semperzz a chance to potentially catch up. There is still many things that can go wrong for Hoffik here, but with a lead this big, I'm going to be very, very surprised if it does happen. We'll see how quickly Hoffik is able to find. Obviously, the portal room here. Doesn't look as though they've done the tactic that we saw Reignex using. Looking as though they are just diving in and taking a look around, seeing what they can find. Trying to make sure that they do have, obviously, the quickest route through to this portal, and then going for the Ender Dragon, seeing if they can take the victory in the first game of this best of three. Looking like a very, very wide chasm there. Although you've got to imagine Hoffik has played this relatively well. There's been nothing that has jumped out immediately as, oh my god, Hoffik just did something incredible. But on the side of Semperzz, there's been one or two mistakes that have really cost him some time.
Yeah, for sure. Semperzz getting lucky with the dolphin, though. Using that dolphin travel, not only is it faster than going by boat, but you use less food. So using a dolphin to travel, very, very nice. Is gonna maybe get it back. No, just use the boat here. So I actually don't think Semperzz is too far. I don't know, could be wrong.
There it is.
Does find the portal room.
Finding the portal room is not an instant win by any stretch of the imagination.
Okay. Gotta land this okay, this is a fairly easy setup, but it's the least likely for the dragon to actually stick around. Dragon is very likely to simply fly away from this one. So Hoffik needs to get very lucky here. It's already flown away. It's already... You know what? Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. That's, it happens. It happens.
That's how it works. That's how it works. Just look as though Semperzz is in, looks to be around about the same sort of location that we did see Hoffik in previously, I believe. So this is their position, but they do still need to be incredibly fast, because Hoffik is now waiting for the Ender Dragon to perch. In comes the Ender Dragon. They are going to be going once again for the 1 cycle kill. Looks as though it is comfortable. 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 hits, 4 hits, and waiting for the 5th. There it is. Hoffik does take down the Ender Dragon relatively quickly there. Looks as though it was 19 minutes and 5 seconds on the side of Hoffik. Semperzz is going to learn that. There we go. 19 minutes and 8 seconds and 584 milliseconds. Relatively comfortable there from Hoffik. At no point did Hoffik ever look like they were in trouble. But for my money, Semperzz, if they hadn't have had those deaths there, T-Rex, I think, honestly, they would have probably pulled out ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the death happened, 6 minutes? I think it was around 6 minutes. And they were digging down to the stronghold. So, yeah, you put an extra 6 minutes. Semperzz could easily take that one. I don't know what the slowdown from Hoffik was. I think Hoffik really trying to stress and get that 20 obsidian probably took some extra time in the Bastion, and then your blind travel is kind of random. So I think Hoffik getting pretty unlucky on some of those random elements, but overall playing it well. Just played the enclosed spawner, shield, fortress was totally fine, Bastion was pretty comfortable. Going for the 0 cycle there, and still just getting a fast 1 cycle. I mean, Hoffik looks pretty good. I don't think there's any mechanical plays that were bad at all.
Yeah, Hoffik doing a great job. You mentioned, for my money, and I don't know whether the chat would agree with me here, the big difference between the two players, they're spawners. Semperzz obviously going for that very, very open spawn there does mean that we saw very, very nearly knocked off, a little bit rougher with the placement, not only of the blazes that spawn, but the loot that they drop at the same sort of time. That was actually what caused Semperzz to nearly get knocked off there. Hoffik, on the other hand, in closed spawn, a lot more controlled, potentially slightly slower, but as we've mentioned, it's one of those risk rewards during speedruns. Yes, you could do something, but unfortunately, if it doesn't pay off for you, you're going to lose a lot of time. It may have saved you a lot of time, but that is the risk that you pay, and sometimes the reward doesn't quite work for you. Hoffik 1-0 up in the series at the moment, and Semperzz, I don't think Semperzz is going to go into game number 2 thinking of, I don't think they're going to be under too much stress. There was, maybe one mistake that was made there that really cost them. But outside of that, I don't think they're going to be too worried going into game number 2.
Yeah, I agree. I think you do the same thing here if you're Semperzz. Just a little mistake at the triple chest. Tried to risk it and, have that one piglin not chase them, and just didn't place a block in time. So it's rare to happen. I don't think you need to change it up. Semperzz seemed pretty solid and maybe even a little bit faster. So I saw a lot of Semperzz fans in chat earlier. I hope they're still pulling for him. But I guess in the meantime, before we're waiting for the next match, as it's coming up, why don't we do ! merch in the chat if you guys are looking to pick up some swag gear, ! merch. Who's going to be the first one to do it? You get an extra bonus prize if you type this in first in the chat. 2022 Pride Collection, honestly, it looks so good. I kind of want to pick one up myself. Andrew the Speedrunner wins it. There you go.
Andrew the Speedrunner by name, Andrew the Speedrunner by nature. The ! merch. Look at that. Merch. Method merch. It's beautiful.
Beautiful. Nice sleek design. Love it. Yeah.
Everybody should go and everyone should go and check it out. It's almost the exact opposite of me. Nice sleek design. I'm the exact opposite of that. It's ironic I'm doing this because my body type is Minecraft block. So it's a good job that I'm here. But yeah, I was gonna mention coming up. We do obviously have game number 2. I want to know from chat. Sleekest beard. Thank you. Thank you. I do want to know from chat, what are you hoping to get on the seed? Are you hoping for something are you hoping for a, maybe something a little bit exciting, something that we haven't seen before? Anything you're hoping for, T-Wag? Something you want to see that's going to be throw the run into a little bit of chaos, as it were?
Lava housing. The sadists in chat want to see lava housing. No one wants to see lava housing, chat. That's awful. Jungle temple. Some people want jungle temples. I've seen I don't know, some hate for jungle temples recently because they're being used a lot. Jungle temples are always really fun. Monuments, I think you would really like a monument seed. Those are super fun to see. They're so bizarre, like in Minecraft you get like, oh, there's a sheep, those are in real life. Oh, there's a squid, that's just real world. And then you get a monument and it's like, oh, there's a spiky laser shark that's protecting gold. That's
amazing. Love it.
That shoots lasers. That's a new one. So one monument too would be pretty cool. They're tough to see fine for, and they're tough to play, but those are always fun to watch.
Someone hoping for a Semper W. Someone hoping for a Semper W.
I do too. I do too.
Jungle temple, structureless. Lava housing, optional treasure. Effectively what I'm gathering here is people just want this seeds to be an absolutely disgusting map. They just want pure filth. They just want pure filth. Chris Cookies, Ice Spikes Mansion Spawn, Triple Bastion, Extra Regional Fortress, 12 Ocean Expires Die Portal. Those are just words you've just said. Like those are just words you've just said.
I
we're gonna have to wait and see what we get.
I could probably find one of those seeds, given some time.
There we go. There we go. That's a series we can do next. We just search for the most disgusting seed. That is the plan. We just search for the most disgusting seed and see what plays out. Desert Temple to the south. We got a lava pool. Nothing there. Nothing too crazy there. Nothing too crazy.
This is actually my favorite seed type now. We've seen a ton of different ones. Seed finding technology has come further, and tournaments have been explored a lot. And the Solo Desert Temple is by far my favorite seed type because, I mean, I'll save the best for last. I won't even talk about it yet, but it's interesting because you usually get iron, you get plenty of gold to make gold tools, you make gold armor, distract piglets, opens up more bastard mounts. That's always fun. The food situation is really cool. Rotten flesh is kind of a bad food source, but then you get golden apples, so you got to choose when you eat your golden apples. That's really cool. And of course, saving the best for last, TNT. Who doesn't love TNT? There's so many uses. I mean, you could use all 9 TNT in a run. It's just the best block in the entire game, so I hope we see some.
TNT, the best block. So there we go. Heading out for the temple. I mean, rotten flesh, you said it's a bad food source. I don't know. Zombies seem to like it, and they don't do too badly themselves. We'll see how things play out here on the side of Hoffik and Semperzz. And looks as though both of them heading in the same sort of direction. Semperzz digging a little bit closer. There we go. Looks like they've head straight directly into the desert temple. So let's find out exactly what awaits them. A big drop there on the side of Hoffik. Both Hoffik and Semperzz effectively neck and neck in picking that one up. And what do you know? There's a bunch of TNT for them. Big explosion. And did they get anything nice out of their T-Wags? Anything immediately you notice?
Yeah, 8 diamonds is a little something I noticed. I'm sorry. That's like 1 in a billion. 8 diamonds. I'm sorry. The loot tables never give you 8 diamonds.
World first. There we have it. There we have it, folks. It looks as though we do have a world first 8 diamond desert temple. There we go. It looks as though apparently we have 1 in 158 million for these diamonds. 1 in 158 million. You could not ask for better right now. Looks like they're setting themselves up. They do have everything that they would need right now. There's 1 golden apple available as well. So as you mentioned, the timing of eating that golden apple, relatively important. So yeah, that is a huge start for both of these players here.
Yeah, really good stuff. I would have even considered making diamond armor at some point. I mean, you don't even need that many diamonds. So they are just going to get quick diamond tools. Probably barely even use that shovel at all, though. And yeah, Semperzz using a TNT there. That's TNT count usage. Number 3 total. Hoffik also using one. That's 4 TNTs used total. Very quick way to get you flints pretty reliably. That TNT detonates all the gravel at once. So yeah, here's a quick lava pool, and I see about 20 rotten flesh, which is going to go pretty quickly. Rotten flesh, very bad at regenerating your health, takes a long time to eat as well. Does give you 2 hunger bars at once, so honestly not the worst food source, but you are going to need to use that. And then when you start taking a bunch of damage, maybe in the bastion, use the golden apple to actually regen your health. And here we go. Here's the nether. It looks pretty good.
It does. It's always striking whenever you go into the nether. It's always a very, very striking visual here. But as we saw in the previous run, it's going to come down to who can really control the mobs in the places that they want. So we will have to wait and see. It looks like the gold has pretty much very, very quickly been found. But we do see there's the pigmen. A lot of pigmen coming in for Semperzz there, doing a great job in blocking those piglins off very, very quickly. And honestly, this is looking a little bit better for Semperzz. It was a bit rough start last time, but Hoffik now obviously setting up, trying to find the gold. Looks like they do have the ingots. There we go. They've handed off a bunch of those, looking at setting up as much as possible, making sure that everything is how they need it. That rotten flesh is being absolutely tanked through on the side of Semperzz here, making it up, and look at that inventory just completely full. And this is what we spoke about. You know, it's not only about making sure that you are very, very, you know, you're very quick with your various different bits of inventory, but you've also got to make sure you are very quick to identify what you need and what you do not need in your inventory, because you don't want to waste time throwing stuff away and having to consistently bring it back into the inventory. So, and as mentioned, that is something that isn't just learned overnight. You don't practice that. That is something that you just get from playing the game for hundreds and hundreds of hours. I mean, what would you say the average sort of time is for these folks here that they've put into Minecraft?
Oh man, I don't even know. I mean, we've been playing, most of these speedrunners, including myself, have probably put in 4 hours a day on average for the last like 2 years. A lot of 116 runners that have stayed consistent with the game. So however many hours that is, and a lot of those 4 hours a day is simply practice. It's not just like having fun, it's like work. You have to really work to be good at this game. 2 very different bastion routes coming out from these runners, but I think they're getting about the same results. And I would expect that golden apple to come out very quickly from Semperzz purling around. Yeah, they both still have that golden apple. That's pretty good. You want to probably eat that before you start purling around. Yeah, there's the golden apple. It's going to heal you up a little bit. Get to this fortress. Very nice pace from both of them.
I wonder how many hours have chat got? Chat, how many hours in Minecraft do you currently have? I want to see who is the, I would love to see who is the undisputed champion of hours here in chat. So chat, how many hours do you currently have? We see them getting set for the spawn here. Semperzz looking like a much better spawn for Semperzz there than we have seen previously. Hoffik slightly behind, portaling out. So behind by probably about 20 seconds, but a much, much better spawn here for Semperzz than we did see on the previous run. A lot more enclosed, which is going to speed things up considerably in comparison to the previous run.
Yeah, Semperzz doing a blaze TNT there. Sometimes we see a blaze bed to clear the spawner, but if you have TNT, it's more efficient to use it that way, as long as you know what you're doing. So I love to see that. Oh, is Hoffik going to do it as well? Nice. You love to see it. Yeah, particular configuration, because you need to not destroy the blaze spawner itself. But very nicely done for both runners there. You love to see it. Look how clean that just clears out the spawner. You get all that spawning space right away. Beautiful. I love to see it.
It is beautiful. We see Semperzz is on the outside. Are they once again going for the blind run here? I'm wondering if they are. Let's have a look. They are checking. There we go. They're checking the angles, seeing exactly what's happening. And will we see, is that going to be another blind run here from Semperzz? They do have the boat available. I don't know. They seem to be. Are they going back in? Looks as though Semperzz is going back in.
Wonder if there's 20 obsidian. I didn't see the obsidian counts.
Let's have a look.
I think so.
Doesn't. I think there could be.
Yeah, there's 15 obsidian. Yeah, so Semperzz has more. There we go. So Semperzz is going to be doing a double travel. Meanwhile, Hoffik has a pearl hang going. I'll have to ask, do you know what a pearl hang is?
I'm assuming it's something to do with pearls.
It is. It does have to do with pearls.
Huge.
Yeah. Hanging pearls.
I've nailed it.
Very good. It's another way that speedrunners manipulate their view distance or their render distance in order to make things happen. I think there's a pearl hang. Maybe I'm crazy. But if you throw an ender pearl and then you lower your view distance so that the pearl is outside of it, it gets frozen there. The game keeps it stored in the memory, but it hasn't landed yet. So when you're ready to have that pearl land, you just up your render distance, it loads in, and then you go. So I thought Hoffik had one to go back to his original portal. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe we'll see in another run though, so I can point it out. But yeah, it's a cool strategy. So I think Hoffik is just doing the same thing though, and Semperzz
just slightly behind,
ahead. Yeah, Semperzz looks quite ahead.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case. I think that seems to be the case. We'll see if Hoffik does decide to go back to the portal here. We'll find out exactly what the plan is. Is Hoffik going to go back to the portal? We see them dropping down. They've picked it up. Yeah, it looks as though they are heading back for the portal. So we're effectively having two very, very... I say that. Hoffik ends up back into the trees. Oh, no, picking up the... Yeah, there we go. So Hoffik is heading back. It does seem as though we are effectively having the same... I mean, Hoffik having to stop by making sure they've got some bacon before they do go back in. But that it does seem to be the case. It seems as though we have two very, very similar strategies here, but both of the players going back to the nether. Semperzz seems to be ahead at this point in time by about a minute. There's not a huge difference, and as I say that, Semperzz looks as though they are building their second portal here, being attacked by what appears to be a giant pig mammoth. Super unfortunate. We'll see where Semperzz ends up here, and they look to be inside a cave. Now the question is, just how close are they? Just how close are they going to be to where they have to realistically where they need to be? Only time is going to tell. And Hoffik, they're very, very quick on the tail of Semperzz building the portal as well. Let's see if they do seem to spawn in the same sort of area. Slightly different here for Hoffik. Not underground. So, or did they return? No, they did. They can't have returned. They can't have returned. They've used that obsidian. So now they're double checking to see. They're doing a little bit of a blind run after they have done the portal. But who's closer? Is it Semperzz or is it Hoffik?
I'm really surprised. Hoffik seemed to make up a bunch of time there. I mean, Hoffik getting almost all of the blazes before doing the distance estimate, whereas Semperzz did it right away. I thought Semperzz was in a substantial lead here of about a minute or two, but it does look very close. And I actually don't know. It could be anyone's game.
Who do we think, Jack?
Yeah, who is closer to this stronghold? Because I honestly
Who's closer, Semperzz or Hoffik? Semperzz or Hoffik? Who is closer currently? Someone telling me this pig mammoth is called Hoglin. I mean, I don't know. It could have been called Steve. It could have been called Philip. I'm not
its
sure.
name might be Steve. We don't know that for a fact.
It could be Steve. Did you know that the main character of Minecraft is called Steve? Did you know that? I learned that.
Yeah, that's true. Steve and Alex. The two main characters.
There we go. I learned it. So yeah, let's see who Hoffik is currently. It actually looks as though Hoffik is heading to the same position where Semperzz is. So I think Semperzz is actually slightly ahead here, not by much. It's not by much, but Semperzz could be a little bit ahead.
I see. Hoffik, the eye is pointing about 20 blocks away. That's where Semperzz dug down. So Hoffik is very, very close as well. But Semperzz is, in fact, in the lead now. Ooh, preemptive navigation. Look at the pie charts. The orange, what you want to pay attention to. Apparently, that's a good amount of orange. And Semperzz is off. Is it correct?
We're going to find out. Let's see.
Oh, it might not be. Maybe?
Or maybe it could be a little bit lower round. I don't think so. Maybe it hasn't worked out for them. So now this becomes if we do actually see Hoffik dropping down into the same area as Semperzz, we could effectively find ourselves in a position where if Hoffik finds the portal room sooner, there could be a slight lead on the side of Hoffik. This is really getting down to the wire here between these two players. This really is getting down to the wire. Let's not forget, Hoffik is currently 1-0 up. Semperzz once again does have the lead in just sheer time and getting to the right areas first. But Hoffik is right on the heels of Semperzz. Semperzz did another double check there, I think. So we'll see exactly if this has helped them out.
Yes, Semperzz seems convinced that there is something this way. Again, what you're doing is checking for a mob spawner, but mob spawners can spawn in other places. They can spawn in dungeons. You can get false readings from other things. So Semperzz is convinced it is this way. This is the third time Semperzz has gone out.
There it
was this way, just slightly off, but Semperzz was actually correct. And that Hoffik just finds it.
Hoffik just finds it. He eats the golden apple, is right behind Semperzz here, and this could come down to, we do see that Semperzz is there quicker by around about the region of maybe 5 seconds here. This is going to come down to who is going to be able to one cycle cleaner. If Semperzz is unable to do it, and I have no doubt in my mind that Semperzz will have practiced this so often, they will have this down to an art form, but there is still a chance here for Hoffik to potentially come back in. Let's see who sets up what they need first. Hoffik looks as though they've actually set up slightly ahead of Semperzz here. This could go down to literal milliseconds between these two players, T-Wags.
It could. There is Minecraft is full of randomness. There is a guaranteed set perch after a certain amount of time, but there's still a possibility the dragon can perch before. On average, the further you stand away from the fountain, the more likely that is to happen, but there's very little you can do at this point in the run. Sadly, if you can't hit a 0 cycle and you have to wait for this is all you can do. You just have to wait. Standing further away is better. They're both standing about where you got to stand. That's all you could do. Semperzz purling in. Gets the perch.
Semperzz, he's got it in. Here we go. He needs to nail this. Semperzz absolutely needs to nail this one cycle. Is it going to happen? It still hasn't happened. 1 hit, 2 hit. It's looking really good. 3 hits on the side of Semperzz. There it is. Semperzz manages to take it, but it came down to the absolute wire between Semperzz and Hoffik here. Looks though Hoffik is currently still waiting for that perch. Looks though we are going to be going to a game number 3 between these two players. And so far, we've actually seen some really good games. Specifically, that first best of 3 that we saw between Cube and Reignex was fantastic, but this one also delivering at the same sort of time. T-Wags, chat, I don't know how you feel about these games so far, but they've been beautiful.
Yeah,
why didn't you invite me on this earlier? Come on. This is amazing. I love this.
Minecraft speedrunning just sucks you in. You get way too interested. You start speedrunning yourself, and then all of a sudden you're 1,000 hours down into Minecraft speedrunning. It's a deep dark hole, you know. So yeah, Minecraft speedrunning, it's been crazy, and every seed so far, either one runner has made a mistake and the other one has just completely taken it, or neither runner makes a mistake and they're both in the end at the same time waiting for the perch. Fortunately, Semperzz does enter slightly faster and does get the faster perch, so there is justice. Randomness didn't ruin it this time, and it's going to be a C3.
If it's anything like the previous match number 3 that we had, this seed could end up being absolutely fantastic. If you are just tuning in, by the way, and are wondering currently what is going on, honestly, same. You can check out !rules in the chat. That will give you all the information that you need to know. We're looking at crowning potentially a new champion here in the Method Minecraft Rush King of the Hill. Cube is down in the lower bracket. And as you mentioned earlier, T-Wags, nobody has actually come up from the loser's bracket to claim the crown at the moment. You see Cube down there. Cube is the reigning champion, but Reignex doing a great job in match number 3 in their best of 3 series. Reignex obviously will be facing off against Hoffik and Semperzz here. If you're Reignex, who would you actually prefer to face, or rather I should say, who would you want to avoid in the semi-finals between Hoffik and Semperzz?
I would never want to be up against Hoffik. That's a terrifying nightmare that I don't want to be a part of. So Semperzz, although really impressed me with that solo Desert Temple run. Semperzz seemed to be in his element. I don't know what it was about it, but just the combination of having those quick tools, that extra gold. I mean, we saw Semperzz die in the Bastion on the first run. That was the big mistake, but this time with the Desert Temple, usually you get some gold to distract piglins, so that wasn't a problem this time. Had a really nice middle down housing Bastion route. I always love those. Pearled around confidently, played the fortress well. I think Semperzz just played that seed phenomenal. So I was thinking Hoffik was going to take this one. If I was Reignex, I'd be a little more scared of Hoffik, but in a solo Desert Temple seed, man, Semperzz looked really good.
Yeah, and that's the other side of it as well. It's all well and, you know, you could be the best speedrunner in the world, but if a seed, as you mentioned earlier, if a seed throws something at you that you are not expecting, it doesn't matter how much you have prepared for it. everything just kind of goes out the window. I'm kind of wondering, what is the weirdest situation you've come up against so far? And the same question to chat as well. If you have any specific weird scenarios you've come up against, if you have been doing the Minecraft speedrunning, I'd love to hear it. But specifically, T-Wags, is there anything that immediately jumps out at you as you remembering, I have no idea what just happened, and I'm not even going to bother questioning it?
I mean, sometimes bastions, or what we like to call fastions, really throw you for a loop. If there is, the chat was recommending lava housing because they're evil people before. Lava housing is a situation where if there's lava anywhere near the top of a specific rampart in housing, it completely floods the entire thing, destroying any chance you have of having a good route. That is always something that throws you in complete disarray, and if you're not ready for it, it just kills all of your piglins, all of your gold, and you. So I hope that doesn't happen, although chat wants it to. And sometimes bastions, if there's a fortress and a bastion that are intersecting and overlapping, funny enough, piglins are actually coded to automatically attack wither skeletons. If they get hit by another mob like a blaze, they also go to attack that. So that can completely ruin your bastion route. So here we go. Again, Kexman, FSG.
Exactly. FSG. We do also have a ruined portal east and village south of ruined portal between these ones. We've seen ruined portals, how effective they can be, how very, very lucrative those ruined portals can be between them here. We see Semperzz just getting a little bit of trading in here, picking up as much as they possibly can, keeping themselves nice and warm. Keeping themselves nice and warm for this. There we go. Looks like they are getting themselves once again back into the starting screen, the getting ready screen here for King of the Hill. Very, very excited to see how this one is going to play out. If you're either of these two, game number 3, Ruined Portal, it's a big risk. You could potentially lose a lot of time, but on the other hand, if it is a game 3 and it goes as close as the previous 2 games, that could give you the absolute edge here.
Yeah, it's with FSG, with power. So the power part of power FSG tells me the exact specific filter, which I believe is always looting 2 or looting 3 gold sword with 3 iron and either a flint and steel or a fire charge to light the portal. Could be wrong. It's been a while since I did that, but I believe that's what the meaning of power FSG is. So that's probably going to be your nether enter unless there's a closer lava pool. And again, the looting sword means instead of having to kill 14 blazes on average, you have to kill 3. So a huge time save there.
Here we go. What's in it?
We'll see. Okay.
There it is.
It's not 3 iron, so I was wrong with the power FSG. It is looting 3. And there is gold armor, which is really nice. A golden apple is always helpful. Golden shovel's okay. But yeah, not that much iron. So I was thinking they were going to have an easy bucket, easy pick, but they're just going to have to kill the golem and decide on either bucket or pick. They can't get both here.
Which one would you pick if you were in their situation?
If the portal, I didn't see that closely the portal. If it's totally completable and I don't need a bucket, then that's an easy skip. But if you have to get in the nether by using a bucket, they do have 6 iron plus a light. Oh, right. Because the iron golem always drops 5. My bad. I forgot. So, right. In normal filter, you need a lot. But in this mod, of course, you always get the 5 iron. So you know for sure. Right. I know what I'm talking about. So they will be able to just get 7 iron. Yeah.
There we go. They're doing a little bit of searching around the village, getting as much food as they possibly can. Obviously, food very important in the Nether, as we have seen with Reignex in the previous series. Incredibly important, because if that food hadn't have been there, we'd have had a much shorter conversation about what Reignex was doing in the Nether. There's the bucket once again. It does look as though the bucket is going to be needed, I think. It looks as though neither of them are making a direct dash towards the portal. Slight difference here on the side of Hoffik, though. Looks as though they're not spending as much time were they making? I think they might have been making food, actually. My mistake. They may have been making some food. Right, let's see what their next step is. to figure out exactly what's going on. Let's take a look. We do have, that portal is going to be very difficult to complete, I think, in the grand scheme of things. So they may move on. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, this is called the Hanging Portal. There is a fast way to complete this. Are we going to see it? Semperzz, actually the creator of the Ruin Portal practice map that everyone uses, does know the fast completion, and Hoffik is going to have to do the normal slow completion that I always do because I don't know these fast ways to do these things. So Semperzz is going to save maybe 4 seconds, which doesn't seem like a lot, but this run could be very fast. 4 seconds could be a big deal.
But we've seen previous. I mean, take a look at the previous match that we just saw. 4 seconds. I mean, if Hoffik was 4 seconds quicker than Semperzz, again, we could have been having a very, very different conversation based on this. We might not have even had a game number 3. So it all depends on what, on how quickly these matter. And obviously, that's a lot of gold that we do have in the center here. The other side of it as well is, yes, that 4 seconds doesn't seem like much now, but 4 seconds here, 4 seconds there, and suddenly things start to really, really change, in these speed runs.
Yeah, and runners on the worst part of this bastion, you want to spawn on the other side for the traditional route. The runners going to this lower treasure section, which I always think is fun. It's my favorite route, lower treasure. It's incredibly risky. You die often, and the trades are fairly slow, so runners do hate it. Understandable. They are going to go to the upper treasure section, which has a lot more piglins and a lot more consistency. A lot of zombie piglins, though, which are not fun to deal with. The zombie piglins do scare the normal piglins so that they can't get up to you and trade, so that's annoying. But
and quite rightly so, too. Yeah. I'd be scared of a zombie piglin.
Yeah, that's understandable. Hoffik, as I said before, Hoffik does different bastion routes than a lot of the top runners. So Hoffik is doing one of the very original treasure routes invented over a year and a half ago by Ninja Brain. We call it the Ninja Brain route. Most runners have adopted to not do this ever. Hoffik has continued to use this every single time. Semperzz is doing what is called Boomer route, which was renovated more recently and is going to get a few more piglins here. I think they're both about the same, though, honestly. So people have their preferences and get very, very adamant. I don't know if Chad has any very strong opinions, but some people absolutely hate certain bastion routes and love other ones. So, I mean, Ninja Brain Resident Sleeper. I like Ninja Brain, though. I think it's good.
See, you mentioned obviously the changes that we do see, and I mean, Minecraft has been around for a very, very long time now. But as with any speedrunning community, there are always differences. There are always new things that are being discovered. Just how often are different routes, different ideas in the Minecraft speedrunning community? Just how often do they actually appear? Is it quite a regular thing, or has it taken a long time for us to see the variations that we see now?
It has taken quite a long time. I came up with 4 original bastion routes, and I thought they were pretty cool, and it took me about 5 minutes to do the bastions, and I thought it was pretty fast. And then after about 4 months, people were doing 1-2 minute bastion routes. And so, in the first 6 months or so, every once in a while we'd come up with a new bastion route that'd be a bit faster. And so it was crazy. So, unfortunately, the newer versions of Minecraft aren't as good for speedrunning. So we haven't had enough tech to develop, and most of these routes have been pretty set for about a year. If Mojang comes out with cool new stuff to speedrun, man, we'll come up with new tech. We'll keep doing it. But
fingers crossed.
Both the runners. Yeah, it'd be really cool to see cool new stuff. Both the runners exiting the bastion. Hoffik already at the fortress. Where is Semperzz going?
Semperzz is going back in? Semperzz dies. Semperzz dies. That is disastrous. That is absolutely disastrous for Semperzz there. And I think they even to the point where they fully reset the seed. Let's see exactly what happens here on the side of Semperzz. Semperzz in a very, very different situation to Hoffik. Just exactly what was Semperzz trying to do here?
I think didn't see a route to the fortress. You spawned in a spot where you could see both bastion and fortress, and Semperzz couldn't find the terrain to the fortress maybe, so had to pearl back through. And That's why people hate lower treasure. It's just such awkward random blocks that are here and then they're not there, and so even purling around in lower treasure is just going to result in a death. And if you're curious why Hoffik did that fortress in a matter of seconds, it's because of that looting sword. Hoffik also needs a light. Okay, Hoffik does have a light. So yeah, I mean, 7-minute nether exit. These should be guaranteed blind cords, so Hoffik should be within a couple hundred blocks of the stronghold, pretty much guaranteed. Wait.
There you go. Just setting themselves up.
Why is Hoffik negative cords? It should be negative positive or positive negative, right?
Negative, yeah, negative. You're asking the wrong person, if I'm honest with you. Like asking completely the wrong person, if I'm completely honest with you.
Just seeing if chat knows anything that I don't. So Hoffik does have 20 obsidian, is just going to do a normal double travel, but I thought the it said in the notes blind travel guaranteed, which means you either go to negative 150, positive 150, or positive 150, negative 150, and then you're guaranteed to get the stronghold. So,
I mean, a good question. Does Hoffik not understand the blind FSG cohorts? Is that a potential?
Maybe not.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe Hoffik doesn't entirely know how the filter works. It's possible. Not everyone plays the category. Now. Yeah.
I mean, it's possible. Looking as though they are building a second one here. Oh, is that a misplaced obsidian there? Oh no, there we go. Okay, so they're coming through. Where are they now?
Oh, they're just in a different one. There's 3 strongholds in the first ring. They're just not going to the guaranteed one. They're just playing this totally normal. So
maybe they don't know about the blind FSG cohorts. God,
yeah.
Who wouldn't know about blind FSG cohorts? Am I right, chat?
Imagine.
Am I right? Who wouldn't know?
Imagine not knowing about that. Wow. So, I mean, Semperzz is far behind, but this kind of opens the door, because if Semperzz knows this, they're going to be exiting the Nether just directly onto an ocean stronghold.
There we go. Let's see. This could potentially be the return that Semperzz requires. Because Semperzz, I mean, if Hoffik would have been able to have picked that up straight away, then you've got to imagine that Semperzz would have been way too far behind. But now, I mean, you're actually looking at an option, not only an option for Semperzz to come back in, but a very, very real possibility that Semperzz has that. Semperzz just needs to make sure they're currently playing this clean. They do have the entirety of the Nether section to go through as of yet. Still looking like a relatively far run here for Hoffik.
Yeah, not the easiest terrain. Dark Forest is kind of fun terrain to navigate. You get to jump along the trees, but not the easiest terrain to traverse. Does have plenty of food and should be fairly close. So yeah, Semperzz is far behind. Still has to do a roughly 2-minute bastion route, maybe 30 seconds to get to the fortress, and then 30 seconds to do the fortress. So Semperzz honestly probably only has about 4 more minutes left in the Nether. Until he's out right on top of the stronghold. Yeah.
Hoffik cannot be far now. There we go. Going down straight away. Looks as though they feel as though they may have identified it here. We're going to see if that has paid off for them. They're going down,
Hoffik
deeper and down. There we go.
Oh.
They found it.
So Hoffik has thrown, I think, 4 Eyes of Ender. The first 3 are guaranteed to not break. The last one did break, though. It's a 20% chance, and it did happen to break, which I think means of the 12 spots in the portal, Hoffik needs at least one of them to be filled with an eye. Or else...
So they're really...
Yeah.
That's, I mean, again, everything is kind of, we thought to ourselves, Semperzz had not necessarily thrown, but Semperzz hadn't put themselves into the best position. But now we're in a situation where Hoffik may have actually given Semperzz not only the room to come back into this best of 3 here on the final match number 3, but also an opportunity to potentially take the lead here.
Yeah, the chance of each portal frame being filled with an eye is 10%, and there are 12. So I believe when you do the math, the odds of getting at least a one eye is like a 60-ish percent. What was it?
Yeah, it's
around
about
60%.
Sounds about right. Let's see if that has worked out for them. They're still looking for the portal room. Still looking out for it. Keep an eye on the side of Semper as well here. Semper's is now back into... they're now back roughly where they were previously. Roughly, maybe slightly ahead. Maybe just slightly ahead of where they were previously. Looks like they are heading towards the fortress now. There we go. That is what they've done. But Hoffik still looking for this portal room. Is this potentially one of the more frustrating moments whenever you're in these speedrunning things, just trying to find the portal room? Because that's all you realistically need right now.
Yes, I hate this. I hate this part of every speedrun because I'm like, I'm good at this. I know how strongholds generate. I've seen the code. I understand all the rooms. And then I'm just wandering around the stronghold for like 5 minutes. And I'm like, why can't I find a stupid portal room? It's like behind this stupid hidden wall across this ravine. That's exactly what Hoffik is thinking right now. It's like, why is there a ravine in here? I don't know what's going on. Meanwhile, oh my God, Semperzz is about to take the lead, unironically. Semperzz just has to get to negative 150, positive 150. Oh, except Hoffik found it now. It's a 0! No! No way!
Is it 0? Is it a 0? Do mine eyes... It is. It's a 0. There is no eye there. They're one short. They are one short. If there is ever a world now where Semperzz is going to take the lead, this has to be it. This has to be it. Obviously, there's still room. There is still room for Hoffik to win this. But Semperzz suddenly looking much better. Suddenly looking much better than they were previously. Chat, this game may have just been turned completely on its head. Completely on its head. I mean, Hoffik, they're running the risk of having that eye break. We do know that there is a 20% chance. The first 3 do not break. There is a 20% chance after that for them to break. So is that potentially a mistake of Hoffik there playing to the absolute edge? Semperzz, though, they're not blind running this, surely?
No, this is the FSG blind cords. This was a guaranteed stronghold. Yeah, so it could be ocean exposed, and you just swing right into it.
This is massive.
I mean, Semper's in a massive, massive lead right now. Hoffik has to go all the way back to the fortress, kill a single blaze to get a blaze rod, and then all the way back to the portal. Hoffik is just resetting. I don't know what Hoffik was missing. It must have been... He must have been missing something.
This is surely Semperzz to take. Because there is no way, there is absolutely no way that Hoffik is going to be able to get back into this position with everything set up before Semperzz kills the dragon. There's just no world where that happens. No matter what siege you want to put in front of it, no matter what you want to have there, this just does not happen to you, Wags. Surely.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. Even if Semperzz takes 5 minutes to get to the end, it's still going to be plenty of time. It's all going to be down on the 1 cycle. So it doesn't really matter.
Unless it is, I mean, if Semperzz dies, that could cause a big issue.
So you see the top right of Semperzz screen where there's a little spoon icon?
Yeah. Okay.
Remember the monuments and the spiky laser fish that we were talking about before?
I remember the spiky laser fish, yes.
If you... This is so weird. This is like trying to explain the stupidest thing. Okay. Semperzz is currently within 50 blocks of one of those monument laserfish things.
Okay.
Every minute, the laserfish will give you that icon in the top right, which means you can no longer break any blocks.
Oh.
In order to protect their gold blocks. It's a convoluted thing, but Semperzz now has an effect that means he cannot break any blocks.
Semperzz.
So he's trying to die so that effect isn't there. This is the weirdest thing.
This is...
Okay.
Oh no! His bed! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Semperzz, what have you done? Semperzz! Unfortunately, I'm not sure entirely what happened there, but it looks as though we may have just seen the world's most severe case of insomnia that I have ever seen. Semperzz there getting eaten alive by bugs, and you can almost see the confusion immediately as Semperzz just gets eaten. It looks like, yeah, the bed was obstructed. The obstructed bed has hit hard, and now Hoffik, this has just been completely turned on its head. I mean, someone in chat just said, Kexman, do you not know about the caster curse? I am very, very familiar with the caster curse. I didn't realize that it was going to be this bad. I did not realize that it was going to be this bad. The only advantage that Semperzz now has, though, is I'm not sure, did Semperzz reset seed or not? I don't believe they have done. The only advantage they may have over Hoffik right now is they know where the portal is. They know the blind coordinates. That may be the only opportunity they have, but this is, I don't know. I do not know. I don't know exactly what's going to happen. FSG,
Yeah, FSG just.
Hang on, this is the second time, T-Wags, that you've turned around and you said FSG. They know.
Easy.
They're really easy. They know exactly where to go. We're on like the third one of them, and both of these players have just been ruined, absolutely ruined. Semperzz there, obviously using the boat to get across. I still think Semperzz is ahead. I still think Semperzz is ahead right now. I think so
too. Semperzz just has to get to the Nether portal, remember the Stronghold nav, and recollect his stuff. So to recap what just happened, because it was a lot of random weird things that you never normally see. Semperzz was in a stronghold directly next to an ocean monument, went within 50 blocks of an Elder Guardian. The Elder Guardian gave him mining fatigue, which means you can't break blocks. Semperzz needed to break blocks. So Semperzz set up the hunger reset, but then Silverfish blocked him from being able to set his spawn and right-click his bed, and died and went back to the start. So Semperzz now has all of the things he needs waiting for him in the stronghold, just has to get there.
There it is. Is that it?
But could also still be mining fatigued. There's still a monument there. There's still the Elder Guardians that can give him mining fatigue and mess all this up. And I don't know if that's going to mess things up. I mean, it's such a rare occurrence, but it could happen. And Hoffik, meanwhile, is replaying the seed, could be close behind, but Hoffik doesn't know what blind coordinates mean in FSG, and that's just killer. So Hoffik is still playing this like random stronghold.
This has been a series so far. I'm so happy I joined in the Method Minecraft Rush King of the Hill number 11, because oh my word, we are really shaping up to have a fantastic game here. Semperzz, I believe, has found themselves back where they need to be. The question is, can they remember exactly where they went? Can they remember it? It looks as though they're keeping an eye out for the doors, making sure that they are. There we go. They've made it back. They have made it back. They have everything that they need now, and there is no mining fatigue. So there we go, placing it down. Semperzz managing to get themselves into a relatively decent position, still needing to craft a couple of beds to make sure that they have everything that they possibly need going in to face off against the Ender Dragon, making sure they have all the beds they'll need, at least 4 of them. They are crafting 5 to be on the safe side. There's some extra beds to craft just once again to make sure that they are looking good. But Hoffik not far behind, but the fact that they don't know the FSG coordinates, that's really going to screw them here. Although, as I say that, has Hoffik potentially found themselves where they need to be? Maybe they took the. Is it possible actually that Hoffik does?
Oh, there's a monument right there. That's a monument right there. This could be right on it. Yeah, Hoffik's there. Semperzz is entering, but Semperzz is prepping for zero cycle.
Question mark? Question mark? Question mark?
Oh my God, Semperzz is going for zero. Wait.
Oh my God! There's no way that Semperzz is going to throw. No.
Okay,
There we go. Surely not. Surely not.
Okay.
That was. Oh, that could have been interesting. But I think what actually happened there is Hoffik didn't actually go for the blind. Didn't go for the guaranteed coordinates. I think they took the risk. I think they took the risk of going for just a standard blind run there. We saw from Reignex that can potentially work out for you, but didn't work out obviously for Hoffik, and immediately they found themselves back to where they need to be. They are going to be just behind. If they actually go in quickly, maybe they could get a very, very quick. If they believe they're behind, they could be going in for a very, very quick zero cycle.
Hoffik is very comfortable with zero cycle. Yeah, maybe Hoffik did figure out or did realize the blind coordinates or something. If Hoffik did this first, this was an easy win. This was a tough zero cycle, but not impossible by any means. I feel like Hoffik is the type of runner that would go for this.
Good point in chat. How is this close? Consider the game that we have had. How is this close? And here we go. Hoffik is going for the zero cycle, potentially taking the zero cycle, which would take the victory from underneath Semperz's nose here. Going for the zero cycle. Is it going to work out? Misses the first one. That's not going to be it. That is not going to be the zero cycle.
Wow.
But we don't have the perch yet. We don't have the perch yet on the side of Semperzz. There we go. It's coming in for the perch now, I believe. I believe it could be coming in for the perch now. We're going to have to wait and see. No, still waiting on it on the side of Semperzz. So this is still, there's still a world. There is still a world.
No way!
No, is it coming down? It's coming down for Hoffik. It's coming down for Hoffik. Are they able to take the one cycle? They went for the zero cycle. It didn't work out. They've got 3. They've got 4. They need this 5th one. They take it. Hoffik, and it's just now come down for Semperzz. What has just happened in this game number 3 between Hoffik and Semperzz? Hoffik somehow claiming victory here from the jaws of defeat between Hoffik and Semperzz. What just happened, T-Wags?
I don't know, but I know if I'm Semperzz right now and I had an FSG seat that is normally 9 minutes and I finish it at 24 minutes, I'm not expecting to see the "you lost" screen. So Semperzz is probably crushed right now thinking, how in the world did both of us take 24 minutes to finish a sub 10 seed and we finished within seconds of each other? I mean...
Hoffik going for the zero cycle, missing the zero cycle, dropping down, and immediately, you see on Semperz's screen here, you can see on Semperz's screen there taking a look to see exactly what happened. What was that? I mean, that's RNG for you. You've mentioned previously that things can happen that you don't expect. And so far, we've had 6 games, and I think it's safe to say that's, as someone mentioned, as Ashley mentions, that 4 seconds from the start. How important could that have been? I have no idea what's just happened. I have no idea. Take us to brackets, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to believe what I am about to see, considering the best of 3 that we have just seen. Semperzz dropping down to the lower bracket to face off against Cube. I am completely dumbstruck that we just saw that, T-Wags.
We could probably talk about that last seed for like 3 hours and actually go into detail about exactly everything that happened. There was way too much going on. Monument on a stronghold, Hoffik not getting the blind cords, getting it again, Semperzz dying in the Bastion. I mean, there were like 20 instances of either randomness or mistakes that were made that cost several seconds, and it came down to 14 seconds or so. So insane. And Semperzz is going to have another chance at the lower bracket against Cube. Hoffik versus Reignex is going to be an insane match, though. Both runners super confident in zero cycle. If the ends are even remotely zero cyclable, I'm pretty sure both of them are going to force it, even with low materials and low beds. I mean, they're just going to go all out. So this is going to be a brawl of a semifinals match. It's going to be a really fun one. Wow.
It's going to be absolutely beautiful. As mentioned, Reignex versus Hoffik is going to be your next match in the upper bracket semi-final. As I said previously, if people are wondering exactly why you're watching this, show them the two best of the three matches that we have seen in the previous two series. They have been absolutely off the chain, exactly what we want to see during this King of the Hill tournament. But myself, T-Wags, we are going to be taking a break. Make sure you folks do not go anywhere, because we've got Reignex versus Hoffik coming up, and if it's anything like the previous two series that we have seen so far today, you are not going to want to miss a single second of it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
For sure, so cold, but we're always coming back for more. Egos in this wicked game, it's all for sure. Oh, I've got you. If we figured out what it's all about, takes a second and then we're back it again. Coaster ride for the triggered minds, but I don't ever want us to stop it. Go ahead, let me smile for all I care. Just wanna stay close, don't take that. Ain't gonna leave ya. floor. We know how to push the buttons to the core. I've got you. If we figured out what it's all about, takes a second and then we're back it again. Coaster ride for the triggered minds, but I don't ever want us to stop it. Go ahead, tell them it's my fault for all I care. Just wanna stay close, don't say that. Ain't gonna leave ya. I don't wanna sabotage. You're a million. If we figured out what it's all about, takes a second and then we're back it again. Coaster ride for the triggered minds, but I don't ever want us to stop it. Go ahead, tell them it's my fault for all I care. Just wanna stay close, don't say that. Ain't gonna leave ya. I don't wanna sabotage. You're a million. What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way. you think, what you think, what you think. Shame on me thinking it was just a phase. Got me like ooh, got me like ooh. Ain't it fun recognizing your mistakes? Got me like ooh, feeling so ooh. Now I brought my worst behavior, throwing a party in my head. Yeah, prayers from all my saviors. Just let it rain all over me, over me, over me, over me, over me. Now I brought my worst behavior, throwing a party in my head. Yeah, prayers from all my saviors. Just let it rain all over me, over me, over me, over me, over me, over me. So brave and so stupid, just like the movies. I was gonna stay in the fight with you, just thinking we would do this until we couldn't do it. Each and every high, every night with you, you and me so clueless. We were just broken, shattered, singing along to nothing matters. Stray around like nighttime rumors. We were in too deep. In your worn out sweaters, thinking we'll be young forever. Driving in your mom's old hatchback, and we were in too deep. Cause I'm thinking we'll be young, be young, be young. Cause I'm thinking we'll be young forever. Cause I'm thinking we'll be young, be young, be young. Cause I'm thinking we'll be. Where did it begin? Where did it end? Hanging on those strings.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. My name is Kexman, and I am joined by T-Wags on this Method Minecraft Rush, King of the Hill, and we have seen some absolute barnstormer games over the previous couple of hours. Obviously, Cube down in the lower brackets. For those of you that have missed it, Reignex putting Cube down there. Semperzz Hoffik playing a brilliant best of three series. Hoffik taking the victory. That does mean that our next game is Hoffik versus Reignex. I hope everybody had a good break. I had a good break. I had a little bit of garlic bread, which, as we know, one of the greatest food substances on the planet. How was your break, T-Wags?
That's true. That's true. I had a quick bite to eat. 15 minutes goes by quick, but I am ready for more Minecraft. And yeah, man, those first 5 seeds, it was like, yeah, good introduction, you know, like His village, his shipwreck. We got, FSG out of the way. And then that last seed, just everything got thrown at you in the span of like 2 minutes. So I hope that was enjoyable. I hope we get to see what monuments are normally about in a monument seed today. That'd be kind of fun. Even though it can be kind of a difficult strategy. I'm ready for Hoffik versus Reignex. I see in the chat a lot of Reignex voters here. I think around 60 to 70% Reignex. I don't know. I might be leaning towards Hoffik, but Kexman, what do you think from what you've seen in the first series?
Hoffik to me looks as though they are probably slightly more quote unquote reliable with their strategies, but you can't discount someone like Reign. And you love watching someone like Reign because they are going to take those risks. They are going to potentially get rewarded for that. And if you want to make sure that you're going for something that has zero risk but gives you all of the reward, I recommend you check out one of our fantastic sponsors, Apex Hosting. If you've been thinking about getting your own Minecraft server, or you're thinking about coming back to the game, then you should definitely check those folks out. !Apex in the chat. And there's no better day to do it than today, because during today's event, you can get 35% off your first month subscription with the promo code METHOD. You've got countless server versions. You've got a low latency connection. And not only that, you have a top tier gaming experience with industry leading support, ensuring that you and your friends are going to have the best time whenever and wherever you want to game. Once again, !Apex in the chat. If you click that link, the promo code will be applied directly at checkout. So go and check those folks. They are truly brilliant. They are truly brilliant, chat. Kexman would never lie to you. I would never ever lie to you. So there we go. Apex Hosting, very, very great. Very great people. But yeah, as I was saying, Reignex definitely takes more risks. I can understand why people would want Reignex to win. Obviously, there's a little bit more. I don't want to say there's more fun, because that does take away from the skill and the entertainment that you do get from the other streams. But let's face it, the people that do take those risks, they generally make this competition, sometimes it really does put you on the edge of the seat. As I say that, though, the previous series that we saw between Hoffik and Semperzz, you don't need to do that to be on the edge of your seat, T-Wags.
Yeah, I don't think there was anything particular about the runners or the seeds. It was just weird circumstance after weird circumstance. Purling through lower treasure, mining fatigue at the strongholds, Hoffik throwing 4 eyes, which only one of them can break, and there's a 20% chance it did break, and then there's a only 30% chance he won't be able to enter, and that also hits. I mean, just a bizarre set of odds that were hit to make the last seed, just absolutely crazy. So I'm expecting some exciting stuff. I would love to see a 0 cyclable seed. These two very comfortable with it, of all the runners in the world. And maybe like a shipwreck low food seed, desert temple low food seed. Those get really, really dicey, especially in the fortress. And as we've seen, Reignex plays the fortress pretty risky. So
yeah, pretty risky, but doing a good job. I mean, we are looking here. We do have Hoffik versus Reignex. It looks as though chat believe that Reignex is going to take this best of 3, 66.7% up against Hoffik. But chat, just I want to know from you folks, give me a yes or a no. Is Cube making it back to the final? Is Cube making it back to the final? Yes or no? Very, very simple. That's all I want to see out of you. And as someone says, out of all the runners in the world, Reignex is definitely one of them. That is very, very true. Looks like we have yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. 4. I mean, 4 is an interesting option. It's a very, very interesting option. But yeah, seeing Cube dropping down to the lower bracket there, do you think that gives a little bit of a lift to these other players, seeing that, the king has already been knocked down once? It can happen again.
It definitely does. Winner's bracket advantage is so massive in this tournament. In most tournaments it is, but in this tournament especially. And you're just kind of waiting for that 1 week where the King of the Hill just has 2 slip-ups. You know, they just make a mistake on 2 seeds. They run into something they weren't expecting. And this is that week. You know, it's been 4 weeks of cube dominance. We saw it with Feinberg before. I think 7 weeks in a row Feinberg got dominance. As soon as that week comes, they just happen to make that mistake. Even if they are the best runner in the tournament, eventually it's going to happen. And this is that week, giving any of these 3 runners the opportunity to take that crown. You win additional money for defending the King of the Hill every single time we do this. It's huge. You got to be inspired. So I don't know. Cube is no slouch. Very, very real chances he's coming back. But God, this is your opportunity. You got to take it. And we see a Shipwreck, Lava Ravine seed, just like I wanted. We'll see how much food there is. Maybe I'm evil for saying it, but I love the low food runs where the runners really, really have to stress and take every step super carefully. So it's very tough.
I mean, they kind of have to take it. Whether or not Reignex knows the meaning of safely, I'm not sure. We'll find out during this one. I've also only just noticed that when the blocks do drop, instead of just saying drop, it says plops. Which I don't know why. I just see it in the bottom right hand corner. It just makes me go, yeah, that's okay. Let's go. Ooh, TNT. We do see one of those blocks being picked up there. So, I mean, I don't know whether you want to explain. Is there any reason you particularly wanted to see a seed along this line here, T-Wax?
Low food seeds. I mean, Shipwreck, Lava Ravine enters, or like Desert Temple, Lava Pool enters are always so fast. You're getting in the nether right away, getting straight into the action. We see the runners at 1 minute already looking for an enter. They just need 1 flint. They're going to turn that iron into their tools, craft that wheat into bread, and then they're in. So it's just a really, really fast seed, and it makes it really, really tricky, and you can't afford to make many mistakes at all. Even every piglin damage in the Bastion that you take for an aggressive route is tough, and you got to play safer and smarter. That being said, there is 10 bread. There was a lot of wheat in that Shipwreck, so 10 bread is very comfortable to get through an entire run. And yeah, both runners going to be entering just barely sub 2. Very standard kind of random seed ideas from them.
Almost seems to be exactly the same. Looks like they have entered in a little bit of a depression area here, trying to make their way out as quickly as possible. Obviously, we see a little bit of a zoom in there, checking out the surroundings around them, and this is very, very different to another than we have seen for pretty much any of the runs here, where they are effectively already in a cave, or what appears to be a cave.
Yeah, I did see the seed notes said something about following a path to the Bastion. So I don't remember the exact wording, but I think they see the direction using that entity counter that they're looking at in the F3 debug menu to see the direction of the Bastion. It does seem to kind of open up. Yeah, there's the Bastion. I did see Hoffik actually use TNT to get a bunch of blocks. So as Reignex only has that 9 netherrack to place blocks here, Hoffik has over a stack. So can very easily traverse this using plenty of blocks from that TNT, be very comfortable. And it looks pretty similar to me. What Bastion is this, chat?
Ooh, Hoffik there. Very, very nearly getting taken out by those pigmen once again. The mammoth pigs, as I so called them. Because let's face it, that's what they are. Reignex, however, it's quite funny. You're in that weird position where Reignex has taken a little bit of a riskier route, as we kind of expected. And yet somehow Hoffik is the one that was immediately in the most amount of danger.
Yeah, Hoffik just taking a path that took him right next to those Crimson mobs, having difficulty. So we will see Reignex do the boomer route that almost every single runner does nowadays in Treasure, except for Hoffik, of course. Hoffik loses that gold block to a piglin.
Oh no, that is that's about as bad as it can really go at this point, I think. Also looking relatively low on health. Does still have a bunch of bread available, I believe, but definitely behind, not only in terms of time, but just, you know, the sheer numbers that are involved for something along these sort of lines. There's a really, really big difference between what we're seeing from Reignex and what we're seeing from Hoffik here.
Yeah, Hoffik just struggling on this one. Is going to do Ninja Brain route, as Hoffik always likes to do in Treasure.
Ooh,
that's a weird one.
Just
That's
slowly pushing that piglin back in to exactly where they need to go. Someone in chat saying that's not nearly as bad as it can get. Oh, don't worry, we've seen them in the previous best of 3 series that we have seen. We've seen just how bad this can get. Do not worry. But yeah, Hoffik seems to have recovered to a little bit more of a stable position right now. But Reignex already done.
Unironically doing Ninja Brain route. See, I told you everyone has their preferences and enjoys different Bastion routes and hates on other ones. Some people hate Ninja Brain routes, some people love it. I'm fine with it. I like it. Hoffik does Ninja Brain route every single treasure.
Chat, which route should you use? Let's really put which
treasure route?
Use?
Which treasure?
Which treasure route should you route? But yeah, which one should you use? Let us know. Let's see exactly what happens here.
People are very opinionated on this question.
Boomer, lower.
Yeah.
Boomer, there we go. See, look, I've set chat off already.
Yeah.
I've set chat. Yeah, exactly that. I'm so excited. It's fantastic. But yeah, I mean, Reignex here is pulling out a substantial lead against Hoffik right now. Is that, you know, we've spoken about how fine these margins are, and this is a really, really nice spawn room as well. Very, very enclosed here. You know, just how much of a difference is that loss on that gold block going to be for Hoffik here in like time-wise?
Yeah, I mean, it's a few seconds. I don't think any single thing Hoffik has done has lost like minutes, but it's like 5 different things that happened. The route to the Bastion, taking extra damage, slowing down for eating, losing a gold block, having a little trouble with the piglins in the Bastion. I mean, it's like 5 different things, and Reignex is ahead by like a minute, honestly. It's just kind of crazy how these little things have added up for Hoffik, and Reignex is in a substantial lead. But if you remember the Series 1, the big thing that lost Reignex tons of time every single seed was the Nether exit and the Nether travel. Reignex just likes to send the blind and just hope for the best. And sometimes you could just lose. And I see 17 Obsidian.
Yeah, 17. So looking as though it is going to have to be another blind run here. I'm wondering if 17 Obsidian is the maximum. If that is the case, then you've got to imagine that, I mean, both of these players will be very, very used to everything they need to do here. But the way that we've seen Reignex effectively do blind every single time, would you give the advantage over to Reign if it does end up having to be a blind run?
Yeah, I would. I probably would. I mean, Reign just looks like to have slightly better mechanics here, so I would think so. The issue is there's always the option to pro back to your original portal and do a home portal educated to get you an angle of where the stronghold is, which is I think that's what Reign's doing. This is the first time we've seen Reignex do any sort of educated travel after the first 3 seeds. This is the first one. All right, we're gonna see it.
There we go.
That was perhaps the worst.
Oh no.
This is the worst time to do it. The nether terrain is garbage, so you can't go anywhere anyway. You're in a ravine. He has no idea. It's just a rough estimate of the angle. This is, of all the 4 seeds Reignex has played, this is the worst seed to do this strategy on. But you know what? I appreciate it. I respect it.
Yeah, there we go. You got to respect it. You've got to respect the I think it's a big brain play. Honestly, I think it's educated. It's an educated play here, luring us as casters into a false sense of security, and then suddenly something's just gonna it's just gonna be huge. It's gonna be massive. We see Hoffik here currently waiting. It does look as though Hoffik is about 90 seconds to 2 minutes behind where we see Reignex right now, but there is still a lot of things that Reignex needs to get around. Now we're going to see it slightly different. Is Hoffik going to go for potentially a slightly different setup here than what we saw out of Reignex? I'm not sure exactly. It looks like they're setting up a different portal here.
I think Hoffik also had around 17 Obsidian, maybe 15, and is just doing a blind travel that kind of seems to me like the play. I think in all the first 3 seeds Reignex was playing, I was like, I don't really agree with the blind travel. But in, well, I guess the first 2. But in this case, I would kind of agree with it. The terrain looks pretty rough. Hoffik just, instead of having to go all the way back to his original portal and then trying to deal with this terrain,
Reignex is
just
building.
for it. Yeah, we'll see. Okay. He's in mountains. Not the best terrain. So, you know, they're both leaving it around the same time. But yeah, Reignex could be very close here.
Let's have a look. Yeah, Hoffik has got a long way to go by the looks of things, I think. A very, very long way to go in comparison to Reign. So this may have paid it. Again, it's one of those situations where the riskier play is actually to go for that Netherrealm travel. And it looks as though Reignex has done exactly that. We expect Reignex to go for the riskier plays here, but honestly, I think looking at it, it looks like Hoffik still has a way to go. How do we think, chat? How do we think? You know, is this going to end up being something that is very, very close to each other? Or is one of these players in front of the other? Has Reign taken the lead in game number 1 in this best of 3? Or is Hoffik potentially the one that is in the lead? Apparently they're going for different strongholds. They're in opposite directions of each other.
Yeah, Hoffik just went at the fortress, went in the most convenient spot, and now has a bunch of pearls and a pretty good food source to tank all that damage from the pearls, and is going to be throwing these pretty rapidly. Also had some ocean travel, so Hoffik's travel is actually really nice. Reignex should be pretty close, having gotten the angle first, but I really don't hate Hoffik's idea here with the bad nether terrain. Just send the blind, hope for the best, and I feel like Hoffik is probably a few hundred blocks away. I think so is Reignex. I think they're basically
They've got to be close. They have to be so close here. There we go. We do see the eye going up there. It looks as though it really cannot be far for Reignex now. It's got to be right on Reignex's doorstep. We're going to have to wait and see. This is going to really come down to the wire now. This is really... wait, does Reignex only have 11? 10 eyes? Is this one going to break as well?
He might have extra blaze powder. Oh, he's got one extra blaze
he's
rod.
got... Yeah.
So he's okay for a bit.
But he's still looking like he could be a little bit further away. Hoffik still searching at the moment. Both of them still searching. This is effectively almost neck and neck. Almost neck and neck here. Looks as though Reignex is keeping an eye out, seeing exactly... okay. So it must be in around about the region where Reignex is now. It looks as though that one did break. So now we're on 10 eyes. There we go. There's the blaze. So it looks like they're building once... Oh, spider. Building back up there. Back up to 10. So here we go. So it looks as though Reignex is the first to find the area. Reignex is the first to find the area here. Hoffik is still looking. Hoffik is still looking for it. So this is currently again. It's back in the ball game of Reignex. Reignex trying to predetermine exactly where they need to go. We have seen these kind of bite people on the backside a couple of times before. Is it going to do the same thing for Reignex here? Double checking to see exactly where everything is. Making sure. There we go. Immediately finding it. So now, once again, Reignex is, again, incredibly far ahead. I don't think we've seen anybody that has effectively, they haven't been the first one into this ender area and have failed as of yet, from my memory. The only exception, of course, the previous best of 3, but that was a very, very weird circumstance. Reignex is so far ahead now. Hoffik doing a little bit of traveling. I'm wondering if they are in the right sort of region here. But Reignex looking like they're setting up. Are they going to go for the... It doesn't look like they're going... No, they aren't going to go for that zero cycle here. They're just going in straight away for it, hoping for the Ender Dragon to come down. Ball is now in the court of Reignex, T-Wags.
Yeah, I thought Hoffik was much closer, but I guess Hoffik was way far away, even with pearling a bunch. The terrain looked better because it was just ocean and plains, but now you got mountains. Now you got a bunch of trees to deal with, so Hoffik's terrain has turned into a really bad scenario. Reignex did only have 4 beds and 2 anchors. I think Hoffik is the same. Reignex actually entered ready to 0. Had to dig up through a bunch of blocks, which means it's pretty much impossible to 0. Still was eyeballing it. I saw Reignex about to Pearl try to go for 0, even though it was 1,000,000% impossible. So yeah,
the temptation was real.
He wanted to. I saw it, and yeah, I don't think Hoffik can physically. Even if Hoffik starts sticking down now and hits the portal room right away, Reignex is still going to get a guaranteed perch. That I did go back for Hoffik, so it is very close. But if Reignex hits this one cycle, that's it. That's seed 1.
Yeah, there we go. Ender Dragon looks like they currently coming down now. So it still needs to be clean. This still needs to be clean from Reignex, and it doesn't. There we go. 1, 2, let's see, 3. Needs to get 4 off, 4, and then the 5. There we go. Ender Dragon down. Ender Dragon down for Reignex, and a relatively dominant game 1 there from Reignex. And you mentioned them, he takes risks, and it seems as though that nether travel was a fair bit of a risk for for both of these players, but it comes off for Reignex, and Hoffik's still looking, still digging down deep, but not quite there yet.
Yeah, should get it. There's the message right there, 1503. So, Reignex, I think maybe has learned the way of nether traveling in tournaments. It seems like every time we see someone do either home portal educated or 20 obsidian, they just always beat the other person who blinded. So could have gone the other way. It's unfortunate. I was looking forward to Hoffik really nailing that stronghold, and also maybe getting an end at the same time. But both of them playing well. Reignex just playing a bit better with the home portal educated, doing a pearl hang there also, which we haven't seen too much of. But yeah, throwing the pearl back to the original portal. Reignex looking strong. Honestly, I might have been wrong. I thought Hoffik was going to 2-0, maybe 2-1 this, but Reignex now looking very solid.
Absolutely. Reignex in the driving seat. Hoffik having to come back in again. Best of 3 between these two players. But again, Reignex looking good. And if you two want to look good, ! Merch in the chat. Make sure you go and check out the Fantastic Method merch. We do have the new 2022 Pride Collection, and 100% of all Pride Collection profits for the remainder of 2022 will be donated to the Trevor Project, something that is near and dear to all of our hearts here at Method. And they have some nice, super comfortable joggers as well. Anything off that list you want, T-Wags? Anything immediately catching your eye?
Honestly, I am. I had to type in the merch myself because I'm honestly looking at some of these like, dang, the Pride stuff looks so cool. It looks very cool. My boring bland clothes. I just love the rainbow thing, the little hoodie, the beanie. I'm in Colorado, so it gets cold a lot. I wear a beanie like almost every day in the winter.
What do we think, chat? What do we think? Should T-Wags get the Pride beanie for the next King of the Hill? What are we getting a thumbs up? Are we getting a thumbs up or a thumbs down, chat? T-Wags with the Pride beanie. Thumbs up or thumbs down?
What's the pounds to dollars conversion?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm just throwing it out there for chat. We've got 2 thumbs up. People saying yes.
$2.
There we go.
Good. That's a good deal. It's got rainbow clouds. God, that looks so good. Yeah. Oh, well. 2 toes up. Mods, can we moth gang? Interesting.
Can we just no toes?
No toes.
But yeah, coming up next, next matchup here, Hoffik, Reignex, match number 2. Is there any world where we could potentially have, a seed that favors Hoffik here over Reignex?
I think so. I think if there's any time to ask chat what their predictions for the next wacky structure is going to be, this is the one. We already see it. Okay.
We already see it. There we go.
I knew it was going to be something different. We got a basic shipwreck lava ravine on the first seed. It's got to be something different. Solo desert temple. Oh no, it's not solo desert temple. It's village and desert temple. Okay. So, you got to pick and choose. It's an interesting.
What would you choose in this situation?
I like going Desert Temple first because something cool you can do with Desert Temple is you use one TNT to blow up the bottom, which is pretty standard, which gives you not only building blocks but stone, and you can make all of your stone tools for free. You don't have to, make the wood pick first, mine a bunch of stone, do all that slow stuff. I always love Desert Temple first. Get your tools, go to the village, kill the golem, and then go lava pool. So, if there's nothing else of note in the village, then that would be my go-to. And you know me, I love Desert Temples. I love TNT.
8 diamonds?
8 diamonds?
Are we thinking 8 diamonds?
It's 8 diamonds is crazy. I played a lot of Desert Temples. I see like 3 or 4 diamonds, maybe 5, but 8 diamonds, that was insane. So, yeah.
How many diamonds, chat? 8? 4? 5?
How many diamonds in there?
How many diamonds are we thinking, chat, here from the Desert Temple? We're going to find out in 10 seconds. So let's figure out exactly what we do see here, whether or not they go for Temple first, or whether or not they decide to go for that village between Reignex and Hoffik. Game number 2 in the upper bracket semi-final here. Hoffik down 1-0 against Reignex. Reignex has been kind of throwing caution to the wind over this entire tournament, and it's actually paying dividends for him. Looks like Reignex immediately making a beeline for that Desert Temple, though, which is pretty much what you expected to see, T-Wags.
Oh, well, I said if there was nothing of note in the village, I would love to go Desert Temple. There is something of note.
Oh, there we go.
A blacksmith has some goodies. 1 diamond, 2 iron. Nothing you can immediately make that's crazy, but that's a good start. There's some obsidian as well. So, yeah, a nice boost, but you still kind of need other stuff from somewhere. You could kill the iron golem to get your 7 iron and then enter. You could go in the Desert Temple and risk it, but there might not be anything good. There's actually guaranteed 7 iron already. So it's an option to completely skip the Desert Temple, which makes me sad, but it's a play here.
It's an option. Let's find out. They are obviously taking the time. Hoffik is going for the golem. So Hoffik's going for the golem. Reignex is getting a couple more blocks available to them. We do have some answers on the diamonds. We're saying a couple of people saying 3, 1, 6, 4 stacks of rotten flesh. You gotta love it. So I'm saying this is so non-linear. I love it and hate it. That's the beauty. That is the absolute beauty here. Looks like we do have the Iron Golem coming in from Reignex. So both players going for effectively the same setup, just on a different timing, which is, again, a relatively normal thing that you do see. So this Golem will give them at least 5 iron. They've picked up that one now. So let's find out, is it going to be the play towards the temple?
Man, you love it when one runner does one thing and the other runner does another thing, because you always get to see the differences and you get to sit back and relax and just enjoy the different strategies. But of course, as the runners, they don't know what the other person is doing. So I think they're both going to opt to skip Desert Temple. Man, you always wonder, maybe there's an enchanted golden apple in there. There's 8 diamonds. There's a bunch of golds. There's a mending book. You could play all advancements. I'm sure there's a bunch of good stuff. But chat, we'll never know.
Yeah.
That's it.
We'll never ever know.
Wow.
No, no more temple. There we go. It looks as though Hoffik is building the first portal here, so we're going to have a little bit of a look at what we can expect. Both of them avoiding that temple obviously that is going to save them a little bit of time, but not by much. Not by much in this scenario. Is this would you say that is probably the best option for them? Or if you were in their situation, would you have gone for the temple?
In a random seed and in most tournaments, I would have also skipped the temple. Having the information that an earlier temple had 8 diamonds, I'd probably go for the temple. I'd probably go for the temple in this case, because any random temple, no, but a one picked for a tournament, it could be bad, but I gotta think there's something fun in it. So I would definitely go for it in this tournament.
We see Hoffik is in Nether, probably only 5, maybe 10 seconds ahead, so very, very little now. And we do know that once rain does get into the Nether, generally tends to have a little bit more control over the mobs, tends to deal with the area slightly better than some of the other runners that we have seen so far. We do see, you mentioned seeing these players going for different strategies. Immediately, you see the difference between Reignex and Hoffik here. Immediately see the difference.
Yeah, Reignex, taking some damage on this bridge bastion, getting to these gold blocks. Should be okay now, but there is terrain leading up to this chalice of gold blocks, so that could be awkward for him. Looks like Reignex is going to be okay, and Hoffik has decided to do Fortress first, which is such a strange play. Of course, we know seeing Reignex's enter the Bastion was pretty quick, and it's always a lot faster to do Bastion first because you get fire resistance, you get pearls, you get everything you want. But maybe Hoffik doesn't know. Hoffik doesn't know where the Bastion is just going to do Fortress first. This is almost certainly a slower play, but you never know. Could work out.
Yeah, this is definitely, you mentioned seeing two of the players going for two very, very different setups, and that is exactly what we have seen here. This is exactly what we've seen. Two very different setups, but effectively going all for the same, going for the exact same outcome here, dropping all of the gold in there, just making sure, there we go. There we go. You want your gold, you can have it. You want your gold, I want you to take it. Take everything. Take all my money. Has anybody done that yet? Has anybody done the take my money meme, but with golden bars yet?
Don't think so. No, I don't think we have.
Chat.
Actually.
Chat. Get on it.
Well,
take my money meme, but with golden blocks.
MCSR does enjoy their memes. More obscure, like Zoomer memes, though. You know, things that don't make any sense. Those are. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Memes known for making sense. We see Hoffik once again still going for this. At the moment, who would you say has the slight advantage, considering the very, very different setups we see from both of these players?
I gotta put Reignex at a huge advantage here. I mean, already is at the Bastion, knows where the fortress is. I believe has a pearl hang to the fortress, so we could talk about this one. But Reignex has thrown a pearl that's right over the fortress, lowered his render distance down, so that pearl is frozen in midair. And as soon as he gets his trades, he's out of there. Plenty of pearls, plenty of obsidian. There you go. Ups the render distance, already in the fortress. Reignex, I think, is in a huge lead here. Has fire resistance, has everything he could ever want. Meanwhile, Hoffik here just getting lit on fire over and over and over. Really
drop and roll.
Oh God!
Oh, there goes the bread. Oh God!
Wow.
Eat the bread. You're on fire, so it becomes toast naturally. Don't worry about it. Make sure you've got Marmite ready for your toast. Yes, I am a Marmite enjoyer. For those of you that know what Marmite is, Reignex moving in and pretty much doing the exact same thing, but just making it look so much easier. So much easier than anything we saw on the side of Hoffik, and going for that standard thing that we do see, obviously, blowing up the side and then effectively building an extra, platform at the back here so that they can push these blazes backwards, which again, standard Reignex. And what happened on the side of Hoffik? Was that just death? Was that a full damage, or was that from blaze?
Died to the last blaze. I didn't quite catch it, but I know he was on low health, had 6 rods, just needed one more. Yeah, it needs one more rod. Here's the instant replay. So many blazes.
Yeah, this is the replay here, and oh God, look at that damage coming through, and just Hoffik dropping immediately. Luckily, it's relatively close to the portal now. We do see that Hoffik is back in the Nether, but you've got the lead that you mentioned Reignex has now has just been, it's effectively been doubled, if not more.
Yeah, it was pretty tough. Sometimes you get rewarded for doing Fortress first if you have really good luck on blazes. You know, it only takes you maybe 10 blazes to get 7 rods, then you're out of there pretty quickly. But Hoffik saw the Bastion from the Fortress and still decided to stick to that spawner. Yeah, just way too difficult. When you get 5 blazes shooting at you like that, and they're like off sync, so that you can never get a good opportunity. I mean, it's just impossible. So Hoffik has to dig I mean, Hoffik doesn't have to do anything, but Hoffik has chosen to get some wood and just mine by hand through Netherrack to get to this blaze spawner.
Look at that, Reignex coming back in. So it looks as though Reignex is doing what we saw previously. Does have 20 obsidian at the moment. So that is available. Getting a little bit of information and then heading back out to see if they can potentially do a little bit more traversing. That is really unfortunate that Blaze has gone so far out there. It looks like they did get every item that they do need. Let's see exactly what Reignex does now. If you're in Reignex's position, you don't know that you are ahead at this point in time, but do you go for the Netherworld traversal, or do you try something slightly different? Do you go for that blind run?
I think he has enough obsidian to do another one. That's kind of what it looks like. I think this bridge bastion was actually really, really nice and had tons of obsidian. So I think he has like another 20. He could do another portal if he wanted to. So yeah, he's going to go this angle. Not great nether terrain, but you know, get as far as you can in this nether terrain. You're probably just going to hit this wall here and then just make a portal here. Yeah, and just hope for the best. I like this play. He has plenty of obsidian. Hopefully you're not in a cave because he's pretty high up. And meanwhile, Hoffik has made it out of the fortress, but is in a very, very bad spot in this bridge bastion.
Very nearly dropped lava on the head there. Yep, that is not a comfortable position to be in under any. So that's, in fact, a hot position to be in. This whole area has just... I'm not sure whether it was, you know, bad decision making on the side of Hoffik, or whether it's just a case of it's effectively just the RNG is a little bit more, or the area that they were in was just a little bit tougher. We now see them getting towards this gold, but they've 5 minutes, if not more, behind Reignex right now, which is not the position you want to be in, because Reignex is 1-0 up in this series, and if they win this next one, Reignex is going through to the final. Reignex will be in a massive advantage, because whoever comes up from lower bracket to try to beat Reign will need to take 2 whole best of 3s. And I was kind of joking about Reignex using all 30 obsidian, but that's exactly what he's done. He made his first portal, got an angle, went in the nether, made a second portal, got an angle, thought it wasn't good enough, and now he's made a third portal. So Reign is totally out of obsidian now. And has 3 portals, so hopefully he should be very close now. Surely. Yeah, has to be. Yeah, cannot be too far. We've seen 2 of the eyes go up at this moment. Are we going to see the third one going up to make sure? Moving forward a little bit further, but yeah, in a really, really solid position right now. Slightly back, yeah, so they've got him. It's gone back on him, so Reignex is absolutely within the right sort of region, and I would expect Reignex to start digging literally any second now. And there it is. There's the dig down. So has figured out or given an idea of where they expect to be. Hoffik still currently trying to find all the gold that they possibly can. Still trying to gain all their items up, and it's not looking good. It is not looking good for Hoffik. I don't know, chat. How do you feel as though Hoffik has a chance? Has Hoffik potentially got a chance to bring this back, or has Reignex put themselves too far ahead right now?
Does look like a substantial lead, but there is always random things that can happen, and I wonder if Reignex is thinking about zero cycle. I mean, at this point in the run, the only couple risky things that are left are, you know, dying to mobs in the stronghold, which is rare, or attempting a zero cycle and failing, which definitely happens. I think I see 5 beds on Reignex's side. Oh, it does a lovely preemptive nav there. Hits it exactly. 5 bed, 1 anchor. That's pretty tough. I mean, you got to be real good at the game. Reignex is real good at the game, but
is Reignex going to be good enough? That question is going to be answered very, very shortly. Reignex with a hell of a lead right now over Hoffik. But is it going to be enough? Let's see how they set up on this one. Are they going to be setting up for the zero cycle?
No, I think a little too slow having to dig up through the end stone. Unlucky on that random end stone generation. If there was no end stone there, I think Reignex would have gone for that. That was close, but not this time. So unfortunate. And Yeah, Hoffik after that death still has to do the entire fortress. Oh, Reignex is getting a purge. That was a 1 out of 13 instant purge.
Oh my god, that purge came in quickly. That was so quick. And Ender Dragon goes down. Reignex, wow. 13 minutes and 48 seconds, 49 seconds, around about the 13, just before 14 minutes. Incredibly quick from Reignex there. 13 minutes, 55 seconds, and 630 milliseconds. That does mean Reignex is going through to the grand final. Hoffik dropping down to the lower bracket. Huge. And chat, you called it once again. That is that's incredible for Reignex. We had, you mentioned Reignex coming into this didn't win any previous matches that we had seen the previous time they joined the King of the Hill, but now they're through to the grand final, T-Wags, and it's looking like it's going to take something special to stop Reignex because they are on a roll.
Yeah, Reignex having a couple mistakes. I think every runner actually having several mistakes in the first series, but Reignex this time is like, you know what? I'm done messing around. I'm done being on half a heart in the fortress, almost dying to wither skeletons. I'm just gonna speed run this tournament and bang out like a sub. I don't know what the first seed was, but it was pretty quick, and that one was like sub 15, sub 14 or something. I mean,
sub 14.
With the instant purge, I mean, Reignex is done messing around, and it's looking incredibly likely Reignex is going to be crowned the new King of the Hill champion.
I mean, you say that, we still have to get through our lower bracket, which does mean we've got some brilliant games coming up. We take a look at our brackets here. There you can see Reignex currently in the finals. For those of you wondering why we have two finals, it is a double elimination tournament. If the person that comes up through the losers round wins the best of three final, we play a second set. We play a second best of three. It means that everybody effectively gets 2 bites at this tasty King of the Hill cherry. Cube going up as the reigning champion currently against Semperzz. Now, that isn't going to be an easy win for Cube. It's not going to be an easy win for Semperzz either, because both of them did play relatively well in round number 1, both of them losing 2-1 against Reignex and Hoffik respectively. That's going to be very, very interesting to see who comes out on top there. If Semperzz does come out on top, we will actually get a rematch of round number 1 between those two players. So it is going to be, it's going to be really, really good fun. It's going to be really good fun. I am excited to see exactly what happens after this next match. I mean, T-Wags, I don't want to put you on the spot. Who's taking it? Is Cube getting knocked out, or is Cube going to be working harder to retain their crown in the match that we do have in the best of 3 series? Chat, I want to hear from you. Who's taking it, Semperzz or Cube as well? But yeah, I don't want to put you on the spot before we go to a break, but yeah, who's taking it?
I've got my thoughts. Well, I'm leaning towards Cube, but we'll talk more about it when we get back from break. It is tough. The current world record holder, he's clutched up before. He's clutched up many times before. So yeah, I think Cube takes it. A couple mistakes, uncharacteristic mistakes, but likely what's happened in the break is Cube has been practicing. I don't know. If I go over to his stream and he's just like playing Rocket League or something, maybe I'm wrong, but I have a guess that Cube is very, very invested in winning this and taking home the bonus money for King of the Hill. So it's probably been practicing and grinding and ironing out some of those mistakes. And I think we're going to see a very strong Cube after break.
There we go. Let's find out. Cube Semperzz coming up after this break. Myself and T-Wags will be back. You folks don't go anywhere.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for... not pretending. Keep on smiling in my tiny bubble, like a movie without ending. Spending time like it was going backwards. Bruises covering my walls, but they fall down. Diving deeper in the books that we read blind. Breathing in and breathing out to get smarter. Not working out for me, yeah. Got no money on my mind, tell my mommy I'm alright. Even laughing at the jokes you tell me. Keep myself inside the lines, neat and tidy all the time. If you ask me, I am fine. Got no money on my mind. Repeating patterns like the others. Meditation through the yoga lessons. Going greener by the minute. Soon I can't wear any other colors. Bruises covering my walls, but they fall down. Diving deeper in the books that we read blind. Breathing in and breathing out to get smarter. Not working out for me, yeah. Got no money on my mind, tell my mommy I'm alright.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. My name is, of course, Kexman. I'm joined by T-Wags. You are watching the Method Minecraft Rush, King of the Hill, and what a day we've had so far. It has been absolutely incredible. Just as incredible as our sponsors, Apex Hosting. Whether or not you're thinking about hosting your own server or you're wanting to come back to the game, you should definitely check them out. !Apex in the chat. There is no better day to get started because during today's event you can get 35% off your first month subscription with the promo code METHOD. They do have countless server versions and they also have low latency connections as well, and you can guarantee you're going to have a server that you and your friends are going to want to play in over and over again, and they also have fantastic industry leading support on top of that. So if you're interested, or even if you're not, !Apex in the chat to get started. And if you click the link and go through to the website, once you have got to the cart, your promo code is automatically entered. Once again, !Apex in the chat. And speaking, I was mentioning we've had an incredible day. We've got an incredible series coming up. Semperzz against the reigning champion Cube. Yes, you heard that right. If you have just tuned in, Cube is in the lower bracket. I don't think any of us expected that, T-Wags. You said you were going to give your thoughts on how you felt this next series was going to go. Obviously, Hoffik is waiting for them in the losers round number 2 as well. So, what are you feeling? What are you feeling about this setup here?
Yeah, it is tough to root against Cube. We see, 90% plus of people voting on Cube. Not too many Semperzz supporters in here, but to be fair, Cube, I think, is one of those tournament runners who is totally comfortable playing from behind, playing from the losers bracket. I think you made 2 mistakes on those first seeds. They're uncharacteristic mistakes. You don't have to change up your game plan. You've been in countless tournaments before. I think you just play your same game, and Cube's mechanics are insane. So I would agree that Cube is looking strong for this one. However, if we do see potentially a solo Desert Temple seed, like the second seed we saw in Hoffik versus Semperzz absolutely crushed that. For whatever reason, I don't know if it was the strategy or maybe just that seed, but Semperzz just showed up and played that seed flawlessly. So I would be really excited to see another one of those seeds. And Semperzz nether travel, nether exits have also been pretty clean today. If you get 20 obsidian, could be anyone's game. So I'm hopeful. I wanted to at least go to a game 3, a C3. That would be really cool. Yeah. I mean, we've seen 2 best of 3s so far. We've seen 2 game 3s, previously today, which have all been absolutely fantastic, slightly mind-blowing, a little bit crazy, but we have seen 2 game number 3s. I mean, it's entirely a situation where, there's a reason Cube has been king of the hill for the past
four runs that we have seen. So, you know, there's a reason Cube is up there, and it's entirely possible that loss to Reignex may have woken up an absolute monster. I mean, you take a look at the personal best there in comparison to the rest of these players. Nearly a sub 9 minute. I mean, obviously 8 seconds is a very, very long time in a speed run, but that is still blindingly fast. So there's a world where Cube is going to really pull this out over the coming few games. But at the same time, it's one of those, occasionally you might be one of the best players in the world, but you know as well as I do, T-Wags, there are days where it just doesn't work out for you. And it could be that day for Cube.
Yeah, and I think I'm honestly, I know it's a little early, but I'm already looking forward to the second seed. I like the spicy ones, even if it's a shipwreck, desert temple, jungle temple. I think those are going to be the runs where Semperzz has the best chance and the runs that are the most exciting. Of course, you got to start them out with a better warm-up seed, something that's more standard, something that gives them food, confidence to pearl around and play quickly and play their standard game. So it is going to be a village ruin portal. No guarantee of what's in that room portal, but I see that third note. It doesn't just say blacksmith, it says plural blacksmiths. So sometimes
I mean, how much planning?
Sometimes they're good, you know.
I was going to say in regards to seeing how much planning they've only got, you know, effectively 90 seconds to really take in what that list is and kind of start to put a plan together in their head. When they see something like blacksmiths, plural, does that immediately make them start to go, okay, this could be really quick. I need to make sure I get off to a good start here?
There's two things I'd be thinking of as a runner that could mean. Either they're both really good and I could get 10 obsidian and just enter from the village, which changes my strategy, or one of them's really bad and so they're just telling me there's two, so I go to the other one. So it's one of those two things. Yeah, nice pickaxe. There's enough iron nuggets there to make 2 iron. So with the golem, actually, they already have their 7 iron. They technically don't need any blacksmiths, but I'm curious, there could always be 10 obsidian. That's always a fast enter.
I think with blacksmiths, plural, you have to take that opportunity. Yes, you could technically be a lot quicker. We do see a lot of diamonds coming in there. You can be a lot quicker, but at the same time, it makes sense for you to do this. 5 obsidian by the looks of things. Looks as though we do have 5 obsidian there. So a good start for them. I wouldn't necessarily say it's going to be incredibly fast, but that's better than nothing almost. I mean, it is better than nothing, absolutely.
Yeah, that's really nice. 3 diamonds. I think there was an iron pick in there as well, but neither of them are going to take that because they can just make a diamond pick. So they're going to get diamond pick, gold pick, rest of their tools. Cube doesn't actually need the golem for anything. You can make a bucket and then use the fire charge to light the portal. You just have to remember, if you're using only 1 fire charge and you want to exit the nether somewhere else, you have to keep a fire charge that you get from the bastion. It seems simple when you're entering the nether, but it's very, very easy to forget. So gotta remember to hold on to another fire charge. And yeah, skip gold.
Those are the simple things. Those are the simple things that we have seen completely ruin some of these runs. I mean, we saw a run previously. They didn't have enough eyes leaving the when they actually left the nether. So you know, relatively rough for them. There's the fire charge immediately. Looks as though both of them going in. Slightly different setup here though. Slightly different setup for both of the players. Looks as though, has Semperzz kept the obsidian?
Yeah, Semperzz opted to turn the iron into a bucket, whereas Cube, I think, has an iron axe, maybe just an iron axe. So yeah, Cube has lost some obsidian, but has entered the nether faster because of this and has a better axe. So slight differences, but yeah, it's good to note that Cube has way less obsidian now. That could be punishing. You never know.
I actually really like this from Semperzz. I really do like this from Semperzz because Cube, as mentioned, has gone in very quick, and we've spoken about the difference in timings and how effective this can be. But the fact that Semperzz has gone in with a little bit more obsidian on the side of, as mentioned, on the side of Semperzz, it does mean that they have a little bit more freedom when it actively comes to deciding where they want to go from here. They have a little bit more freedom to sort of play around with, whereas Cube is, as mentioned, there's a reason Cube is one of the best in the world, because Cube is one of the best in the world, but they don't have necessarily much more. They don't have the same amount of room to plan ahead. They have to go a certain route, I think. It does mean that Cube, I think, depending on what we do see here in the Nether, is going to have to go for a blind run, T-Wags.
He might. We do get double obsidian rate trades from the Bastion, so you get kind of a lot. I'd see 18 on Cube side. He still has some trades to go. It's pretty likely you can get 20. I think he's going without it, though.
I mean,
it does look like
we see
Cube's, yeah.
I mean, Semperzz has 18 as well. Are they just going for 18, both of them? I think that is the max there.
Your original portal is close enough where you could pearl back to it. It's really not that far, so you don't necessarily need the 20. It is just something nice to have because you can just pop down a portal wherever you want, and you don't have to worry about its location, and then you'll make a second one. So, yeah, Cube doesn't have access to it. I'm surprised with Semperzz saving the obsidian. Doesn't have that 20 obby number, though.
I just want to point out, I love obby. The phrase obby, I don't know why. It just... I don't know why, it just sounds cool. I said obby
to my friend who played like casual Minecraft, and they're like, what are you talking about? I'm like, oh, you don't call it that? Like, it's just everyone calls it that.
Oh, Semperzz living on the edge here. There we go, building just a little apple hut here. Just a little apple hut, get a little bit of health back. We mentioned that it can be very, very risky going here, but that is exactly what we do see on the side of Semperzz. Cube looking a bit better. Currently, obviously, making sure they are getting their way to a very, very decent position. Up they go with the blaze. It looks like they have found themselves a very, very rough little area here. Cube also under a bunch of pressure right now. So much damage coming through. I think they might be able to survive through this, though. But we have seen how quickly players can drop. Yes, Cube coming out of that looking significantly healthier than Semperzz right now. That was very close. That was very close. So that could have been an absolute nightmare for Cube.
This is crazy close. And yeah, someone pointing out in chat, thank you, that Semperzz did not travel to the second blacksmith. So it clearly said plural blacksmith in the seed notes, but Semperzz just didn't need the second one, so he didn't go to it. And so there's no 5 obsidian. So Semperzz didn't save the obsidian because he never got it. So it is
if
just
Semperzz would have picked that up.
Oh,
if Semperzz,
well,
no!
It's okay. The diamond pick is salvageable. It's minus 10 seconds, but at least you have the diamond pick. If you didn't have a diamond pick, that would have been very, very bad. So
that could have, that was rough. That could have been very, very rough. There. It does look as though they've come out. I believe Cube went back to their original portal. I believe Cube has gone back to their original portal, whereas Semperzz is in wherever they are. Let's find out. We do see Cube there setting up, trying to figure out exactly where they need to go here. You can see Semperzz also doing that as well. Definitely in 2 very, very different locations here. They could be going for 2 very different strongholds as well. So we will have to wait and see. So there we go, setting up, checking it. I think Cube is going to go back through. I think Cube's going to go back through and traverse through the Nether for this one.
Well, I thought he went back to his spawn because he's right at spawn as well, but he only has 8 obsidian. I think he did make a new portal. Okay, they're both
there. It is. He's breaking
this. Wow. Yeah, they're both going to break it and go back through. Yeah.
There we go. They're taking the 20 seconds to mine the obby. That's it now, chat. By the way, I'm going to say obby forever.
Yeah, that's
even when I'm not talking about Minecraft. People are going to get so confused. They're going to get so confused.
Yeah, there you go. So Cube fortunately landed in a village, so he's going to have the opportunity to get more beds and food if he wants. So it's going to be a little bit slower leaving, but has plenty of stuff. If Cube is getting beds, that makes me a little worried that Semperzz might not have enough. Because like if Cube had tons of string from the Bastion, he wouldn't be getting beds. So now I'm a little worried about Semperz's explosives count for the end.
It's a good point as well.
Yeah.
Someone just made a very, very good point in chat. Was that spawn village?
I don't know.
I don't think it was.
Made a new portal, but his cords were only like 500 blocks out, so he was like basically at spawn anyway. So I think it was a different portal. He was very close though.
Either that or it's the biggest village known to Minecraft. It's the biggest village that we've ever seen. Let's have a look. See, there we go. There's the Mammoth Pig once again. I know they have a real name, but they're known as Mammoth Pigs from now on. Yeah, we see Cube traversing the nether. Also, Semperzz looking as though they're doing something. Is Semperzz going to set this up inside the wall here?
Yeah, Semperzz had pretty bad terrain to this one, so just doing his best to crawl
Cube's
through.
Ended up here. Where's Semperzz going to end up? Middle of the ocean by the looks of things. I'm trying to figure out if there's any. I was just taking a look around, seeing. Wait, there's. Oh no, he's had to drop down to pick that one up. That is unfortunate. I think they may be around the same sort of area. I think. No, they're not. I don't think so. Yeah, they're not. Okay, they're still looking here. So now it comes down to taking a look at where the eyes are going, and to see who is going to be who's technically in the lead right now. And I think it's almost it's neck and neck. Who do we think, chat? Who do we think is in the lead currently? Is it Semperzz? Is it Cube? Who is currently in the lead here in game number 1 between Cube and Semperzz? Cube, once again, don't forget, he's dropped down into the lower bracket. Semperzz has also dropped down into the lower bracket, but Cube is our reigning champion. Cube is our king of the hill. So who currently has the advantage? I don't know if you can spot anything that gives you an idea of who may have the advantage here, T-Wags?
I think they're very similar. They're both heading towards this gravel mountain from the opposite directions. They both went 500 blocks past the stronghold in the opposite directions. Cube's eye goes directly down. I see Semperzz now has 2 yellow beds and 11 wool. So if Semperzz gets 1 more wool, that'd be comfortable. But Semperzz does have at least 5 beds, so that's good. So they both have enough. And yeah, Semperzz has got to be really, really close. I think Cube is just a little bit ahead.
However, it comes down to this. Semperzz is not going to be too far away, but at the same time, you've got to imagine that it then will come down to who is going to be the quickest at finding the room. Cube is now in. So Cube is now in. How quickly are they going to find the portal room versus Semperzz? If Semperzz is... I mean, we've seen Cube struggle a couple of times so far today with these setups here. So we're going to see if Semperzz is now digging down as well. So Semperzz is very, very close to where Cube is currently. Semperzz is very close to where Cube is. I don't know if I can call this. It is going to come down to who finds the portal room first, I feel. Semperzz still not there, but cannot be far off at all.
Both runners actually out of food now as well. Food and explosives you got to worry about in the stronghold. I think Cube got plenty of beds from that village. They're both good on explosives. Cube checks 2 chests that can have food, doesn't get any food from them. Library is not what you want to see. Yeah, Cube is a little hungry here. Is this one? There's bread. It's really helpful for him.
Everybody loves bread.
Semperzz looks through his pie chart, finds the orange color that direction, is now going this way. Did Semperzz do preemptive nav correctly? It could still be this way. Cube hits it. Okay.
Cube has found it. Semperzz still a little far away from it. We'll have to... Let's take a look. It looks like they are roughly in the same sort of area. There we go. Semperzz has found it. Cube is there first, though. Cube is there at the Ender Dragon. However, we've seen this happen before. We have seen this happen before, where one of the players arrives first, but manages to get a much, much quicker a much quicker perch. So we'll see if that does happen here on the Ender Dragon for Semperzz. I mean, Semperzz, is there a world where we see them going for the 0 cycle? Is there a world where we do see that?
I think it was too buried. They don't have a great food situation. Yeah, I don't think either can do it. You got to have a good amount of materials, be pretty comfy before entering the end. So yeah, we're not going to see a 0. It is going to be waiting for the perch. Again, it could come down to randomness. If it comes down to the forced perch, Cube should have one first, entering just slightly sooner. But any dragon can perch and Cube's purling in. That's it.
There we go. Cube does have it. But is it going? Are we going to see? Are they going to be able to nail this one cycle? There's 1 bed explosion going off, 2 bed explosion going off, 3 bed explosions. There's the 4th. Nice. Ender Dragon taken down by Cube. Sub 13 minutes, 30 seconds realistically. We will see the final time very, very shortly. Yeah, 30 minutes, 31 seconds, 45 milliseconds. But Semperzz not far behind, even though we have seen Cube take game number 1 here. And as we see, I think the perch was coming in, or was close to coming in there from the Ender Dragon. Semperzz just slightly misreading that. You've got to imagine that Cube is maybe going to take a look at the stream now, see just how close Semperzz was, and is going to know that this game number 2 is, he's going to have to give it his all to potentially, to carry on here in the King of the Hill tournament. Chat, there we go. Cube taking game number 1. Is that how we expected? Does Semperzz still have a lifeline in this tournament here? Once again, best of 3, and look how long Semperzz is having to wait for this as well.
Yeah, Cube did get fairly lucky. It looks like this is a bigger difference than it really was. I mean, Semperzz entering 20-30 seconds slower than Cube, if that. And honestly, if we go back to the original blacksmith seed note, Semperzz only checked 1. The other blacksmith had a bunch of obsidian, and he had to spend 20 seconds mining that obsidian. So if Semperzz had just checked that blacksmith and already had it, they would have entered the end at the exact same time. I mean, yeah.
I'm still waiting. There it comes. I think it's just coming in now. Yeah, there we go. Here it comes. But that is probably as long as you could possibly imagine. Are we still going to see the 1 phase here? Are we still going to see the 1 phase? There's 3. There's 4. We need this 5th one to really go off. Nope. Looks as though they have unfortunately missed the 1 phase there. So, and that is what can happen. That is absolutely what can happen when you end up in this situation, T-Wags, where, you would hope that this wouldn't be the case, but here we are. It looks as though that is exactly what we just saw. Super unfortunate. And then trying to finish off the Ender. But as you know, if you don't manage to 1 cycle it, the Ender Dragon just ends up healing up. The Ender Dragon just ends up healing up, and that is realistically going to be the end there for Semperzz. Hasn't seen the screen yet to mention the fact that they have lost, but there we are. We mentioned that Cube is one of the best in the world record holder at this level as well. So I think showing off there that there's a reason for that.
Yeah, that was closer than I expected. I mean, both entering in very, very similarly. I think not too many differences in the playstyles. Cube getting a little bit better on the nether travel to the stronghold than exit to the strongholds, saving about 30 seconds to a minute there, but then having a tougher time in the stronghold. So Semperzz showed up on that seed. Absolutely. Shouldn't be upset for losing that one. Didn't get the 1 cycle, which is a bit surprising. Again, was a single wool off getting that last bed. So, unfortunate. But yeah, it could be close. And it's time. This is the seed I'm waiting for. I don't know what's happening, Kexman. I don't know what the next seed is. I'm getting strong vibes. I'm getting very strong energy from this next seed that it's going to be my favorite one.
If you don't know what's happening, then we really are screwed. Because the one thing I do want to point out, we've mentioned how close these games are. We've mentioned that it is these small decisions, small mistakes that effectively cost it not only an entire match but can cost a series. Semperzz not checking the second blacksmith, not picking up that extra 5 obsidian, or obby as it were. Mm-hmm. If he does that, do we see a very, very different outcome?
Could be. I mean, I think they ended around the same time because then you don't have to mine the obsidian, and you save 18 seconds from mining. So it would have been much closer. If the dragon RNG was still the same, the cube still would have won. But yeah, that was pretty much the difference maker. I think Semperzz using preemptive navigation in the strongholds is really cool. I think it saved a bunch of time there. Cube had to run around for a minute and a half trying to figure out where to go, and Semperzz just figured it out right away, saved a bunch of time. So I think this next one's going to be pretty close, but
if the scene is how you want it to be.
Yeah, you guys want to stick around. I'm getting strong energy. This is going to be a really good seed. You guys got to just trust me. I got a feeling. But yeah, before we get into these seed notes, maybe we can do exclamation point merch in the chat. I am very much considering getting one of these Pride merch items now that they have this line. It's got to be for a limited time, right? Does it say this on here? 100%.
It's the 2022 Pride collection. From what I know, from what I have been told, 1st of January 2023, this is no longer available.
Okay.
From what I have been told, so the rest of 2022, just had a little note from production as well, that is correct. And for the remainder of 2022, all the profits will be donated to the Trevor Foundation, something that Trevor Project, that is very, very close and near and dear to all of our hearts here at Method. So I don't know about you folks, I want to see T-Wags in the Pride merch beanie next event. I feel like that would be a look. I feel like, honestly, it would be incredible. So that's got to be... What do we think, chat? Chat, are you alive out there? Are you still with us? We are going into game number 2 in the lower bracket between Cube and Semperzz very, very shortly. And T-Wags has a good feeling about this. T-Wags is feeling the energy from this seed. What energy are you feeling from this seed, chat? Maybe lava housing. Maybe lava housing.
Don't
I'm gonna say.
Lava housing. They don't need to know about lava housing anymore.
I think production have specifically said as well that they haven't deliberately put lava housing in, but it may still appear.
Yeah.
So, who knows?
We actually had a seed in a tournament recently where the runners played the seeds about 12 times total, and only one time did lava come down from the ceiling and create lava housing and kill everything in the housing. Minecraft is wacky like that. I don't know how lava sometimes generates and sometimes it doesn't. So, even if there is a seed that doesn't have it when you look at it, maybe when someone else generates it, it does have lava housing. That's always the worst when that happens. But you know what? Minecraft.
We'll find out. As we're waiting, obviously, for it to load in, I do feel as though, we are expecting something very, very exciting for people that may be watching this, whether or not they're watching live, whether they're watching on the VOD. Taking a look at Minecraft, when we do mention seeds here, okay, as we mentioned seeds, I know that you just the noise that you just made indicates you are very, very excited here in this seed. When we say seed, what do we actually mean when we're saying that, T-Wags?
Seed is a number that's input into the Minecraft code, the terrain generation, that just tells it which block to place after which block. So you can type in any number, actually a series of letters if you want, into the game of Minecraft and tell it to generate, and it will use that number as a basis, and it will figure out which block to spawn after which block, and it'll create essentially an infinite world. So there are nearly an infinite amount of seeds in existence for Minecraft, which is why we luckily never run out of them here. And this seed in particular is mapless and lovable. Now, we mentioned mapless before, but do you know what that refers to?
I'm going to assume it's something to do with the map.
Or lack thereof, but that's true. That's true.
Yes.
So usually in each shipwrecks have a chance to spawn a treasure map that leads you towards buried treasure. And the buried treasure chest is the singular best chest for speedrun of any structure in the entire game.
Okay.
It gets you iron, gold, sometimes diamonds, sometimes TNT, food. It gets you everything. It's wonderful. So, of course, speedrunners developed a way to find buried treasures without maps. So that is what we will see here. You will see pie charts, just like when you see in preemptive. It's basically the exact same idea as preemptive navigation. You'll see orange and pink. When the pink spikes up, that's the direction of where the treasure is buried underneath the ground. That's where the chest is. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it takes you a minute, sometimes you instantly get it. So we'll see. Spinning around, we got the pretty colors, the pink pie chart. Who's gonna find it first?
I mean, if it's pink, then it's probably a good play. We do see them immediately diving down here. Cube trying to figure out if they've identified it already. Sure. There it is. Straight away identified it. We've got a bunch of gold, bunch of iron. We've got TNT. There's a lot available, and there we go. Once again, picked up on the side of Semperzz there as well. Is that a relatively good treasure chest, or could they have expected more from that, do you think?
Pretty good. 7 iron is the minimum you're looking for, so not bad at all. 1 TNT is really nice because we can see this TNT that Cube places here will get him about a stack of dirt and all of the wood you need for the whole run. So you can see in about 30 seconds, the players have acquired every single thing they need for the entire run. So mapless seeds into a lava pool can be extremely fast. This is kind of the dream seed you're looking for in RSG. You do not get any better than this. Bucket, gold tools, iron pick. Food is a little low. 4 cooked fish is not a crazy amount, but pretty good. If you have an easy nether, that should be plenty. And yeah, here we go. Does Semperzz already have a flint and steel? Because Cube is still looking for one.
I think so, unless Semperzz is building this first and then going to go looking for one.
Oh, gravel. Okay.
Placing, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, so it's gonna be about a minute 40 entry. The runners have food and everything they need. So quick. Oh my god. Okay, there's
That's
a quick bastion, there's a fortress. There you go.
Cube still doesn't have it. Cube still doesn't have the flint, so Cube is going to be going in slightly behind. There it is, there's the flint. So slightly behind, probably around about 20 seconds. 20 seconds behind Semperzz, which we've mentioned, sometimes it can be a massive difference. Sometimes it doesn't, it's not going to be, a huge thing. Cube making that jump there, the parkour going across. Semperzz, look at making sure they're getting set up with this gold here. There we go, nicely done. The piglins coming in, obviously, going to be trying to take as much gold as they possibly can. But you've got to say, Semperzz slightly ahead.
Yeah, I think so. Just a little bit. Every little bit counts. Semperzz is keeping pace with Cube every step of the way. This looks like a tough area here. 2 hoglins on the bridge. Semperzz makes it. Expertly done. No problems here. We'll see what kind of route Semperzz decides on. It is a very nice bridge over here on the right. You want to see this triple chest here. This opens up a ton of piglins. Very obvious, simple bastion route that goes really quickly. Cube has gotten a pearl trade and has now hung a pearl towards the fortress. So Cube's actually
pearl hanging.
Yeah, already got a pearl ready to go there.
There we go. And I remember that because T-Wag's my teacher taught me what pearl hanging is. There we go. Although not looking like a great position set up there. Good bridge over. So very, very similar setup here for Cube, but they do have that pearl hanging at the moment, which is going to be a little bit more helpful. On the side of Semperzz, it looks like they have everything that they currently need. They've got the eyes set up. They have enough obsidian as well, I believe, to set up a portal. So they do have that option available for them as well. Either of these two, do you think they will be going for the blind run, or do you feel as though it makes a lot more sense to obviously spend time, a little bit more time here in the nether for them?
That's so tough. Their original portal is pretty close, so I would probably just pearl back to my original portal and try to use that as my 10 obsidian. But Semperzz gets 19. No, Semperzz takes a risk and gets 19. Has to go all the way back to the trades just to get 1 obsidian. Gonna lose a bit of time, but I mean, you never know. That's the risk you have to take. Cube, how much?
Cube gonna do the same?
How much does Cube have? 15, so Cube might also go back to get more.
I think Cube has 19 as well. I think Cube has 19. I think I saw 4 and 15 there. So it does look as though both of them are having to go back here.
But here's the thing, Cube unhangs the Pearl and is now at the exact same spot as Semperzz. Because of that first Pearl trade and that big brain play by Cube, Cube actually saves that 20 seconds of time loss from the initial flint. Oh, Semperzz using a strategy there, stepping on Soul Sand, getting a bit of speed. This is just great Minecraft play right now. This is so cool to see. Oh my God, 5 minutes in.
This is great. This is great to see as well because, you know, as mentioned, we do know what both of these players can do. Cube, world record holder, everybody knows what these players can do. But at this point in time, this is 2 of the players on the top of their game right now, bringing the best that they can offer to this tournament. And honestly, chat, let's get some applause. Let's get some love for both of these players because this is absolutely what we want to see out of this tournament. And I know for a fact that all of you are just as excited as I am between both Cube and Semperzz. And take a look, they are effectively neck and neck. I think Cube is going for a slightly different tactic here. We saw Semperzz blowing up, obviously, the more compact area, opening it up slightly, whereas Cube has stayed in this relatively open area. It's, I think, again, 2 very, very different. It looks like Cube is jumping between both of them, whereas Semperzz is just staying here. So 2 very different setups for the players, but effectively going for the same goal, as we see Semperzz moving over as well.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it is a double spawner setup. You can activate both spawners by standing in the center. And I know Cube is very comfortable with his 0 cycles. So when you kind of want to save your beds. I don't know if Semperzz, how much practice Semperzz had with 0 cycle, maybe a good amount. But either way, Semperzz is going to use that bed. It doesn't have that many explosives. I think Cube might just have like 5 beds, 1 anchor, which is a little uncomfortable with some setups. It's doable, but you know, if you're looking to go for 0 every time, that's about the minimum you need. So Cube has saved that bed and now has maybe the option 0 cycle. And there we go.
There we go. So Cube is slightly ahead right now, but it is all going to depend on where this eye goes. So let's, no pun intended, let's keep an eye on that. So there we go. Obviously, Cube taking a look here, trying to almost get a triangulation on exactly where they need to be going, or where he needs to be going. I do apologize. Moving forward, are they going to be going back into the portal, or are they going to set up another eye here and see where this one goes? And once again, triangulate pretty much where they need to be. Semperzz still inside. Semperzz still inside the nether here. Is this a... going back down, obviously, to the portal. There it is. Setting it up. And are they going to do... I mean, again, it looks like we're going to see the same sort of tactic here from both of these players. But Cube slightly ahead for my money as it stands. They are ahead in the best of 3 series, 1 match to 0. Cube wants taking a bunch of damage there, but does have the fire resist able to stop a little bit of that, just a little bit of that one here. How are we feeling, chat? Who's taking this at the moment? Who has the advantage? Is it Cube? Is it Semperzz? And as we see, so we've spoken about triangulation and players going out of the nether and then coming back in. Just how are they doing that? Once again, for the folks that may not realize, T-Wags, whether they're watching on VOD or watching live, how are they able to triangulate roughly where they need to go in the nether versus where they need to go in the open world?
There's a lot of complicated math if you want the more precise...
I've got some complicated math for you right now. Cube went down to 0 health and died.
I saw he was
That's some complicated math.
He was at 9 hearts, and that went to 0. That's the 9 minus 0 is death there.
Yeah.
He had a pearl ready, though. He had the pearls in the wrong inventory slot. Okay. So usually when you're doing I lied a little bit. Usually when you're doing speedruns, you like to have every item you normally use in the exact same inventory slot. You get very comfortable with that. I saw when Cube was falling, he could have thrown an Ender Pearl to save himself, but he switched to his Flint and Steel. So sometimes when you're building your portals, you move your Flint and Steel and stuff around your inventory and you forget. And so Cube just didn't realize that was there and took the fall. So now Cube is behind, has to go all the way back.
Yeah.
And
luckily it's not too far.
Yeah.
Luckily it is not too far. They are still, they're going to be in the same sort of position, whereas Semperzz died. Did Semperzz just die as well? Or was that? Okay, that was a hunger reset. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
So dropping down, immediately picking up all the items. So even though Cube has died, I wouldn't say that Cube is behind. I have a feeling as though Cube is doing the clever thing in going through the Nether, and as mentioned before we were rudely interrupted by Cube just getting smeared across the floor in the Nether. Just how are they figuring out how this works? There's a lot of complicated math for triangulation and figuring out where this fortress is. So how are they figuring that out? Or the stronghold, I should say, not the fortress, sorry.
Yeah, there's different levels of math that you can do. Calculators have been approved for random seed speedrunning, so most people just look at the eye, copy the coordinates, and it automatically tells you where the stronghold is. But back in the day, we would have to do that math ourselves, and there's a method Ninja Brain developed called axis travel, where you use the chunk borders to give you a precise measurement of what's going on. I see we've lost stream feed a little bit, so I hope we're still live and going, but we'll talk
Fingers
about Axis before. They're just going in the stronghold. It's fine. We're not missing anything. So
it's just game number 2 between Cube and Semperzz. It's fine.
The original way to do it is called 4 sprint jumps. You throw an eye right down the angle. You do 4 sprint jumps to the side. Throw another eye, mark down the angle, and then you do 1,000 over the degree change. So if it's 1 degree change, you're 1,000 blocks away. If it's 2 degree change, you're 500 blocks away, and so on. And that just gives you a rough estimate. It's basic triangulation of where it is. So as I say that, Semperzz is just
immediately here.
Seed, just destroying this seed at 12 minutes. I think he's setting for 0.
Setting up for 0 here. That is going to be risky. I mean, Cube going through the portal. Where is Cube going to end up? Cube is in a cave. We know that the stronghold or the stronghold specifically that Semperzz went to is underwater. So here we go. Let's take a look. Is Semperzz setting up for the Semperzz 0? No. Okay, not setting up for the 0 cycle, just going for the 1 cycle here. But Cube is deep underground, having to come back up for air. And this is where, there it is. They're in another underground pool here.
It's Desert Hills.
Yeah, it's Desert Hills. I don't know where. Cube has gone so far, and Cube is coming up in a Sonic level, I think. That's how far away Cube is right now. Semperzz, it's effectively Semperzz to lose right here. So you wanted a game number 3. It looks like we're going to be getting a game number 3, T-Wags. And it could be preemptive to ask. We do see Semperzz is going for the 1 cycle here on the Ender Dragon. Is it coming out? There's 2. Needs to make sure this happens. There it is. The Ender Dragon is taken down. That was really close for Semperzz.
That's close.
Very nearly not. The very, very close to potentially losing out there. But there we go. 13 minutes, 32 seconds. That is still a blazingly quick time here for Semperzz. They are going to be taking us to a game number 3. It's early to ask, T-Wags, what sort of energy are you getting from game 3 seed?
Might be another power FSG. I mean, a lot of the times the tiebreaker is that power FSG, that really fast. You're looking for a 10-minute completion, really fast enter, Fortress Bastion right there. Your fortress is like 30 seconds, and you get guaranteed blind travel. So could mix it up. Not every single tiebreaker has been an FSG, but it has been the majority of them. And I gotta say, Semperzz is shocking me right now. Maybe I put too little on Semperzz from the get-go. I know he's an incredibly fast runner, but Semperzz is playing very well. And I'm actually scared for Cube. Like, what if Cube is eliminated first of all 4 runners?
It could be big. It could be huge. We don't know yet. I mean, if it is going to be FSG, then strap in, folks. We're in for probably a 27-minute match if the previous match threes are anything to go by. We'll have to see exactly what happens. But yeah, I mean, Cube. Is there any pressure on Cube? Does Cube even feel pressure? Being obviously world record holder at the moment, is that a thing? Is that going to be a thing for Cube right now?
It's a good question. I feel like every time we've interviewed Cube and every time Cube has talked about tournaments, he's always like, I just beat the best speedrunners in the world. It's whatever. He's just so casual about it. I feel like Tourney, like he doesn't get nervous about tournament stuff. And there's a good amount on the line here for him. So I think he should be like concerned about it. Defending your crown gets you an additional piece of that prize pool. And first place is $600 as well every time. So Cube is making a good amount of money staying as King of the Hill, and he would really want that. But at the end of the day, if Cube does lose this one, it's not that big of a deal. He's still the world record holder. He's still the GOAT. Everyone loves him. So, he's not going to be upset if he loses, but he's going to be playing aggressive here, I think.
It'll definitely be a bit of a dent in the pride. If you drop out as the reigning king, as the first player dropping out. But, from our perspective as well, you end up in a situation where we are guaranteed not only a brand new king of the hill, but it could be one of 3 people. It's either going to be Hoffik, Semperzz, or Reignex, which again is incredibly exciting for us. I cannot wait to see what happens, specifically what's going to happen with the seeds, what's going to happen with the various different players that we're going to have. We will see again a rematch between Hoffik and Semperzz, which could also lead to another rematch between Hoffik and Reignex. This is shaping up to be tournament 11. I mean, normally number 10 is the big number, but this one, this has been huge.
Yeah, there's been some really exciting matches. I don't know if it's the seeds or if it's just the runner choices today, but we've had some wild stuff happen.
I think it's me.
Some really cool stuff. Oh, that's true. That's true.
I'm not saying that the Kexman is here and the games have just been off the wall, but that's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. A lot of people saying that they like Reignex's skin. I'll be honest, not a fan because I just don't like the back of the head constantly staring at me.
True.
It
true.
freaks me out a little bit. First time I saw it, I was looking at it going, is it looking at me or is the head the wrong way around?
Yep.
I don't know.
I think that every time. Yeah.
Power FSG. There we go.
That's going to be it.
Special GOAT.
That is what some people call it. Let's see if there's anything crazy in the seed notes. I don't think so. We're expecting Rune Portal, Looting Sword in there. We're expecting Village, Fortress, and Bastion in the FSG blind cards. Nothing of crazy note there. We'll see. So far from these power, if it's the same filter than before, there might not be too much interesting in the chest at the Rune Portal. It's going to give you that Looting Sword. But, sometimes in some of the filters, you get 3 iron, you get a golden axe. You want to go to that chest first. But in this case, I think you might want to go village first. It could be crazy. But if you get the village, kill the golem, get some beds, some food, and then go to the portal, might just be faster. So we'll see which route they take.
Could also be a blacksmith as well.
It's true. Could always be an extra blacksmith. Never guaranteed, but they always do pop up randomly. So we'll see. Precious seconds matter a lot in a run that could very well be about 10 minutes long. So
if it goes how we want it to go. I mean, obviously, the previous FSGs that we've seen, we've seen some FSGs, but here we go. What exactly are these 2 players going to do? Semperzz immediately making a beeline. We don't see too much, I don't think, out of that out of that chest. We do have a flint. That seems to be about it. And then I would expect both these players to go for the village. Yeah, we see Cube heading over there, straight away over to the village. Is there a blacksmith in there? Can we see a blacksmith as of yet? Doesn't seem to be.
Yeah, I saw him filtering or going through their pie chart there. The pie chart will also tell you if there is a blacksmith based on the job block that it's located in that blacksmith, and I don't think they saw one. So I think it's just going to be this. You get 1 iron, you kill the golem for 5, so you get a bucket and a pick, and then you got to enter with that fire charge. Again, always got to remember, use 1 fire charge. You got to remember to keep it. It is very easy to forget. And then you're stuck in the nether without a way to light the portal to get out. So
there we go. Golem being taken down. Looks like Semperzz slightly ahead of where we see Cube at the moment. And these seconds, they can mean a lot. They can mean a lot between what we have seen. I mean, obviously, as mentioned, the FSGs that we've seen so far haven't really been too much of an issue, but there is obviously the bucket being created. Now it is all about finding that lava. Now it is who's going to enter the nether first. It doesn't necessarily guarantee the victory, but who's going to enter the nether first? Chat, let's hear it from you. Who's taking this game number 3 here between Cube and Semperzz? Who is going to be taking it? I want to hear from all of you. I want to hear from every single one of you. Who's taking it, Cube or Semperzz? Let us know in the chat. As obviously we see Cube moving back over. The forest is a little bit on fire, but everything's okay. Don't worry about it.
Yep, just a little bit of fire burns down. It's okay. It's controlled burn. It's fine. Semperzz, again, always an expert at these fast portal builds. I think both of them experts at it, and entering almost at the same time in the fortress. Very interesting.
Oh,
there's a chest right next to them. Do they check it? No. Okay.
I would check the chest, to be honest.
Yeah, you could get like a diamond in there, some fun stuff. I don't know. There's not too much you need in an FSG seed. Everything is kind of given to you. It is a treasure bastion, and it does look like difficult terrain to get here.
This is going to slow them, and this is where precision comes into it. And we do see Semperzz doing a great job. Is Semperzz going for these blazes first?
Not a bad idea in FSG if you're already there, because again, it only takes 3 blazes on average to get 7 rods. Gets 3 on the first one, 0 on the next, so not a terrible idea. If you're already here, I kind of like this play. Usually, you have to blind at the fortress courts. So you find out which quadrant the fortress is in, and you do positive, negative, 150, 150. So usually you have to be here anyway. So now it does seem kind of slow. Like, I don't know. If Semperzz has to come back this way, it's just a little awkward.
It is. I mean, it's not the safest either. We know just how dangerous this can be. We've seen a couple of players, unfortunately, lose out to this. But yeah, this seems to be the plan on the side of Semperzz, is taking out these blazes first, which. Would you say it saves you time, or is it too risky? I mean, look at the damage that Semperzz is taking here. There's 3 blazes there. It looks as though they are looking to collect. They've got 5 of the rods at the moment, so not quite there. We do see Cube getting stuck, getting a bunch of piglins around them, dropping down to 3 hearts. That is really rough. 1 heart left. Cube, stay alive. Live for us, Cube. It looks as though they've been able to just about make it through, but that was close. And we thought Semperzz was in the riskiest position there. There we go. Semperzz does have the 6 blades that they do require. So now they're going to move over, obviously, to get their trades for their piglin trades now. And it's looking very, very close. But I would give the advantage to Semperzz right now, if only by a little bit.
Yeah, it's really tough to say. Like, if Semperzz killed those initial blazes and was out right away, I would have given the clear advantage, but Semperzz had to go to a spawner, get 2 cycles. It was actually kind of slow. Getting 6 rods took like 5 blazes killed or something, which is kind of bad for looting. So the real problem is that Semperzz has to find the right coordinates to blind at now, which is at the fortress. So it's just awkward pathing. Like, sure, Semperzz has the 6 blaze rods already, but then you got to pearl all the way back to where you were and blind. So I don't know. I might give the advantage to Cube. Yeah,
it's close.
It's tough to say.
It is close. It's one of those. I think we're in a position right now where I don't think there is a clear person ahead, because they're both in relatively tough positions. Oh, what happened to Semperzz?
As
I say that, cast a curse. What's happening?
Semperzz did the treasure jump. You make one jump and you have to mine a block and hope that a sword piglin doesn't hit you off. Was it the sword piglin here? Yeah, you do 2 jumps here. It's this one jump. Oh, he
missed it.
Slipped,
he just missed the jump.
I think just missed it.
Sword piglin. Piglin not even getting involved there. That is just a slip from Semperzz, and it looks as though they've reset the seed completely. I was mentioning just beforehand, I don't think anybody's ahead. I think it's too difficult to call. I don't think that's the case anymore, T-Wax. I think we're pretty comfortable right now in saying as though Cube is Cube's far ahead, although having an unlucky moment trying to kill those blazes there. Looking like it's going to take Cube a little while. Getting hit by the skeleton, still not out of the rough yet. We could still see Cube die here. We could still see Cube die, and that would then once again mean that we are effectively neck and neck.
Yeah, if both runners die, the one that dies first actually has the advantage, so could always happen. Cube does have 4 bread and 5 apples. That should be plenty. These rates aren't great, but these last 2 blazes should be enough. That's going to be 8 blaze rods.
There we go.
Okay, Cube just has to get to 150 in the fortress quadrants, and shouldn't have too much left in this run to go.
They're looking at, like, they're getting towards it slowly but surely. And it's around about here, so they're close to it. So yeah, this is where they want to be. So this is effectively just completely advantage Cube. Cube may be able to reclaim the crown here. Straight away into a small little cave, looking at getting out of that as quickly as possible. Semperzz moving back over to the portal here, and this is looking rough for Semperzz. This is looking real rough for Semperzz. It's going to have to take something catastrophic from Cube for Semperzz to be able to get back into this. I've already shown that I have the ability to cast a curse just about anything.
You're really going for the
we do still have that ability. We do still have the ability to see this change, but we are currently 8 minutes and 20 seconds at the moment. So this is this could still be a very, very quick time here for Cube.
Yeah, a little bit further. Ideally, you want to be portaling just on top of the ocean and spot the portal room from the ocean exposed area. But Cube is going to have a dolphin at the very least, speeding up his travel. Does have, I think, only 1 piece of food. Yeah, it still has to go a bit more, but does have plenty of eyes, has a little bit of food. I don't think Cube has enough to go for 0 here, which is fortunate for him because 0 is a bit risky and he's far in the lead. So does see 1 room. Is it the portal room though? I don't think so.
Not sure. I don't believe so. Setting up the boat once again. Looking out, I believe they may have found it. Yeah, I think they're getting close. Yeah, here we go. So let's see if they have found their way. I mean, this is obviously the big thing. The one thing that we have seen from Cube so far is that, oh, there it is. Straight away, there is the portal room. So they are going to be heading towards the Ender Dragon. Semperzz taking a bunch of damage on the other screen right now. Still looking. They have the 8 rods. They've got the 8 blaze rods available, so they do have that. They now just need. I mean, they're taking so much damage though. They're taking so much damage around them. I don't even believe they haven't been back to get the piglin trade either. Is Cube going for the 0?
He is.
He's going for the 0. This is This is an option, T-Wax.
This would be incredibly impressive. Did he make it in time? He did. And does the dragon stick around? It does.
3.
Oh.
Is it going to be enough, though? 4. I don't think it's going to be enough.
He's got the
5.
last, yeah, he's got another bed.
This is the last one.
Wow.
There it is. He got the 0. Cube got the 0 cycle on the Ender Dragon. What a way to win game number 3 in the lower bracket. Once again, proving that Cube is just as good as they said he is. Semperzz, unfortunately, is going to be dropping out of the King of the Hill. 10 minutes, 43 seconds. Sub 11 minutes there from Cube. That 0 cycle was as clean as can be. However, chat, let's get some hype, let's get some applause, let's get some love for Semperzz. Semperzz put on a fantastic series there against both obviously Cube and Hoffik. Cube coming out on top, but it was by no means easy. That was an incredibly hard fought best of 3 between those two teams, but Cube proving that they are just as good as everyone has said they are. They are going to be moving on in the lower bracket. They will be facing off against Hoffik next. So there we go, Hoffik against Cube, and if Cube wins this, we could potentially be seeing a rematch in the grand final here between Reignex and Cube. I mean, I'd be pretty excited to see that, T-Wags, considering how round 1 went between them.
That's true. Round 1 was as close as you could get down to the last seed. Very, very close. It would be cool to see. Incredibly good showing from Semperzz. I really thought Semperzz had it there. Just one mistake at the end, lost it for him. But Cube saying, you know what? I'm also done messing around. Enough of this. Straight to the Bastion, clean Bastion route, clean Fortress, 0 cycle for the fans. That was an incredibly tough 0 cycle, by the way. I'm going to be honest. There's a lot that goes into 0 cycle, and that tower height was pretty up there. That was very impressive. Not many mistakes. Didn't have much time on that one. Well done from Cube. Looking very strong. I'm excited for this one.
Hoffik versus Cube. We've seen how strong Hoffik can be. I mean, they did lose 2-0 against Reignex, but did a great job against Semperzz 2-1 there. And if I'm Hoffik, I don't think I would necessarily be scared of going up against Cube. Cube, world record holder, one of the best in the world, but at the same time, I think it's safe to say this is my first time obviously watching this, but I mean, even I can tell, it looks to me as though, and from your reactions, Cube seems to be making some almost uncharacteristic mistakes so far.
Yeah, definitely losing. I mean, I think Cube has lost 3 seeds already, making a pretty major mistake in all 3. So that's kind of typical what we've seen from Cube, though. Cube just has the fastest mechanics, crafting, decision making in general. So if Cube doesn't make any mistakes, it just takes a seed. But yeah, his opponents just have to stay sharp, and when Cube slips up, they'll be there to take the seeds. So Hoffik, also a really consistent runner as well, not making too many mistakes. Also a fan of the 0 cycles, also super fast. It's going to be real spicy.
Yep, this next best of 3 series has all the makings of an absolute classic between Cube and Hoffik. And make sure that yourself is looking classic as well with the Method merch that is available. ! Merch in chat. Go check out the store. See the new 2022 Pride collection with 100% of all the profits from the Pride collection for the remainder of 2022 being donated to the Trevor Project. We're going to be taking a short break, but when we come back, we will have the next series between Cube and Hoffik. Check out the merch whilst we are on that break. We'll see you folks very, very soon.
You were my best friend, didn't care about the rules, good on the weekend. What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way. 'Cause I'm a satellite around you tonight. Nothing's gonna bring me down. As long as the stars in the sky, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes. It's breaking my heart, it's breaking my heart to see you acting like you don't care, like a nightmare. What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. So what do we do when we're lost and depraved? I need you to show me the way. 'Cause I'm a satellite around you tonight. Nothing's gonna bring me down. As long as the stars in the sky, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes. 'Cause I'm a satellite around you tonight. Nothing's gonna bring me down.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. My name is Kexman. I'm joined by T-Wags. How are you all doing in chat? You're all looking incredibly beautiful, as always. I hope you're doing well. Say it back. Make sure you say it back. We do obviously also have a poll up at the moment. Who's going to take this lower bracket's best of three? Is it going to be Cube? Is it going to be Hoffik? Number one in chat. Just the number one for Cube. Number two for Hoffik. Just 1 and 2 respectively for those two. T-Wags, you've seen what we currently have, obviously, on the side of Cube. You've seen what Hoffik has to offer. Who is taking this best of three that we do have coming up right now?
You know what? I am taking my stand. Cube's reign of terror ends today. This is it. You heard it here first. Hoffik is going to take Cube out of this tournament. I am fully on board. To be honest with you, it is a very, very close matchup. I think these two are very evenly matched, but I'm a Hoffik believer, and there are only a few Minecraft tournaments that happen every once in a while. There's only like a couple each month or so, and in the very last tournament, Hoffik actually beat Cube and knocked him out of the lower bracket. So this is very, very similar to the very last tournament match that I think was about a week ago. So kind of repeats of it. That was a scouted style tournament though, so a lot different. This is a random seed style, which Cube probably has the advantage of being the current world record holder and GOAT of random seed speedrunning. But I don't know. I like Hoffik's odds. He's been impressing me. There have been a couple slip-ups, but same with Cube. I'm going with Hoffik 2-1 for this one.
There we go. Looks as though chat agrees. 55.6% thinking that Hoffik is going to take it. It's going to be incredibly close. Although a couple of people coming in, we're still sticking with Hoffik though. 55. This is the closest that we've actually had a vote between these two players. So who knows? These are, some of the best in the industry. At taking on these Minecraft challenges. And speaking of best in the industry, why don't you check out our fantastic sponsor, Apex Hosting. If you're looking at getting back into Minecraft or you think it's time for you to get your own server, then you should definitely check out Apex Server Hosting. ! Apex in the chat. And there is no better time than right now to get started, because whilst this event is live, you can get 35% off your first month's subscription with the promo code METHOD. They have countless server versions available, and with their low latency connections, you can guarantee you're going to have a server that will offer a top-tier gaming experience that has industry-leading support for your friends and for yourself whenever you folks want to game. If you're interested, once again, ! Apex in the chat, and when you click the link to go through to the website, the code will automatically be applied at the checkout. So go and check those fine folks out. You've mentioned you have energy about these different seeds here, T-Wags. We're going into game number 1. Are you getting any sort of chaotic energy from this, or do you think it's going to be relatively standard?
First seeds usually aren't chaotic. I would assume it's relatively standard. We've seen, villager portals typical. So, the spicier seed ones could just be a shipwreck into a magma ravine or something, kind of a fast enter with low food. It's kind of what I'm feeling right now. Could be pretty good.
Okay.
I have a question for you, though. You've seen...
Yes, the beard is real.
It is.
It is real. It is real. I did grow this myself, yes.
Do you use product? Do you use product for your beard?
Absolutely.
Oils?
I have a beard comb. I've been using a beard comb.
You have to. Yeah.
You got to make sure. I have been using a beard comb. I've got beard oil, beard balm.
Okay.
If anybody wants to sponsor me, call me.
Method's next sponsor, beard oil. You heard it here first. Okay, that's beautiful. Well, no, my actual question was, I think we've seen all 4 Bastion types. What Bastion type are we going to see in this one? It's always a fun game to play.
Do you know? I don't know. I don't know, because at this point, because they're random seeds, I don't actually know what's considered standard. So I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know. Temple.
Well, okay. We will see. We'll give bonus points to anyone in chat a couple minutes from now who correctly identifies the Bastion first. How about that? Remember, chat.
There we go.
Keeping an eye on you. Whoever correctly identifies it first, we'll play that game. But I was wrong. I thought the spicier first seed would be a shipwreck. Starting off pretty spicy. Solo Desert Temple.
There we go. Desert Temple. We got housing. We got bridge, stables, housing, temple. Interesting one. Interesting question. Someone asked me if I've ever braided it. No, I have never braided my beard. I don't think it's been long enough yet. I think if I try and braid it now, it's going to look a bit squiggly. I haven't braided it yet. So yeah, we got some ideas. We got stables. We got housing. We got treasure. Who's right though? Which one of you's right? We're gonna have to find out very, very soon. Desert. I mean, the other question is, T-Wags, how many diamonds are we gonna get out of a desert temple if they decide to visit it?
There cannot be more than 8. Those odds are way too impossible.
So you're saying that there can't be more than 8. So if they rock up in here and they suddenly end up with like 10,
there's no way. It's 0. There's gonna be 7 iron only. That's my guess. Diamonds are incredibly rare. Cube missing that block clutch is going to lose a little bit more health than usual, but should still be fine. Hoffik. Okay.
Hoffik. Okay, so it looks like we had 1 diamond.
Did we get 8 iron? Is nice. 24 rotten flesh is honestly pretty good.
They're good, but they do have 8 TNT. 8 TNT on the side of Cube. Only 7 for Hoffik.
Hoffik did a slightly faster bottom temple explosion. In order to save that half second, it does use another TNT. So you're usually not going to use that many anyway. So it is a half second time save. So that's nice to see. They probably didn't really need to go to a village. They just need trees. And it doesn't look like there's anywhere great for trees. So they're just going to have to go to get trees. And then maybe, just hit up the village for food while you're there. Why not?
Well, yeah, and also, as mentioned, you could end up in a situation where you have a blacksmith there. I don't think there is one, but there's always that reality. Hoffik taking a very, very different route, though. Not going to the village. Looks like they might just be just outside the village, maybe? Yeah, I think they're just outside the village. They've used the TNT first, and using the second TNT there. Again, effectively going for the same. I think we're going to see. We will see Hoffik going into the village. I don't see a world where that doesn't happen. But is the idea of Hoffik maybe getting all this before moving into the village actually saving a little bit of time here? Because Hoffik's not going to be running around. It's just boom, explosion. There it is.
Yeah, using TNT effectively. I think Hoffik probably has the advantage entering here, unless there's anything I'm missing. I see food, bucket, tools, flint and steel, bread already done. So they're going to be entering pretty similar. Cube, of course, still has to craft that those hay bales into food. So honestly, pretty similar. Maybe Cube is slightly behind because of that crafting, but yeah, great enter from both. I think they have
there it is
enough comfortable stuff. I don't know how much gold they have. Maybe not.
Maybe almost at the exact same time.
Yeah. It is, what is it, chat? They have no gold armor, so they are going to have to do this route. Oh, someone was right. Someone was right. It is stables, my least favorite bastion. It's so random, but it is going to be a stables. I think Pork Chop.
Professor Pork Chop.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Feeling stables.
Professor Pork Chop with it. That's
Hamilton
big.
got it too. Hamilton got it too. There you go.
Yep, I'm feeling. There we go. Both of them, Professor Pork Chop and Stables. Both of them. I always appreciate it when the piglins are like at head level and you're literally just throwing golden bars at the piglin's face. There you go. Just give me your stuff, please. I beg of you. So yeah, but at the moment, pretty much neck and neck between these two. Starting off relatively quick, and for a lot of people that are watching this, kind of again. Watching this for the first time, having a very, very similar reaction to myself of just, I have no idea what's going on. But trust me, this is incredibly fast from both of these players. This is incredibly fast from both of the players, and I'm very, very impressed for what we're currently seeing between the two of them.
And actually, they're doing a route that is rare to see in stables. It is only
gold armor.
Maybe like a 20% chance to get 2 of these ramparts touching each other like this. There's 8 gold blocks, 6 chests, so you get a lot of stuff very, very quickly. We should actually see the runners basically collecting their stuff and leaving now. This is widely seen as the fastest bastion route possible. Cube is going to hang that pearl.
He is.
Towards the fortress, collect the trades, but he should be out very quickly. Yeah, this is a 4.5 minute fortress entry here at the spawner. Ooh.
That is that's blisteringly fast.
Hoffik has not seen the fortress yet and is going the wrong way.
Oh no.
Oh, going back to look at the seed nodes. Oh, little bit of time
that is
lost.
going to cost a lot of time on the side of Hoffik there. That's got to cost at least 30 seconds. And almost knocked into the lava there. That would have been the worst start you could ever imagine to something along these to something here that you don't want to see. Cube almost perfectly timing that pearl hang to get over to the fortress, and then we're just seeing Hoffik just having an absolute nightmare, taking the same jump that we did see from Cube, but they are a good 30 to 45 seconds behind here.
Just one mistake is so punishing in seeds like this, man, where you've got just almost the same enter, both runners having to do the same kind of desert temple, get the same tree, village. The route is pretty much the same in the Bastion, and Cube just having a much cleaner, more confident looking travel to the fortress. Just seems to be more of a tournament professional, which I guess is expected being King of the Hill for so many weeks in a row. Just knowing those seed notes and knowing where to go already, and is almost out here.
How much obsidian do they currently have? Because I think they've got a lot of obsidian.
Yeah,
we see Cube here setting up the portal to get across. So there we go. There's the getting set on fire, but it looks like they're okay. Yeah, there we go. Hoffik is just a little bit behind, but not by much. It is not by much at all. Now we're going to see if we can find out exactly where this stronghold is, where they do need to go. Once again, using calculations, using all the various different knowledge that they have acquired over many, many years and many, many hours. And you've mentioned before, obviously, you can use, calculators and such. Those are not available in this tournament. Those calculators are not available. The information that they are gathering from these eyes here, this is something that, they will have, once again, not only practiced for years and years, but they are also they will intimately know exactly where they need to be, and their ability to plot the various different strongholds is something that I don't think you can ever take for granted from these players.
Yeah, we actually saw it might have been the very last King of the Hill with Ninja Brain. Actually, the inventor of the calculator that's used by pretty much every speedrunner, Ninja Brain, he actually also invented the non-calculator version of the nether travel, and actually hit an I Spy. So calculated the angle change so precisely that his second portal actually ended up in the stronghold. So pretty insane. Yeah, it's pretty.
That is so insane.
Precise. You need a lot of precision and a lot of quick math in order to do that. So very cool to see. And
that
Cube
is incredibly impressive.
Cube is building another one already. Wow, 8 minutes.
Feeling confident in where they're going to be. Let's see where Cube does end up here, on top of a tree. So there we go. Check in to make sure they do have I think they've got even more obsidian available. We see Hoffik is back once again, getting a little bit of the dust, just taking the time there. Does Cube think that Cube is close right now? Does he think he's close? Let's find out.
He's got the chunk borders pulled up, which you only need when you're close by. Still a bit further, but I'm assuming it's pretty close.
I mean, it's one of those moments where you have to take a look at sort of the angle that you currently have, and you take a look at what is around you, and you think to yourself, is it worth me traveling back into the nether? There we go. We see the eye going back on Cube here. So Cube is going to be very, very close right now. Cube is going to be very close. I imagine probably in this sort of area. No doubt. There we go. Dropping down. Are they going to start digging? Is Cube going to start? There we go. Cube has started digging. So Cube is getting ready to go down into the stronghold. Hoffik setting up another portal here. At the moment, Cube is, you would say, is ahead. But Hoffik checking to make sure and seeing where they are here. Obviously, they'll be checking the direction. They'll be checking the angle. As mentioned, if there's a 1% difference, you're looking at, what was that, 1,000 blocks, I believe.
1 degree difference, 1,000 blocks away, which is pretty average.
There we go. Yeah. I am learning slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. Maybe 6 months you'll see me in the tournament. Who knows?
We'll see it. Yeah.
There we go. Cube is taking the time now. Taking the time to, obviously, looks as though they're setting up for beds here. I think that's going to be the plan. Making sure they have that so they can go into the Ender Dragon. But Cube, slowly but surely, seems to be coming. It's taken a little while, but they seem to be warming up to this tournament now.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Doesn't have enough eyes.
I saw people in chat mentioning he only has enough to make 11 eyes. It looks like that's true. And of course, he hits the 30%. It's a 0 eye. Oh my God. How is this happening twice in one day? Oh no.
This is rough. One thing we did see is that we did actually see Hoffik go back and farm a little bit more of that dust actually. So this is, this is not looking good for Cube. I mean, obviously it's going to take a little bit while to get back because of the location that Cube is in. I mean, how far away is Cube going to be right now?
He's got another 2 or 3 pearls to the fortress. He's using a pearl hang to set up back to his portal. So as soon as he gets 1 blaze rod, he can up his render distance and he'll be right back to his portal. He does have fire resistance, does have a good amount of pearls. So ideally this could be actually pretty fast, but even when he gets back into the overworld, his portal will most likely connect to his original one, and he'll still have a couple 100 blocks to travel and to get through the whole stronghold. So, I mean, it's going to be minutes. It's probably going to be minutes until Cube can get back to the portal room. And I don't know how many minutes it's going to take Hoffik here. Hoffik looks pretty close. It's right there.
There we go, back.
Oh, Cube unhangs the pearls back so fast. Still has to travel 200 blocks to the stronghold, though.
Still has to travel a very, very long way. Hoffik dropping down now. The only difference is that Cube is going to know relatively quickly how, you know, it's the portal room is close to the entrance. The portal room is close to the entrance. I mean, Cube still needs to find exactly where that was. Probably will at least have a good idea here. Hoffik now in the stronghold. How quickly is Hoffik going to find? How quickly is Hoffik going to find this portal room? This is going to be a real big difference here. Cube's still trying to find where the actual hole is. Cube's trying to find where the hole is at this point.
Yeah, it's not easy to remember. Everything looks the same. It's just dark forest. So Cube might need to throw another eye. It wouldn't be the worst idea in the world.
There it is.
Oh, he does find it.
There it is.
Ooh.
Apologies to Cube. He couldn't find the hole. I'm not, you know. But there we go, dropping down. Hoffik's found it. Hoffik has found it.
It's a 4!
He's found the eye, and he's got a 4! What is that?
Stupid.
What is that all about?
Come on, dude.
Oh my god. And there we go in the Ender Dragon. Cube is still here. Now, is Cube going to go for the zero? Is he going to go for the zero cycle? Hoffik is getting out of here relatively slow. It's relatively slow for Hoffik. He's not going to go for that zero cycle. But now it comes down to who is going to get lucky on this perch. Hoffik definitely gets here ahead of Cube by around about 5 to 7 seconds. But is the perch going to happen before Hoffik does? We see the Ender Dragon moving around here. All the beds available. This is coming down to the absolute wire between these two T-Wags.
I can't believe that. I mean, that didn't happen to Hoffik in an earlier siege.
It did happen to Hoffik, yeah.
Yeah, he threw 4 eyes. The last one is the only one that can break, and it did. And then he got a 0 eye. I mean, I think the same exact thing happened to Cube. It's incredibly unlikely, but it's happened twice in one day, and it's just dead even. It's just anyone's game.
Both of them waiting.
A single mistake.
They are at the mercy right now. They are at the mercy of the Ender Dragon. Is the Ender Dragon going to come in and perch for... It looks like Cube is setting up. Is it coming in for Cube first?
Oh my god.
Is Cube going to one phase here? There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. The 4th, is it coming in? And do we have... There it is. There is the 5th. Ender Dragon goes down for Cube. And Hoffik, once again, in a situation where they come through, and even though they're facing off against the Ender Dragon first... The Perch RNG just working in the favor of their opponent. The Cube luck is real.
I cannot tell you how many times last year Cube lost a tournament seed to getting the slower perch. It was like every tournament seed. Last year was just Cube lost like 10 seeds in a row to getting unlucky perches, and this year it's just, again, he's gotten the luckier perch. So
there you go.
it does even out, but yeah, unfortunately for Hoffik, it's going to be too little too late. Good damage on those anchors though. Great damage.
There it is.
Wow.
They're able to one cycle. So even though Hoffik losing there, showing their ability to one cycle, it's not as easy as it looks. I think the one thing that people need to pay attention to specifically, if you're looking at those one cycles, they do have the hitboxes available because from my research that I did, annoyingly, the hitboxes don't match up with the model at all. So yeah, that is a that was unfortunate on the side of Hoffik, and even though Hoffik does end up losing in that match there, I am definitely confident going into match number 2 if I'm Hoffik here, and if I'm Cube, I'm going to be confident as well. Both these players are going to be confident, but as we've seen, that's just how down to the wire it can be. And if I remember, just imagine if Hoffik hadn't have got turned around in the Nether with the fortress.
Yeah.
Imagine if that hadn't have happened.
20, maybe even 30 seconds, maybe more, because getting shot by the Ghast over there and losing a bunch of health, that whole sequence lost Hoffik a considerable amount of time. And yeah, I mean, it's anyone's game. This match is super, super close, as we've seen from the votes. It is almost dead even. So Cube will take that one and only needs one more to get a rematch against Reignex to stay in this tournament and stay as King of the Hill. Cube has debatably more writing on this than anyone else, even though it's very important for every runner to win this, to stay on as the king. Cube has a lot invested now.
I'm not saying that Cube planned this. I'm not saying that Cube planned this to go into the lower bracket and then go up through the lower bracket and still claim the crown here. But I think Cube might have decided to go through the lower bracket. Again, a fairly, I don't want to say a dominating performance, because it wasn't as if Hoffik lost by a huge margin there. But once again, both these players showing just how, technically sound they truly are. And we do see Reignex has been doing some crazy stuff, with a lot of the various different tactics they've been using. Semperzz also is trying some very, very interesting tactics. But honestly, for my cup of tea, these two are just showing what Minecraft speedrunning is all about here too, Wags.
Yeah, great play today. Just really cool to see. We've seen some mapless, some preemptive nav, some cool room portal completions. We saw someone get mining fatigued in a stronghold and die to not being able to right click past silverfish. Yeah, we've seen everything today. I guess there's a couple more things. We still haven't seen a monument seed, which could come up at any time. Those are really tough to find, so we may not see one. But really cool seeds today. A lot of Soul Sand Valley fortresses, which have been exciting. So, and man, how do you follow up a solo Desert Temple seed like that? How do you get even spicier than that? Mansion time?
Someone saying mansion. I mean, are you mentioning mansioning? We're gonna have to figure out.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing about mansions, Mojang put these huge, really cool, super rare structures in the game, and then the chests that have loot, they gave them the most garbage, useless loot tables of all time. So it's really hard to find a mansion that is valuable, at all. But it's gonna be another Desert Temple. I can't complain. It's my favorite seed.
There we go. They do have the village. I mean, we have seen a couple of these times where a village is all that these players need. We've seen one seed where a desert temple was around and actually wasn't visited by the players, so it doesn't always happen. But one thing I would like to point out that I've seen from Hoffik is Hoffik has had a really, really good control over TNT. The TNT control I've seen has been absolutely fantastic, clearing out, multiple areas, getting a bunch of blocks, and that is coming from somebody that doesn't necessarily watch a whole lot of Minecraft speedrunning. I can immediately notice that is something that is, and obviously all the players in this speedrun category are going to be very, very effective at using TNT, but Hoffik seems to favor it more than some of the other players here, T-Wags.
Yeah, it's sometimes it helps, sometimes it's about time even. If you just need a couple logs and you just mine them by hand, then it's debatable whether or not you want to use TNT. In a desert temple situation, it's always great to just use one at the bottom. Get a bunch of blocks from that. You can use one for wood, one for gravel, 2 for the blaze spawner. Maybe throw some TNT in a bastion. Who knows? Get crazy with it. Maybe use TNT for the dragon. So I think most runners are used to using at the bottom of the temple wood, and then blazes. We're seeing blaze TNT become more and more common, which I love because it's a really clean, efficient strategy. And here we go. You do spawn directly in a village. Cube. Debating whether or not.
Blacksmith.
Oh.
We have a blacksmith. What is in the blacksmith?
Ooh, 11 obsidian.
I was going to say, they immediately have the obsidian available. That is huge. Chat, we are here. Game number 2 between Cube and Hoffik. Who's going to take this? Who is going to move on? Is it going to be Cube taking the 2-0 going on to the grand final? Is Hoffik going to take us to a game number 3? Chat, let us know. This is huge for both of these players right now. Hoffik playing effectively for their survival in this tournament. Hoffik digging straight. Did Hoffik visit? Yeah, we go. Hoffik has visited the blacksmith. They do have that 11 obsidian available. If you have the 11 obsidian, do you go and visit the temple now?
I personally would, because it means you get to skip the wood axe, mining for stone tools, all that stuff. Cube, and then you get comfortable stone tools and things when you're going to the nether. The faster route here is what the players are doing, is you just make the wooden sword to get the fastest damaging item possible, kill the golem, and then enter as quickly as you can, because you don't need a bucket. So technically, if you have the iron pick and you get a flint and steel here, you can just build a portal and go. So that's what the runners are going to do. It's definitely faster than the desert temple route. I do like my blocks and my TNT, so I would have done that, but I can't argue with it here. And now all they need is gravel. That's it.
There we go.
Fast.
Method Broadcaster, incredibly sad. Didn't even use his temple. Didn't even use his temple. You did give them
10 obsidian and 5 iron guaranteed.
How ungrateful do you have to be to not use a temple that has been provided for you? How ungrateful. We see Hoffik here searching for a little bit of flint. Looks as though they have finally been able to pick that one up. Cube is making a move over here. Is Cube heading to... No, Cube's not heading towards the temple, surely.
No, just getting some gravel as well. Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. And immediately making up. But we do see Hoffik has entered a little bit quicker. Hoffik has entered a little bit quicker here than we do see. So in goes Hoffik. They are checking everything out here. And we're going to see exactly what they have waiting for them in the nether. What are we going to get for the bastion here? What is your prediction, T-Wags?
Housing.
Okay.
Well, prediction chat. Enemy counter. If I saw the enemy counter, I might have had a better, more accurate prediction. But yeah, I'm locked in with housing here.
Locked in with housing?
There's something. Only a Bastion super savant would have recognized it from that small angle. I did not know what Bastion was from there. But yeah, both runners see it and are heading towards it. Both having to do
treasure
twice. Is that
people saying treasure? Let's have a look. I'm saying as if I know.
Maybe some Bastion savants were able to see a bridge from there. What is it?
We're seeing bridge, we're seeing treasure. Let's have a look.
Might be bridge. Nope. It is housing, I think.
Housing. Okay, there we go. You were right.
The Bastion expert. What can I say? The only one to call housing. Looks like it's a housing. You win some, you lose some, chat. I'm just one step ahead of you today. It's okay. It happens.
Exactly. It happens to the best. We've seen it happen to these players. We've seen it happen to these players. So don't worry, chat. Don't worry. It does look as though it is housing here, so they will be setting up them. You know, for those players that are kind of, for the people that are watching here, and they're kind of sat there going, but I thought the seeds are randomized. give them sort of like an idea of when we're talking about, different types of Bastion. Is that something that's set beforehand, or is it always that sort of style, or are there different things to look out for these?
So yeah, some elements of seeds are randomized when you boot them up. So even if you put in the same seed, things will be a little bit different every time you run them. Bastions, for the most part, at a certain location will always be that bastion, and they will spawn in mostly the same way. There are random elements to bastions, so a treasure bastion for the most part is pretty much the same on the upper side. Housing is pretty much the same. Stables is incredibly random, and bridge has a little bit of randomness to it. Some bridges have very low chests, some have a good amount, and stables is either the best bastion or the worst bastion. That's the way it spawns is random. Yeah, depending. So housing, all the runners love housing. It is very fast. It is very consistent. Very little randomness. That's why this is the best bastion. We can see Hoffik Unhang the Pearl is already out.
That is huge. Cube is currently still inside. Cube is still inside the bastion there, and Hoffik taking the fight directly, obviously, to these blazes, making sure that they are nice and comfortable set up. They are directly above, dropping down here. Hoffik slightly ahead, but it's not a huge advantage for them right now.
Yeah,
at least I wouldn't imagine so. It's still dangerous for them, but I don't think it's a huge advantage.
Yeah, Cube's bastion route looked a little scuffed. I see a lot of piglins wandering around, which isn't necessarily bad, but it does look like it took a little bit longer to get the trades. Cube also doesn't have a pearl hang, so is now going to have to get to the fortress. So a little bit behind, but I see some nice strays right there. So Cube is going to get started right away. Oh, that's...
Does not want to get knocked off there. That skeleton immediately noticed exactly what Cube was trying to do and was like, not on my watch, not today. And it's a good job that Cube reacted in the way they did, because one thing, we talk about the damage that these players take, but honestly, the knockback is usually the scarier thing for them, T-Wags.
Yeah, wither skeletons are pretty scary. You never want to get knocked off a fortress. First of all, because you could die, but second of all, because it takes a long time to get back up. So it's just slow. Hoffik has made it to the blaze spawner, but is having a lot of issues with these wither skeletons. I think does have 12 eyes in the inventory. Probably wants one more blaze rod to be sure. Does get it. Yeah, Hoffik's out pretty quickly. Did have 30 obsidian, so is pretty fine. Yeah, still has 20 even though misplacing some. So if you really got to do 3 portals, you can still. And Hoffik is available here.
Hoffik probably has a lead of what, about a minute and a half, you would say?
Yeah, I think about a minute. Pretty substantial.
Now the only question
just that bastion
is,
route.
How close is this going to be? Looks to be relatively far. Now the question is, does Hoffik decide to go blind in the overworld or drop back down? Looks as though they're obviously going to try and triangulate this and just do some quick maths in their head.
I see exactly 1 degree angle change, so that means 1,000 blocks away. That is the exact average. So expected. You could kind of just wing it and travel, how far you think that would be in the overworld. Cube is going to zoom in and do a little more advanced method of travel. Should give him an extra decimal of precision here. You do have to do a bit more math, but this could end up saving a lot of time. Let's see for Cube. That is also about 1 degree angle change. So they're about the same distance away. Hoffik is speed running. He's already leaving.
Really? Really?
He's doing running his job well. He is. I blinked and he's already back out of the Nether. I
would not have believed that at all. Obviously, taking a look, seeing what they can potentially get rid of here to free up some inventory space. As mentioned, we speak about, quickly making sure they're putting the right blocks down, making sure they're going in the right direction. Obviously incredibly important, but the inventory management and the inventory speed in comparison is... It's absolutely day and night between what you see from speedrunners and what you see from your quote-unquote casual regular player.
The casual gamers, yeah. I mean, when you start off speedrunning, you're like, all right, give me like 30 seconds to make a set of tools. Give me a bit, and then after a year, it's just crazy fast. There are actually, so not only are there practice maps for like 1 cycles and portal buildings that you would expect, there is a practice map for just crafting items.
Hoffik's going, but Cube is really not far behind. Sorry to cut you off there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Cube making a mistake with a jump there with the soul speed, but is pretty close in the Dark Forest. Could be right on the chunk right here. Hoffik in the lead, though. I think I saw enough explosives for Cube to be comfortable doing a 0 cycle. I don't know about Hoffik.
There we go. Hoffik is currently down inside the stronghold. Just how quickly are they going to find the portal room? Found it! There we go. Very, very quickly. How quickly are they going to find it? Oh, there it is. So Hoffik is going across now. Now, the big question is, how different are their tactics going to be? Is Hoffik just going to go for the single phase? We did see in map number 1 between Cube and Hoffik, game number 1, that the 1 phase actually meant that Hoffik was waiting far longer than Cube. Cube is yet to find the portal room, though, so Hoffik does have a little bit of time. We could be potentially looking at another sub 13-minute run here, which is going to once again be blisteringly fast for Hoffik. All depending on this perch here.
That's so unfortunate for Cube. Yeah, Cube has spent some extra time pre-crafting his beds in the Nether so that he can be ready for 0 cycle. I think he might be able to go for the 0 cycle, but Cube went directly up next to where the end portal room was, and it was hidden behind a wall, and he turned away as Hoffik gets the perch. Here's the 1 cycle. Great damage on the beds. Not great damage on that one.
Are they going to miss?
That axe.
They're doing as much damage axing it down. Okay. There we go. They were able to take it down. There we go. A sub 12 minute for Hoffik here. 12. There we go. Almost exactly 12 minutes there for Hoffik. That is incredibly, incredibly fast. That means once again, we are going to a game number 3. This King of the Hill is serving up some absolutely banger series, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. I see the applause in chat, and honestly, it is absolutely well deserved because every single one of these players T-Wags is playing out of their mind.
And if you thought that was a fast seed being a 12-minute completion, that was the slow desert temple, optional village seed. I mean, you did have 11 obsidian, but that was a tough Soul Sand Valley Nether. That was just average stronghold in a dark forest, and Hoffik still nails that 12-minute run, and Cube pretty far behind. Cube I saw just barely get to that library where the portal room was hidden behind a wall. Hoffik dug there immediately and found it, and Cube turned around. It would have been a while before Cube found that end portal room. So GG's to Hoffik. This next seed, it could completely go either way. I have no idea. We know that Hoffik has learned about the FSG blind cords because he did it once. He made that mistake, but he corrected it. So if we do see another FSG seed, both runners know where to go and what to do. It's going to be close.
It's getting more and more exciting. We are once again going to a game number 3. You mentioned that you could see Hoffik taking the series 2-1 against Cube. You did say that. Chat, we're on the side of Hoffik as well, I believe. They were on the side of Hoffik by a couple of %. So who knows? Is chat going to be correct again? We will have to wait and see as we do await game number 3. Is the seed going to be spicy? We will find out. But I tell you what isn't spicy. What is spicy? Not what isn't spicy. What is spicy is our brand new Method Pride merch collection. Production's really going to hate me because they've just taken me to the brackets, and I'm going to take them to the Pride collection 2022. And 100% of all the Pride collection profits for the remainder of 2022 will be donated to the Trevor Project, a cause that is near and dear to all of our hearts. Exclamation point merch in the chat. T-Wags is going to get himself one of the fantastic beanies. I might treat myself to one of the joggers because they look super comfy, and also one of the only joggers available in an esports line. So make sure you do grab those ones. We can see it poised one apiece here between Hoffik and Cube. Reignex awaits in the final. Reignex does await in the final. If Cube is able to take this and we get a rematch, Cube has to win twice, because if you're coming up through the losers brackets, you have to win a best of 3 twice against the grand finalists. If Cube does that, is it safe to say that Cube is possibly the best King of the Hill player that we've ever seen?
It would be tough. Feinberg did hold the crown for, I believe, 7 weeks or 6 straight weeks in a row, something like that. So it is tough to say. Feinberg is a menace in tournaments and potentially could be back at a future King of the Hill event. Would be terrifying for anyone that is the current King of the Hill if Feinberg does come back. But yeah, it would be tough. I think Cube has a very real chance. The first match against Reignex was super, super close. It would not be off the table at all for Cube to take 2 best of 3s against Reignex. I think it's very reasonable. So yeah, if Cube wins this and wins a couple more and gets that 7 streak going, then it's a toss-up. But right now, I'd have to say the OG King of the Hill, the first 7, Feinberg was a pretty dominant performance in those. So yeah.
Okay. Maybe that's what we need.
Yeah,
a best of 3 between Feinberg and Cube. That's all I'm saying.
It could happen one day. Yeah, here we go. Power FSG. We were expecting it. Before we get into this one, though, Kexman, you're kind of an outsider coming into Minecraft speedrunning. This is all we do all day. We just do Minecraft. It's all we do. We don't know other communities. How are you enjoying? How's the community treating you? The chat? How's everybody doing? Do you like Minecraft speedruns?
I am thoroughly enjoying this. The action is effectively non-stop. We have seen some phenomenal games going on. The community has been incredibly kind to me, but I want to know how community, the Minecraft community, as someone who is coming in, how have I done? How have I done well? Do you appreciate?
I think you're doing a stellar job.
I've been enjoying it. I've thoroughly been enjoying this. I would love to do more of that in the future. More of this in the future. It's been great fun. It's been great fun. It's not my first time casting. I've been casting for about 18 months now, but this is my first time doing Minecraft stuff. And honestly, I was researching this beforehand, and there was a period of about 3 minutes when I just started researching it, and I started watching Minecraft videos, and I was like, oh boy,
there's so much.
I may be in over my head here. But honestly, picked it up very, very quickly. The videos that the Minecraft community put out are incredible as well. So very excited for this. Now, here we go. We're seeing the Ruin Portal first. We do know that sometimes these can produce some very exciting items, and they immediately have pretty much all the tools that the players are going to need. Apart from a hoe. They don't need the golden hoe. Maybe.
Yeah, the golden hoe might not be bad. You see those hay bales, golden tools are very, very low durability, about 1/10 of the durability of other tools, so they don't last very long, but they do mine stuff faster. So actually, a golden hoe for a couple of hay bales, very quick food source. They're going to have plenty of food for the whole run instantly. I did notice, really inconveniently, that gold pick does have the enchantment Silk Touch. Now, Silk Touch is kind of a cool enchantment in Minecraft. It drops the exact block that you mine. So if you mine something that usually changes when it drops, like stone turns to cobblestone, you get actual stone, which is kind of cool. But in this case, you can't actually make stone tools from pure stone. You need cobblestone, so they actually can't use the gold pick on this. It's a whole thing. Anyway, Silk Touch sucks. That's long story short. Silk Touch sucks. They're just gonna have to mine their tools normally, and should be pretty quick. I think they got everything they need. Cube is looking to just enter like right away.
Okay. So we're seeing them set up here. Game number 3 between Cube and Hoffik. Obviously, both of these players playing for a spot in the grand final, and both of them playing to survive in the tournament, because whoever loses drops out completely. As we wait for them to set up here, I want to know from you, T-Wags, what is your Minecraft hot take? What is the one hot take that is going to make chat go, absolutely not?
Treasure bastions are the best bastions in every scenario. Stables always sucks and I hate it. Regardless, even if it is the best stables ever, it's always bad.
Okay.
I could see
immediately people are just like, no. You've got like, no. What? Yes.
If you ever need a Minecraft hot take, just say one bastion is the best. That's it. It's completely polarizing. Chat will immediately just be outraged.
Completely outraged. Okay.
Actually, this is a bridge bastion here. This is a little bit of a hot take. I think bridge is an excellent bastion. I think bridge is usually very, very fast and is super, super good. It's been the world record bastion. You know, it's just bridge is actually really good. I think most people think bridge is. That's not a super hot take. Yeah.
Bridge seems to be good. Like bridge. I need to, by the end of this, I need to develop a Minecraft hot take.
Yeah,
I feel like if you're part of any community, you have to have a hot take for that community. Mm-hmm. So that's going to be, I think that's going to be my plan. With the help of yourself and the Minecraft community, I will create a Minecraft hot take. That is what is going to happen. We see Cube going up. Hoffik is a little bit behind Cube right now, only by a couple of seconds, not by much. And we've seen just how quickly these games can be decided. When we're looking at this, that was a very, very close jump from Cube. Then potentially could have fallen, and if Cube would have fallen, that would have been bad. And there we go, setting up with the piglins, getting them down into that little hole. Down you go, little piglins. Down you go. Please give me all of your fantastic trades. Thank you very much. We do see immediately picking up some obsidian there, and still looking around the area. A lot of people saying triple chest bridge. Bridge seems to be the happy place for Bastion for a lot of people. Bridge seems to be a very, very happy place.
This is actually, as we're talking about, bridge is pretty good. This is the worst variant of bridge you can get because there's two sides and you either get a triple chest or a single chest. So the difference between a triple chest and single chest is massive. Single chests usually have like, I don't know, a couple arrows. We'll see Cube dig to one right now. It's just rare to get anything good. Yeah, see, this one has 2 gold. I mean, it's just unlucky. A triple chest though, usually there's good odds there's going to be some obsidian, some string, maybe a gold block, you know, so it's a night and day difference. So this bastion actually has both of the sides are single chests, so a little bit slower. The Cube is making the best of it though. 16 pearls already, has a fire resistance. Where's the obsidian? Has 14. Pretty good, 15. Honestly.
Just ticked over to 15 obsidian now. Oh, Cube, we've seen you miss a couple of those, so that was very, very close here. Hoffik doing the same sort of thing. Once again, Hoffik pretty much doing everything that Cube is doing right now. It's just a little bit slower. It's just a little bit slower right now. So it needs to get, I think Hoffik needs to just make a little bit of an extra leap to potentially get ahead. We do see Cube has managed to move, obviously, to the spawner, the blaze spawner over at the fortress. Is this going to be Cube's moment to get back into the grand final?
2 blazes killed with the looting sword, and that is all you need. Cube is exiting the nether at under 6 minutes here. These FSG seats can go crazy, crazy fast. Hoffik is very close behind. Not using the Hoffik, no.
He isn't using the sword.
No, Hoffik, no.
He's not using the loot sword.
Don't lose a tournament to forgetting the sword. No.
I think he's completely forgotten it.
We've seen it so many times. You just forget. Oh no.
He's forgotten the sword.
Oh, dude.
Where's the loot sword? There it is. He's just put it on his bars now. Oh no.
Okay.
That's gonna cost maybe 30 seconds, even more. 6. There we go. So
It's kind of lucky though. That could have been a lot worse. I mean, he's still, maybe 40 seconds to a minute behind, but that could have been way worse. At least you remembered that last one. Okay. Cube in the ocean gets a dolphin. Is looking for an ocean exposed stronghold. It should be anywhere around here now.
Just keeping an eye out. Seeing if it does show up immediately. I can't see anything ahead. Can't see anything right there. We're wondering if Hoffik is going to do something slightly different here. Picking up the eye and then moving forward. Are they going to the sea as well? Are they both going to be going blind across the overworld here?
I think, yeah, they know at the 150 chords, it will guarantee you're within a few hundred blocks. So they probably didn't do the exact position and the precise travel. They just kind of went wherever the terrain allowed them to go. So they are going to be a further bit a ways, but the stronghold is pretty much guaranteed. It has to be like right under Cube right now. It's really hard to see in this ocean though. Does Cube see something?
Down. I don't know. I think he's down in the Marianas Trench right now.
Yeah.
What is Cube seeing right here?
Yeah, I don't think he sees it, but he knows it's got to be very, very close. It might be a buried stronghold in this ocean.
Maybe. Possibly. His eye went down. Hoffik. Is Hoffik in the same sort of position? There we go. Cube's found it.
Well,
Cube has been able to find it.
He's found a mine shaft.
He's found it. Yeah, well, yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, he's under a lot of pressure right now. He hasn't found where he needs to go, but he may have found the 7 dwarfs.
Jeez. Those if you get hit into a cobweb in that mine shaft, you're dead. He did find it. There it is. He did find, okay.
He must have been so confused. Maybe his eye went down and he was like, wait, hang on, what? Looking around going, wait, I don't remember this. Hoffik, though. Hoffik is right on his tail, but Cube has found the portal room. Here we go. Hoffik has found the mine, but immediately starts digging down and finds it. Hoffik is right on the tail. Hoffik is right on the tail of Cube, and this is going to go down to the wire. Are they both going to find it? There's the portal room on the side of Hoffik. They are really close behind Cube. This is going to come down to the wire here. This all depends on just how quickly this perch is. We've seen this happen to Cube before. He's gone in second, and he has got the perch first. Is Hoffik now going to get the luck that we have seen Cube get? Sometimes to stay on top, that is all you need. All you need is that luck, but occasionally, just occasionally, you see luck ending the rule. Is that what we are going to see here? We get the beds on the side. We've got beds on the side of Hoffik here, waiting for the perch. Who's it going to perch down to? This is super close. It is a perch race. This is exactly what we wanted to see out of this King of the Hill here. And keep an eye out. You're probably going to know a little bit more about this when the Ender Dragon is coming down, T-Wags.
I mean, this is, yeah, we'll see if they make a motion. Usually I just wait until they throw a pearl and that's it, because it's tough to read the dragon with the small screens. But this is Cube's tournament livelihood on the line. This is over $1,000 Cube is playing for. If he loses here, it'll be 3rd place, and he's not King of the Hill anymore. If he stays on as king, he gets to defend for more money, and that's a perch for Hoffik. Cube could be out with this.
He still needs to get the 1 phase. He still needs to get it. First hit is incredible. Second hit is incredible. Third hit, it just needs one more hit. One more hit. Hoffik's done it. Hoffik has done it. Has knocked out the king. The king is dead. Long live the king. Hoffik taking down Cube here by a matter of seconds.
Hoffik almost lost that to forgetting the looting sword because he remembered. On that last blaze, he actually wins it. Cube will see 1039 and he's going to be crushed. 18 seconds. Oh,
that
Cube
18
just
seconds.
The triangulation was tough. It took him a while to find the exact chunk the stronghold was in. The mine shaft he was running around for a while. It's those little time losses that add up, and Hoffik takes it. I mean, you couldn't have it be more fair. Cube entering second on one of the seeds prior gets the lucky perch. This time, Hoffik gets the luckier perch. I mean, it balances out.
I think it was actually the lucky. I think it was the lucky perch that happened in game number 1 between them.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah,
which just, I mean. What a tournament. This is the first time that Cube is leaving. Cube is leaving the tournament. Like, wow. I honestly do not believe that. It does mean that we have Reignex and Hoffik playing for the grand final. That is absolutely huge. But I will say, can we get some love? Can we get some applaud in chat for, obviously, for Cube? Cube has been a fantastic champion, a fantastic king of the hill for the longest time, but good lord, Cube GOAT. Exactly. Cube is the GOAT, no cap. I saw a great copy pasta earlier. Yeah, Cube is amazing. I mean, T-Wags, you could talk a little bit more about what Cube has done, not only for this community, but for this game.
Yeah, I mean, Cube has so many accomplishments. It is sad to see him go. It's always exciting seeing a new King of the Hill, so you love to see that, but it is sad to see Cube go. With this King of the Hill format, it's really just, you might be the best player of the 4 players every single week, but some weeks you just slip up, maybe Cube was just rusty on seed 1, made a mistake there, a couple more mistakes, and you're just out. I mean, you can only go so many weeks before you have a couple bad seeds, so it just happened to be that week for Cube. I think we could have very easily seen the first match, instead of 2-1 Reignex, go 2-1 Cube, and the tournament might have already been over. Cube maybe just retains the crown and that's it. So unfortunate that happened. Could have been huge. Hello Cube coming in as well. Sad to see you go.
It was an absolute pleasure seeing you play, Cube. Absolute pleasure seeing you play. Incredible run. Absolutely incredible run. And that came down to the wire. So, Cube, you are the GOAT, straight up. Unfortunately, one of those, just not today. And it does happen, T-Wags. You will know as well as anybody else. You're speedrunning, and sometimes you can spend 4, 5, 6 hours trying, and it's just not your day.
Yep. Minecraft is a game of randomness. Every tournament, random things happen. It's just how it goes. So, unfortunately, Cube is going to get knocked out. But there's a couple exciting things that happen because of this. So, first off, we're going to have Reignex. Hoffik is going to be crowned a new champion. And second, if you're sad for Cube, or maybe you're longing for Feinberg to come back, Cube and Feinberg could be revisiting and attacking the King of the Hill at some point in the future, which I always find pretty exciting. I would be very interested in a previous King of the Hill attacking the current King of the Hill. That's a narrative I want to see one day. So
when that happens, bring me back. When that happens, bring me back. If chat will have me back, I will come back for that. Good lord. But yes, as mentioned, the king is dead. Long live the king. The only question that remains is, who's it gonna be? Is it going to be Reignex beating Cube 2-1 in round 1 and then beating Hoffik 2-0 in the semi-finals? Or is it going to be Hoffik, who did beat Semperzz 2-1 in round number 1, but then lost to Reignex in the semi-finals, and then coming back up for revenge? Who's it going to be, chat? Is it going to be Reignex? Is it going to be Hoffik? Let us know in the chat. Finals coming up after this.
You were my best friend. Didn't care about the rules, good on the weekends. I'll be in fools, drifting to deep space. So brave and so stupid, just like the movies. How it's gonna stay in the fight with you. Just thinking we would do this until we couldn't do. so for sure, oh, I've got you. If we figured out what it's all about, takes a second and then we're back it again. Coaster ride for the triggered minds, but I don't ever want us to stop it. Go ahead, to let me smile from for all I care. Just wanna stay close, don't say that. Ain't gonna leave ya. Sabotage, you're a million. Explode every time you go and slam the door. Adore how we always end up on the floor. We know how to push the buttons to the core. I've got you. If we figured out what it's all about, takes a second and then we're back it again. Coaster ride for the triggered minds, but I don't ever want us to stop it. Go ahead, to let me smile from for all.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. The moment that you have been waiting for is finally here. It's grand final time, and Cube is not in it. It's Reignex versus Hoffik. Hoffik knocking out Cube in the previous best of 3. We are going to be claiming, crowning even, a new King of the Hill this evening. Now, obviously, going into this grand final, there are a couple of things to take into account. Number one, we will have, obviously, our first best of 3. If Reignex wins that best of 3, the tournament is over, and Reignex will be crowned the new King of the Hill. However, if Hoffik is able to win this next best of 3, we go on to a second game between the two, because obviously as a double elimination, it does mean that the player that went through the lower bracket does have to beat the person in the finals twice. So it is fair across the board. Everybody gets 2 stabs at the cherry. And number 2, before we went on air, the producer, Lind, was laughing about what's coming up, which I don't know about you, T-Wags, probably doesn't bode well for the competitors.
Look, I've been here for 10 iterations of Method King of the Hill before, and there have only been, I think, one other time where the seeds have been laughed at in this way before, and it was an interesting time. It was actually funny. It turned out really well. So I'm hoping for the best here, but these seeds could be very spicy, almost too spicy. You know, when you go to a new like a Thai place or something and your food is too spicy, that could be the seeds we run into. I don't know. It could be very easy. But yeah, the TNT Bridge lava trap was the one I was thinking of before. The chalice in the TNT, there was lava directly above it, and you didn't see it until you mined the chalice. That was an evil one. But that worked out well. So you guys aren't going to want to miss these seeds or this finals. Going to be spicy. Going to be good stuff. Yeah. Oh. Are you muted, or can I not hear anyone?
I'm absolutely muted, and I'm really annoyed because that was a fantastic segue.
All right, let's use it. What did I say at the end? Oh, these seeds, that bridge chalice lava was really hilarious. These are going to be some real spicy seeds.
There we go. And I can tell you about one of our fantastic sponsors that will also make your gaming extra spicy, Apex Hosting. If you are looking at coming back into the game, or it's finally time to set up your own Minecraft server, !Apex in the chat. And there is no better time than now to do it, because you will get 35% off your first month's subscription using the promo code METHOD. It's got countless server versions, and with their low latency connections, you can guarantee you're going to have a server that will offer a fantastic gaming experience for you and your friends whenever you want to game, alongside some industry leading support. Once again, exclamation point Apex in the chat, and if you follow that link through the command in chat, your code will automatically be applied at the checkout, so make sure you check out those fantastic folks out as well. But we do have to kind of talk about this final a little bit more, because, you know, we mentioned the seeds, you mentioned it potentially could be incredibly spicy with what we do have, and no matter what happens here, T-Wags, we will have a brand new King of the Hill. We will have a brand new King of the Hill, and honestly, I don't think, you know, King of the Hill, it's always great to see, you know, the king go on and defend their title, but there's a little bit of us that is always hoping to have a brand new king, and it looks like we're getting it here. King of the Hill number 11 in the Method Rush Minecraft tournament. So who have you got? We do see, obviously, chat is currently leaning towards Reignex, 53.3%. Yourself, who have you got for this grand final?
Well, Reignex did just take it 2-0 against Hoffik, but I think that honestly could have gone either way. That was not really dominating 2-0. That was a very, very close performance. So I think it could go either way. I want to say Reignex has had a better tournament performance overall, so he should be slightly favored. However, I do want to point out, in real life problems, Reignex's stream is currently 21 and a half hours live time. Reignex has been streaming for just about 24 hours.
So he's warmed up.
Because of his sleep schedule, and wanted to do a 24-hour stream. So, hey, what better way to end a 24-hour stream? But you gotta imagine the fatigue. So Reignex could be a little fatigued here. Hoffik has a very real chance.
I mean, you'll know a little bit more about that seed than I will.
What outpost? Gravel, water south of lava pool, southwest of outpost, northwest of gravel, water. Same passage camp fortress. Okay, I have no idea what's going on.
Yes, fantastic. That makes both of us. Finally. Finally.
The one thing I do know is an outpost is a rare structure that it's not really useful for speedruns. It's a large kind of wooden dark brown structure that usually spawns pillagers with crossbows around it. It usually has some wood, some iron, but the pillagers do sometimes like to trap iron golems in little cages, which is really cruel and unusual punishment. So, of course, as a speedrunner, you free the golem and then by killing it and taking its iron. So I think that's what we're going to see.
Kind of a way of freeing it. I mean, you're freeing it from life. It kind of works out. It does kind of work out. I mean, it says 5 out of 5 difficulty. It's going to be 5 out of 5 entertainment. This grand final is absolutely going to be 5 out of 5 entertainment. As Rav says, the sweet release of death. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, we've seen Reignex do these, and Reignex is very, very known for, as we've seen before, kind of taking those risks, risk reward. Hoffik doesn't necessarily do that. In a map where we have, obviously it says 5 out of 5 difficulty, is the potential for this to favor Hoffik, who, as we've seen over the tournament, seems to be a very, very solid technical player over someone like Reignex, who, once again, incredibly well played. They have to be in this position, but we have seen them take some slightly esoteric routes compared to some of the other players.
Yeah, I honestly would think Hoffik might take this a little slower, maybe get some extra food from the overworld. We see both runners going for the outpost. You do get plenty of wood, which is kind of nice. 3 iron, which is pretty unusual for these structures. That's very good. And then a couple okay food sources, but nothing too crazy. Me seeing that C-Note's 5 out of 5 difficulty, I would get a bunch of food going into the Nether, because I'm expecting it to be crazy and awful, and I'm going to hate my life. So I would get a bunch of food. But knowing these runners and their mentality on speedrunning, I'm pretty sure they're going to enter with almost nothing.
I mean,
that's typically
your plans for the Nether are effectively my plans for real life. You know, I just, you know, I hate what's going on, so I just get a bunch of food. We do see them going for the golem here. Looks as though that is, how many are up there? Is it 2 up there, or what? Oh, there's the golem immediately looking down. It's over, Reignex. I have the high ground.
Yeah, unfortunately, the players can reach much, much further than the golem can. So you bridge down here, dig up. Reignex actually doing a really nice outpost route. I mean, you never do this in a normal run, and having no problem at all. Did Hoffik do the same thing? I didn't even see. I blinked.
I believe so. I mean, that's just how quick these runners are, to be honest with you. You do blink and you look back and you go, wait, what happened? They are incredibly, incredibly fast. It does seem as though, yeah, that's exactly what happened. Looks as though Hoffik did the exact same thing here. Taking a look at these two players setting themselves up. I mean, it did say 5 out of 5 difficulty, but I mean, to be fair, T-Wags, these are players that we are dealing with that are on a completely different level to everybody else. So this 5 out of 5 difficulty, for the average player, I imagine it's going to be incredibly difficult. For these players, I mean, maybe it'll take them an extra 60 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Hoffik is doing the smart thing here, heating the seed notes and getting some extra cooked pork. This is kind of exactly like I was thinking. Hoffik, we think, is a more consistent runner. Reignex just likes to take the riskiest plays possible, is going in with 3 carrots and 3 potatoes, which is basically nothing. Hoffik doing exactly what I would do, grabbing 6 pork chops. I'm glad they're kind of playing how I would assume they're playing. And of course, 5 out of 5 difficulty. This is what I would expect. This is pretty normal, pretty average.
Average. There we go. Using the cart, dropping down. For those players, why is this cart being used in this way? Why is the boat being used in that way? For players that may not realize, you know, the cart can be used to drop to remove fall damage, as it were.
Yeah. Boats are by far the most broken item in all of Minecraft. You can use them on land, you take no fall damage, you could trap other mobs in them. Almost every single mob in the game can be trapped in a boat. In fact, there was one version of Minecraft where the dragon could be trapped in a boat.
I'm sorry.
They have a ton of different utility. Reignex is starting the most dangerous route in the game, manhunt housing over lava, no gold armor. Oh, he has gold armor. Okay, so he's okay. It's still a very risky route. If you get hit by that piglin, though, at any point, you just die and lose everything. Reignex does manage to make it. Let's see if Hoffik can have the same success here, because Reignex is pretty much set for the next minute on this Bastion route. This is tough. Any hit here, you could just die.
I was going to say, is this the time to take risks if you're Reignex? Because you do have, technically, a series buffer, as it were, between yourself and Hoffik. Hoffik has to beat you in a best of 3, and then has to do it again. If you're in Reignex's position here, taking these risks, taking these chances, isn't as bad as some people may think.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you could take a risk, get ahead, and then you can kind of coast after that, so not a bad idea. Reignex is going to do a smart thing here and make 3 golden carrots from those carrots, not having to use that food source before getting here. That's actually going to be huge. And now Hoffik's time loss of getting some cooked pork, it doesn't look really that necessary. It could have turned out being absolutely huge, but with 3 golden carrots, Reignex is actually in a substantial lead now, just playing very well, very clean.
I mean, the only worry is obviously making sure they need to get those blazes, obviously kill those blazes, and that is this is 5 out of 5 difficulty, that area could be an absolute hellscape. Only time is going to tell here. But yeah, it looks as though we do have, I believe we've got 16 pearls there on the side of Reignex. I think they have a little bit more as well. I think they've got a couple more in their inventory. We do see Hoffik here setting themselves up. Look to be, once again, almost the exact same position that we have Reignex in, just slightly behind by around about, I want to say, probably close to 30, 45 seconds behind. Going down, they do get a bit of string. They get some, is that 24 obsidian on the side of Hoffik there? So that is potentially an area where they can get... No, that wasn't 24 obsidian. I do apologize. I thought it was. But it looks like they've got 15 at the moment. 16, sorry, 17. They're just getting more and more as time goes on. So they will have the option to maybe build a couple of extra... it looks like they are going to be stuck on... is it going to be 19 or are they going to... No, they have the 20. It looks as though they have the 20. So they can build 2 more portals if they want. Reignex is currently immediately straight into the enemy spawner here. And Reignex looking comfortable so far, T-Wags. Yeah,
this is actually a 5 out of 5 difficulty seed. I know Method Broadcaster was saying maybe this isn't as hard as it looks. This is a really hard seed. I mean, a couple mistakes, a couple extra hits from the piglins, and you have no food, and this run is just awful. But Reignex is playing this so well. I don't think I've seen like any mistakes so far. Whereas Hoffik has slowed down to get food. Hoffik slowed down to get extra gold armor before doing that housing route. So this is kind of exactly like what we expected. You know, Hoffik is a safer, more consistent runner. We expected to play well, but Reignex taking risks, and every one of them is paying off.
I think I figured it out. I think I figured out Reignex's big brain plan here. What Reignex has done is Reignex is currently streaming. Reignex is currently on what did you say? It was like the 20th hour live? Or something
like 22
along those
hours,
sort of
yeah.
22 hours. What Reignex has done is Reignex has been on stream for 20 hours to the point where Reignex doesn't have to think. Like, autonomy is taken over. Reignex is effectively ultra instincting this Minecraft tournament at this point. Just letting the body react. He's going into absolute overtime. We were sat here wondering if it was going to be too tiring for Reignex, but Reignex actually with the big brain play here.
He's reached gamer ascendance mode. He's basically what you're saying is he's completely fueled by Doritos and Mountain Dew, and he doesn't have any thoughts, and it's just full gamer mode. Yeah, honestly,
other gamer snacks are available. I do want to point that out.
That's true. That's true. There are a lot of better snacks, to be honest. But you don't know. I see that. I kind of agree with that. Mountain Dew? What's wrong with Mountain Dew? What?
Hoffik currently playing tennis as we see Reignex going across. Looks like they are traversing through the nether to get themselves to the stronghold. How many Hoffik has at the moment? I don't believe so. Reignex is on fire, literally, not just doing really well. Reignex is literally on fire here in this grand final. How close is Reignex right now? Because it looks as though Reignex did obviously calculate how far he may have needed to have gone. Hoffik's still under a bunch of pressure, trying to take on these blazes, but we also have a bunch of piglins here as well, doing a bunch of damage. I can't see how many. I'm trying to figure out how many. Oh, there we do see the explosion coming out, clearing a bunch of room. Reignex is so far, for my money, T-Wags, storming ahead.
Yeah, he is. Are we going to see the tennis match here between Hoffik and the Ghast? Oh, no. Wait, what is this replay? I didn't see this. Oh.
I'm unsure as well.
Oh, he juked the skeleton so that it would hit the zombie pigman, and then the zombie pigman took out the skeleton. That was a nice play. And then following up with the blaze bed here, that was cool. Reignex is far in the lead here. Should be very close. However, I do notice Reignex has already thrown 3 Eyes of Ender and only has a single Ender Pearl remaining. I actually think one of them broke already. Reignex is Pearl
10.
Eye goes down, but he needs this one back, and he only has 1 extra Pearl. Does he get it back?
I think it broke.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no! There it is.
It's okay. He's good. He's good.
It's close, but maybe that means it went down in the ground. So that means that he can just dig down. He can just dig. He's going deeper underground, looking for what Reignex needs to take the lead in this best of 3 against Hoffik here. There it is. Reignex is currently in the stronghold. So Reignex just needs to take a look and find exactly where this portal room is available. Hoffik is still substantially further behind. Even if I think Reignex is in a position where even if there is no 1 phase available, I don't think Reignex would lose that completely. Here we go, straight away into the portal room. this could once again be blindingly fast. Setting everything up, in comes the portal, there it is. Now they do need to take on the Ender Dragon, unfortunately. Make sure you're building that bridge very carefully. And then towering up onto the Ender Dragon area. And Perch is not going to be too much of a problem because we're not really focusing on too much of a time difference here. This is Reignex completely in the lead. And depending on how quickly this Perch timer is, we can obviously be seeing... We could be seeing Reignex here doing maybe sub 12 and a half minutes.
Yeah, crazy good pace, really good preemptive nav there. Finding the portal room behind the starter staircase, which is the rarest spot for it to be, but really, really nice. Impressive to see. A couple every once in a while someone in chat gets really annoyed that you're calling it one phase instead of one cycle. I think it's fine though. Like it's still a phase. I mean, some people are accepting the one phase, so I'm totally fine.
Chat has ruined it now because from now on I'm going to call it one phase. I hope chat's happy.
Yeah.
I hope chat is happy. My Minecraft hot take is that it is called one phase, not one cycle. My Minecraft hot take is that it is called one phase, not one cycle. There we go. There we go. So it looks as though we are setting up. Is Reignex going to be able to take this down in one phase? We're going to have to wait and see. Doing a bunch of damage, looking relatively solid on the second and the third. And there it is, Reignex taking Ender Dragon down around about the 12:34, 12:35, 31. Very fast here. Hoffik is going to learn about this very soon. It looks as though they have just managed to find their way into the stronghold. I don't believe they're going to find the portal room straight away. I think they've already missed out on it. There it is. So Hoffik does drop down at 1-0, and Reignex only one game away, T-Wags, from being crowned King of the Hill.
Honestly, a crazy impressive seed. I'm shocked by how well Reignex did that. The expertise in killing the golem or the outpost, which you've maybe done once out of a million seeds, like only taking the carrots and making golden carrots at the very end in the bastion. Pearling the fort was crazy. The educator travel was on point, a couple hundred blocks away, and the preemptive nav, I don't know if you saw that at the end, but Reignex actually found the portal room behind the staircase, was like 8 rooms away and went there instantly. Hoffik was actually 7 rooms away in the completely wrong direction. I mean, Hoffik was still like 2-3 minutes from finding the portal room. Reignex just destroyed that seed. That was a 5 out of 5 difficulty. It made it look like child's play.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, admittedly, Production laughed about the seeds that we did have going into this grand final. The first one, they were like, okay, 5 out of, they didn't actually say what the second one was. All me and T-Wags heard was, oh, second one is the one with, and then just started laughing. So that's all we heard. Oh, the second match is the one with, and then laughter. Make of that what you will. Because... But on the other hand, that was 5 out of 5 difficulty, and Reignex just made that look simple.
Yeah. That was, I mean, at any point, if you die during the Bastion route, which is very possible, you don't get gold armor, you don't get enough gold, you just fall in lava, and then you have to do the whole thing over. If you don't know what you're doing with the golem at the outpost, you might have to kill a bunch of pillagers, like that could take minutes. So, well, you have, okay, there's apparently no fear of seed number 2 because they destroyed this seed. I don't know, and that did not look that easy. That was,
we're in that position. We're in the grand final. Anything can happen. And we've seen pretty much everything happen so far over this day. All of these various different maps have been going very strong. Yeah, lava housing. There we go. That would be fantastic. You'd absolutely love to see that. But yeah, I don't know what to expect out of this. Reignex definitely, I mean, we spoke about the risks that Reignex takes, and Hoffik definitely took the safer route in staying outside, making sure they had all of the various different food available to them. They got the pork that was, incredibly useful, or would have been incredibly useful. Reignex, on the other hand, just went, I've got 3 potatoes and 3 carrots. Let's do this. The absolute zero fear going into it. And sometimes that's what you need as a champion.
Yeah, I don't fault Hoffik for getting the extra cooked pork. That's exactly what I would have advised to do. It was a tough difficulty seed, and I think Hoffik used a lot of that food to pearl around and save time during the seed. It just so happened that Reignex played it perfectly, and you can't get mad at that. If you lose to someone just playing flawless, you're like, well, I couldn't have done any better myself. So. I
like the comment in chat as well. 3 potato, 3 carrot. This is meal of champion. There we go. That's all that is required. That is all that is required. Empires have been built on the backs of potatoes, and that is what Reignex is looking to do here, to build the empire in this King of the Hill. However, I think the one thing is that we need to obviously make very, very clear. Let's have a look. Anything here that... Hang on, wait, no. Before it just says good luck at the bottom of this.
Sometimes it's good luck smiley face. At least there's not a smiley face next to it. You're in trouble when it's good luck smiley face. So yeah, we've seen that before. That's fair.
Is anybody out there as old as I am and remember playing Lilac Wars or Star Fox 64? On the Nintendo 64. Does anybody else hear that good luck in the same voice as I do? Or am I just a complete boomer? Am I just a complete and utter boomer?
I might be a little boomer for the crowd. There is a smiley face now, so now we're in trouble. It says good luck smiley face. So, I don't know. I mean, I still favor Hoffik, weirdly enough, with the risky seeds, because I feel like at any time, if Reignex gets into a situation where he's on half a heart in a fortress, which happens a lot, a safer player like Hoffik might have the advantage. But if Reignex just cleans it up like that last one, that's it. He's just king of the hill, hands down. He's just better. He's just a better player.
Just straight up better. The other side of it, it's easy to win. It's potentially, I don't want to say it's easy to win a tournament, but winning one tournament is one thing, T-Wags. Staying on as the king is another thing entirely. So Reignex may potentially take the crown here, but will Reignex reign last as long as some of the other champions that we have seen? I think only time will tell. Maybe we'll see Cube back to take that title. Maybe some other previous champions as well. But here we go. Reignex and Hoffik loading into game number 2 in this best of 3 in the grand final. Reignex 1-0 up. 1-0 up. If Reignex takes this, then Reignex is effectively the champion. Reignex will be the king of the hill, and they seem to have spawned on a little bit of an island.
You know how to make speedrunners in Minecraft really mad instantly? You spawn them in a seed that has no trees. That's how you do it. So I see the idea here. There is wood on the shipwreck, except, you gave them...
Okay, what do we have? Buried treasure map.
They'll probably end up making a gold pressure plate so they can breathe underwater and then get the wood this way. It is an uncomfortable way to get wood instead of just having a tree, but if you have to make do, a gold pressure plate gets you 1 air bubble of water, so it'll do the trick. They do have a diamond pick. They are going to maybe have to make some wood axe kind of thing work. It's going to be a little tricky. Okay, Rain is just going to get 3 stone for a stone axe. Rain is actually going through this pretty quickly. Hoffik is going to do the wood axe. So it's just a weird kind of spawn that has different preferences for the runners, but both of them handling it pretty well.
Is this the sort of situation where, if you are watching a speedrunner, is this the sort of situation where you can really tell the difference in the experience of these speedrunners compared to your quote unquote average player. You know, some players would spawn in on that island and they would immediately go, what? But you see these two players, they go down to that shipwreck and immediately they come out of it, they have their pickaxes ready, they have their boats ready, they are traveling across the sea. They're in pretty much a perfect position, and there's the ruined portal. And what do they have in the ruined portal? There's a fire charge. There appears to be a helmet in there as well. But outside of that, not much for them.
How much obsidian? 2?
I think 2?
I don't think they can complete that and enter. You need 10 obsidian in the frame. I think there's... they still need 3, and there's only 2 obsidian. So is there another enter? I don't know what the play is, but yeah, kind of low awkward materials here. I think it is enterable. Hoffik's filling it.
He's going for
diamond pick. You're so right. You're so right.
There we go. That's exactly what's happening. Also, I want to point out, I do not like Reignex's character model, just because that bear head is always looking at me. It's always looking, it's always watching. Chat, you are the real big brain. Chat, you are the real big brain. Let's be honest here. We see Hoffik is setting up, trying to see what they can do here. See if they can get into this portal incredibly early, and that does look to be the case. That is what they are going to be going through here. In setting this up, just waiting, getting the water bucket down.
We were told that they would have to do something that they've probably never done before, and yeah, I don't think anyone's ever completed a 3x3 underwater portal. Yeah, Reignex just finding a magma ravine and getting in slightly faster, and does have the same materials basically, so it is pretty much even.
It is even. Now the question, this is where we've seen Reign really take the advantage. I mean, the majority of games that we've seen Reign in effectively have been neck and neck in the overworld. You know, even sometimes Reign has obviously lost a couple of games as well. So we've seen people beating Reign out in the overworld. In the nether areas, though, Reign has just been so on point all day. And honestly, when you're doing speedrunning at this sort of level, that's where these can be won and lost, T-Wags.
Yeah, as you say that, there are blazes currently shooting Reignex on the chalice. Like I was mentioning a while ago, some of these bastions are really nice because you get good structure proximity, but when you get overlap, the blazes are shooting you, the wither skeletons and the piglins are fighting each other. It could be a nightmare, and Reignex got to be very careful trying to not get hit by blazes, but that's only the first part of this difficulty. Now you have to run across the bastion and hope that nothing bad happens. So far, so good.
Sometimes this is what you need as a king. You need a little bit of luck. You need to take those risks, and it looks as though Reign is taking exactly that. And so far, as you've mentioned, so far so good. Oh god, that piglin right there. If that piglin would have turned around at the wrong time, this could have been over for Reignex, and it still might cause problems. That's a bunch of damage that's being taken there.
Sorry, I see a bunch of bones on the ground, which means that piglins and wither skeletons and skeletons have had a big battle over here. So there are no piglins remaining after this war. They're all dead. Yep.
Oh no.
Yeah, they're all dead. They're all dead.
It's a 0 pig route. 0 pig route, but there's some. They've been found. The survivors.
Oh my god. Oh.
The survivors have been discovered. Oh, do not fear, piglin brothers. We will rescue you and give you riches. And riches you shall have.
Hoffik's found some pigs currently in a battle with the blaze over here. Makes that work. I think has about 4. Reignex has gone into the lower bridge section, which does typically have about 6 piglins.
Yeah,
I don't think he meant to pearl all the way to...
What was that? Was that a piglin that just died? Was that a piglin that just died for Reignex then? Just absolutely Supermaned themselves into the lava. Hoffik's nearly dead. What is going on in this game? Like, what is going on in this game? What was... Yeah, here we go. So what is this pill that we do see coming out of Reignex?
So he's trying to switch to blocks in his hotbar, but he switches to pearls on accident. and then takes 3 instances of fall damage, and then
one of the piglins just one of the piglins just had enough and just completely ends it all off the edge there. At the moment, Hoffik has the advantage. I mean, I think I have no idea what that just was. I mean, we expected this to be crazy, and then we came in and it was suddenly a case of, oh, there's no piglins around. This is now a 0 piglin space. Then we found survivors. Then one of them leapt off the tower. I don't know what happened, but those piglins, they are not... There's some more over here as well. There's some more piglins over here. Hoffik has built the shield, so taking a little bit of a safer route. Although, Reignex, not necessarily too far behind right now.
Yeah, the advantage Hoffik has is he's doing something we call task overlap. We talk about task overlap in a lot of different contexts. As long as you're doing 2 things at once as task overlap. That's a blaze you don't normally see in your bastion. How did that blaze get over there? Hoffik,
blaze is in my bastion in this economy?
Typically, the most common use of the term task overlap is when you trade your gold and you also kill blazes at the same time. So Hoffik has all of his blade rods and has now come back to a full trade of piglins, and he's now done with both. So Hoffik has successfully done the bastion and the fortress at the same time, whereas Reignex still has to go get 4 more blaze rods. So Hoffik is in a huge lead now. Massive lead.
That is going to be... That could potentially be huge for this whole tournament. Hoffik using the portal to go back, looks like, and then we'll obviously use the eye to see where they need to go. But once again, they are underwater. Let's not forget about that one. Which will make trying to decide exactly where these eyes are going, a little bit more difficult. Production did say that they would be entering the Nether in a way that that was incredibly unusual, and I think we can both agree, T-Wags. That's about as unusual as they come.
Yeah, I don't think filling in a 3x3 underwater portal has really been done very often. I think I've done like 2 filling in underwater portals before, so that's an interesting one. The 3x3 is more awkward because you have 9 blocks on either side you have to fill, so you need 18 blocks. It's really awkward. Hoffik making the best of this. Oh.
I just want to point out that there's a bunch of blazes that spawns, but because of the low ceiling, they can't actually get to Rain. So that was almost a completely free farm for Rain there. And I believe they now have enough to kind of get out of dodge, as it were. Using the golden carrot there, getting an extra bit of health, and then the obsidian down, and they will have enough for at least 2 portals. They've put it down, it is above the sky, so now they're going to figure out where this stronghold is, immediately putting them in the direction of that island. And the Rain, Hoffik is come out there, obviously taking a look at the same time. Rain is, where was Rain there? Rain looked to be in a cave of some sort, so I mean, they've kind of... I think they're now in a neck-and-neck position.
Well, Rain did his first portal and got the angle, and Hoffik is now already on his second. But yeah, you're right. If Reignex exits the Nether here pretty shortly and isn't in some sort of cave, if he's in the ocean as well, then they could be just dead even. But you always run the risk. Nether traveling this low down, pretty likely you're going to be in a cave. That's always... You hate to see it, but he's only a Y38. Yeah, okay. In a cave. So
in a cave.
Not great.
Time to dig up. Yeah. There we go. Digging up is this. I mean, if this works out for Rain, this would be incredible. If Rain manages to come out of here and it figures out how close they are, then this would be huge for Rain, because Hoffik has, ever since they've got into the Nether, one thing that we've said is that Rain has looked much better, and I think I may have cursed it once again. I do apologize, chat. But Rain always looked much, much better in the Nether, and now all of a sudden in this situation, Hoffik just absolutely blazed past Rain. I'm trying to figure out where they are. It looks as though they are in similar sort of positions right now. Rain coming out now on an island. Hoffik is trying to zero in on exactly where this is going to be. It looks like the eye has gone back the way that Hoffik has came. So Hoffik is close. Hoffik is very, very close. That eye did just disappear. So Hoffik cannot be too far away right now. Let's see if that one comes back down as well. Is it going to break? No, it does come back down for Hoffik. That's big. That's what you
Does he need a one-eye, or is there more blaze rod, blaze powder? I hope he doesn't need a one-eye again. We'll keep an eye on his inventory and see. I hope there's an extra blaze rod or blaze powder in there, and we're not in a third situation.
That could be bad.
Reignex, meanwhile, I think they're going to different strongholds. Reignex has terrible terrain. You do not want to see trees and mountains in general on your path here, but he's getting some food, does have some pearls, so maybe is not too far away. Hoffik does run into a lot of mobs. Oh no.
Oh, this is not good. This is not good for Hoffik. You do not want to die here. Is he going to be able to survive?
So poison doesn't kill you, but it lasts forever. Hoffik has 30 seconds where he cannot eat food, he cannot heal. He is permanently on half a heart.
He's going to have to build a bunch of beds. Build a bunch of beds.
He's just going to hunger reset.
He's going to hunger reset. There we go. There's the respawn.
Okay.
Cleverly done. Cleverly done. But is this the advantage that Reignex required? Is this the advantage that Reignex required? Doesn't look as though they have been able to find. They haven't been able to find that stronghold as of yet. Still looking. Hoffik doing a good job making sure they are completely clear of all that. That is a really rough stronghold to be going through. Apple. There we go. Bunch of apples there for Hoffik. You know what they say? An apple away keeps the creeper. An apple a day keeps the creeper away. I believe that's how the saying goes, right?
It sounds right.
I think so.
Oh my god, it's a 0-eye.
It's a 0-eye. Does he have it? Does he have it?
No. You got
Hoffik, what are you doing?
There's no way. It's 3 times in one day. That's impossible. There is no way. That is astronomically unlikely. That's not true. There's no way, dude.
That's impossible. How has that happened to Hoffik twice in one day? Well, let's see what Reign gets, because Reign could end up getting the same sort of thing here. And Hoffik is going to have to go all the way back as well. This is going to cost Hoffik so much time. Reign needs to find this. Reign absolutely needs to find this stronghold now. If Reign finds the stronghold now and is able to get these eyes in, it's over. It's absolutely over for Hoffik. But Reign is running around, and as you mentioned, the terrain for Reign is an absolute pain.
Very true. Having to get a lot of food to traverse over this. Hoffik doing the same exact thing we saw Cube do in this situation. Pearl hang back to your portal, go to the fortress, kill one blaze. In that situation, Cube actually brought it back and was very, very close. And I think it was against Hoffik. Cube and Hoffik ended up in this situation. They both entered end at the same time. If we get an exact repeat, are they going to enter the end at the same time? This is scripted.
I don't know. Reign is still looking. Reign is desperately still looking. Hoffik needs to be careful, though. Hoffik needs to be very, very careful. That is not a good... That is a really scary place to be. That is a very, very scary place to be. It looks as though they are able to take that down. Looks as though they are going to be porting back, and then there it is. Immediately porting back. They now have what they need. They now have what they need. Repeat. Oh, Reigns found it.
This is the same repeat. Reign just needs to find
how far away? How far away is Hoffik?
I think he was a few hundred blocks. I think it was in the desert. He's not that far. He already has the hole dug down, and he knows where the portal room is, and he has all the eyes filled in. So this is just the exact same thing, but Hoffik's on the other side. Last time they entered within seconds of each other. That could very well just happen here. I mean, if Reign finds it, he's in the lead.
Reign still has to find it, though. Reign still has to find it, looking desperately for it, has yet to get there. This is as tight as it now gets. Hoffik is going back. Hoffik knows where this portal room is. They can go in there, they can place the eye down, and they can get into the Ender Dragon. And there it is. Reign is still looking for it. Reign is still looking for this portal room, and they haven't found it yet. He hasn't found it. In goes Hoffik into the Ender Dragon area. this could be Hoffik potentially taking us to a game number 3 here.
Rain is using preemptive again, but they're a mineshaft with mob spawners around, so they're interfering with his preemptive. So Rain is completely randomly guessing now, and he might not even find it. I mean, it might just be Hoffik's game. So unfortunate for him, but he does have enough eyes to enter as soon as he finds it. Time is running out. Hoffik gonna get the guaranteed perch in about a minute from now.
But are they going to be able to one phase? That's the big thing.
Oh,
and yes, I said one phase.
Gets it.
It's coming down. It's already coming down. Here it is. This is everything for Hoffik. Hoffik needs to get this. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. And are we going to see the 4th? 4th and the 5th? There it is. Hoffik does take it. Hoffik just about takes it. Somehow going into the portal room, one eye down once again. This time, however, they are able to break through, taking us to a game number 3 between Reignex and Hoffik in this grand final. And a reminder, if Hoffik wins game number 3, we do go to a second best of 3 between these two due to double elimination rules. The coronation of Reignex could potentially be on hold.
Yeah, it is not over. Hoffik looking up towards the crown right there. They're pretty evenly matched. I mean, man, what was the big difference maker there? I mean, I can't believe Hoffik had to go all the way back for another blaze rod, throw 3 pearls, then go back to his original portal, boat, do another couple pearls, swim all the way down, and then Rain still didn't even enter the end. Hoffik was that far ahead where he could just burn 3 minutes and was still miles ahead. Task overlapping, that's right, Chris, thank you in chat. That's what I wanted to remind myself of later, but I forgot. Hoffik doing a really sick Bastion route. There were only 4 piglins in both of their trading holes, so Hoffik was just like, I'm gonna make a shield and go to the fortress. I'll let him trade while I'm getting the blaze rods. Saved a ton of time. Reignex had to just stay there and wait the whole time. And yeah, that was the huge difference maker. You're so right. That was so 5-headed. Yeah.
I absolutely cannot believe what we are seeing. But I tell you what I can believe I'm seeing. It's the new Method Pride merch available for the rest of 2022. 100% of all the Pride Collection profits for the remainder of 2022 will be donated to the Trevor Project. There's a fantastic Method Pride beanie that T-Wags is going to get, and I'm also going to treat myself to some Method Pride joggers. They look incredibly comfortable. Exclamation point merch in the chat. Make sure you do not miss out on any of those, and you're definitely not going to miss out on this match. I don't even know what production have planned for this. If those are the first 2 seeds, what is this best of 3? What is this third match going to look like, T-Wax? Maybe it'll be the opposite. Maybe this will be normal, just straight up, not classic.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. So I'll let you in. I've done some seed finding for tournaments of my own, and usually I'm like, of course I want the most hype seeds to be played. And, you know, I don't want to have a bunch of hype seeds that don't get played. So I fit the best ones in the seeds that I know that are going to be played. So I wonder if, like, if we see a 3rd seed, maybe if we see a second best of 3, they're just going to be normal seeds. You know, it's possible. Pretty much, yeah, that's that's true. Right, because you don't want to put the coolest seeds on the extra best of 3 that never gets seen, right? So you're like, obviously, I'm going to put them first. So, yeah, every seed can't be hyped. So I'm sure this one will be a good one, though. Every tiebreaker seed we've seen so far has been fast and exciting and interesting. So I think this one could be too. But the next best of 3, it could just be a mechanics race. We could just see, you know, normal village seeds, get back to that if we need it, and see who has the better mechanics. I wonder if Reignex is getting sleepy, though.
No, I doubt it. Reignex is just... There are no thoughts. There is only King of the Hill. There is only Minecraft at the moment. And honestly, you mentioned obviously the hype seeds. You mentioned there's still going to be excitement. There absolutely is going to be excitement for this, because the seed is not what we are excited for here. We are excited because it is game number 3 in the grand finals best of 3 series. If we have Hoffik winning it, we go to another best of 3 between these two players. If Reignex takes it, we have a new King of the Hill. There is a lot to play for both of these players. Chat, you've seen both games that we've had in the grand final. Who is taking it? Who's taking it? Is it going to be Hoffik? Is it going to be Reignex? Who is taking this game right now? T-Wags, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who do you see taking this one? If it does look to be a normal seed coming in here.
I gotta go Reignex. I gotta go my boy Reignex. I think they're both pretty evenly matched on FSG. I think Hoffik's. See, the thing is, Hoffik's already played 2 FSG seasons today. He made the mistake with the blinding on the first one. He made a mistake for getting the looting sword for a bit on the second one. But those are the only 2 real things you need for FSG. So I think now that all those are worked out, Hoffik is going to be pretty set, but I think Reignex is just a bit better in terms of mechanics, overall movement, crafting, everything is just a bit faster. So I think, Hoffik got the last one with the 5-head play, task overlapping, saving a bunch of time there. But if it's just a mechanics test, which is kind of what this is, I think Reignex has got it. He's a great player.
Hoffik's not going to go into the final portal room down on eyes, right?
Surely not. It would be really hard to in this situation. You have a looting sword and you know where the stronghold is, so be pretty tough. Here we go. Let's see what is in the room portal chest. Ooh, some golden carrots, looting 3, flint and steel, and 1 iron ingot.
Is there a blacksmith?
Hoffik taking an extra couple seconds to get started here. I'm not sure what happened, but yeah, Hoffik already a few seconds behind. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure it will catch up here. Do we have a blacksmith available in this town? I don't think we do. So immediately going straight for the iron golem, just walking around, looking up there. As mentioned, Reignex is third person I don't like because of that bare face. I don't like it. Just constantly staring at me. It's like, those paintings that follow you as you move around the room. That's effectively what we have going on there. So yeah, this does look to be a relatively normal seed right now. We're not expecting anything too crazy, but knowing both of these players, we will see something crazy. T-Wags.
Yeah, probably. These players both go super risky, and we've seen 1 successful 0 cycle, I think, today. Both these runners love doing their 0 cycles. So if we get some extra beds from this village, which I see Rain doing right now, if you get enough string from a bastion, you can craft maybe 6 or 7. Wouldn't be surprised at all if we saw both of them go for 0. Risky strategy, but saves a ton of time in this format. And yeah, I think based on Hoffik's spawn and the little slow start, Reignex is going to be entering first, but both of them pretty close together.
I think they are on the same sort of time. I believe it is actually. I don't believe it's anything to do with Hoffik being slightly behind. I just think it's the way that the streams have come through.
Stream delay.
Streams have come through to us, so they are both going to be on the same time. That's the same for you folks in chat. Obviously, Hoffik is currently about 7 seconds behind due to stream delay. But on the side of the moderators, on the side of everybody who's running this tournament, they are effectively pretty much neck and neck at this point. So if you are watching and you are thinking to yourself, well, that seems very, very strange. Rain is really far ahead, even though they've hardly played the game. That would be the reason as to why. Once again, moving into the nether area here, we praised Rain in what Rain did in the nether previously, but Hoffik in the previous game we saw did a great job and actually outplayed Rain in the nether for my money. So Rain has something to prove here. Whether or not it's actually going to work out, only time is going to tell. And time, obviously, incredibly important for all of these players, specifically for the 2 named Hoffik and Rain, because they are in the grand final. And Rain is playing to win here. Hoffik is playing to stay in the tournament. So this is about as close as it gets between players in the King of the Hill, T-Wags.
Yeah, I mean, both bastion routes extremely similar too, entering at slightly different places, doing slightly different movements. Reignex aggroes the piglins from maybe 10 blocks higher up, which gives you a higher piglin number. Hoffik getting in here faster though, and starting the trading a little bit faster. So subtle differences here, but Hoffik's could have made up a little bit of time. If we see Hoffik maybe, going for a pearl hang maybe while the trades are going. Oh,
there it
I'd
is,
love to see that. Bringing up the chunk borders, Hoffik, nicely done. We'll get a very cool pearl hang done there while the trades are going.
There we go. We do see a mammoth pig currently going after Hoffik as well. In that tight environment, that's not the place to be facing off against one of those. I know they have a name chat, but I'm calling them mammoth pigs, and that is exactly what they shall be. Is Reign going to be doing the same thing here? Is Reign also going to go for a pearl hang?
Reignex might be
is
done.
Reignex
it
done?
Looks like, yeah, I think so. And Hoffik at the same time, both entering. Wow.
And because of the delay, Hoffik will technically be ahead.
I think so. Yeah. All right. Hoffik remembers the looting sword. Very good. Reignex has a lot of wither skeletons. He's got to deal with those first, but you only need 3 blazes on average in these seeds.
Rain? We've seen Rain do this before, though. Just rain things. This is just rain things right now. There's nothing special going on. This is a standard Saturday, standard Sunday for Rain. Just in the nether, doing my thing. We do see Hoffik taking a bunch of damage, though. Still using the loot sword. How many are they on? Currently on 3. Currently, are they still on 3? Okay, still only on 3 at the moment. But they need to be looking at around about 6 is the minimum that you would want. Immediately jumping up to 7. There we go. Hoffik is pretty much done now. I think Hoffik can make a move.
Yeah, Reignex as well. Oh my god, this could not be closer. Literal seconds. I think Hoffik is only winning because stream delay. Otherwise, they're at the exact same position. Need to get to 150, negative 150. Hoffik is already there. Rain on the same patch of gravel. Seconds apart. Oh, the cave spot is so painful.
Oh, and they're both going to spawn there.
Yeah.
And Reignex has I think Reignex has Reignex has a much worse spawn because Reignex has to go up higher. So that's actually, I think, a little bit slower on the side of Reignex, depending on how close they are. No, they're actually closer to the surface. This works out much better.
Wait,
how many ender pearls does Reignex have?
Wait, did Rain leave on 14 pearls and he threw like 6?
Has Reignex only got 9 pearls? There's no way he's throwing that many.
Oh no.
There is absolutely no way Reignex has thrown that many.
I saw 14. I thought he had another stack though. I think he only had 14 and thought he had more. What does he do?
What is it? The only thing I can think is Reignex is going for maybe aiming to get to the stronghold quickly.
It has to be a 3-eye or else he just loses. And it's a bracket reset. It needs a 3-eye.
And
it's 0!
It's 0! This is the worst possible situation. And Hoffik is there. Hoffik is already there. How many does Hoffik? Hoffik has 6 currently. There we go.
Exactly enough.
Exactly enough. So here we go. Hoffik could be taking us to another best of 3 series. We were all ready to claim Reign as the champion, but the coronation has been disturbed by Hoffik, who has already moved himself into the Ender Dragon area. Look at the time as well. Look at the time. Hoffik is absolutely blasting through this.
Some people want to go to sleep. Reignex probably wants to go to sleep too, but
How can you sleep when this is going on?
If Reignex wanted to go to bed, he could have taken this one by not only having 9 pearls, I guess. I don't know how he had so little. I thought he had more as well, so I guess, yeah, Reignex going to use all his pearls to get back to the Bastion to get more, but not even close. Hoffik gets a fast
purge coming in.
Wow.
Oh my god, look, this is going to be sub 9 minutes. This is going to be sub 9 minutes. If Hoffik is able to get the 1 phase, this is going to be sub 1 minute. I don't know if they're going to be able to get it. Just looking at where's the head. We need to keep hitting the head. Is it going to be enough? It looks like it will be. It's close. And there it is. There it is. Hoffik has taken game number 2. And we actually see at that point 8 minutes, 14 seconds. 8 minutes and 14 seconds from Hoffik there, taking game number 3, which means we will go to a second best-of-3 series between Reignex and Hoffik. That is absolutely mind-blowing. And you've got to imagine, T-Wags, we spoke and we've joked about how Reignex has kind of been in automatic control, like not really thinking because of, you know, we're on hour, 23 now. It's going to start catching up with Reignex.
That's the fatigue. That's the fatigue coming in, exiting the nether and being like, wait, I have 9 pearls. I mean, that's it. I think Reignex played it fine other than that. And that is an 8-14 from Hoffik. I'm going to list off some of the other best times, which you can go to method.gg/Minecraft, and you can see a list of competitors and their tournament bests. Feinberg has a 9:15 tournament best, Cube with, I believe it's up here, actually, from today, a 10:43. The only other faster time in the entire series of 11 was now with an 8-minute run. So Hoffik just hit the second best tournament time we have seen in the entire series. Wow. That was fast. That was fast. To think Reignex was there faster and couldn't enter.
There we go. We go into another best of 3 between Hoffik and Reignex. And honestly, I feel as though Reignex might be getting tired, because that's the only thing I can imagine with those eyes. There's no way that Reignex would have deliberately gone there with only 6 eyes available.
Yeah, I think, I got to imagine it was a mistake with the just the number, because I think that's why Reignex was slightly ahead of Hoffik getting to that importer room, because he just left on 14, whereas Hoffik waited another 2 rounds, I think, of trades for those pearls. So Hoffik doing a nice pearl hang while waiting for that trades and not having to take too long, but that was the difference maker. And Kexman, I think it's you. This has never happened before in the history of Method King of the Hill. We've never had someone go to a second best of 3. This is the first time it's ever happened. I don't know what to do.
I felt like that from the start. But yes, we are going to be going to another best of 3 between Reignex and Hoffik. And this time, it will be winner takes all. Whoever wins that best of 3 will absolutely be crowned King of the Hill. We're going to be taking a short break. Don't go anywhere, because we ain't done yet.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way. 'Cause I'm a satellite around you tonight. Nothing's gonna bring me down.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between for the final time today. My name is Kexman. I'm joined by T-Wags, and this is it. We obviously had the best of 3 between Hoffik and Reignex there, and wouldn't you know, Hoffik took the victory, which does mean we go to a second best of 3 because it is a double elimination tournament, and this one is for all of the marbles. King of the Hill is on the line. Is it going to be Reignex? Is it going to be Hoffik? Chat, you were so very, very close in predicting who was going to win that last best of 3. Are we going to get the same now? Is it going to be Hoffik? Is it going to be Reignex? Let us know in the chat. Just put Hoffik, just put Reignex. Let us know who you think is going to take this grand final. And we can see the route that both of these players... Oh, there we go. We've even got a little... There we go. 1 in chat for Hoffik, 2 in chat for Reignex. 1 in chat for Hoffik, 2 for Reignex. Who is going to take it? And we can see across the board here, each one of these players... They've lost games. Reignex losing for the first time in that grand final. Is that the tiredness showing through, do you think, T-Wags?
I think so, honestly, a little bit. I mean, as you mentioned, this tournament has gone on a lot longer than it usually does. I know some people are like, wow, this is a long tournament. I mean, look at all these matches, 2-1, 2-1, 2-0, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. I mean, this tournament could have been over like 2-3 hours ago if these were all 2-0s. So it just happened to be like this today. That just means more content and closer, more exciting matches. I mean, honestly, almost every single seed has been insanely close and really exciting. This has been some of the best Minecraft we've seen in a tournament in quite some time. And yeah, this is it. There can be no more. There will only be 3 more seeds at a maximum. Either Hoffik or Reignex will take this. And it's looking like the chat is leaning a little bit more towards Hoffik. I might go that way as well. I think on any given day, maybe Reignex has a slight advantage, but again, being 24 hours into a stream, it's got to take its toll on you mentally at least a little bit, you know?
Exactly. Only 3 seeds left, which means there can only be 1 victor. And there can only be 1 place for you to go for all of your Minecraft servers. And that is our fantastic group, Apex Hosting. Exclamation point Apex in the chat. Whether or not you've been thinking about coming back to Minecraft or starting your own server, they are the folks that you want to be checking out. Use the code method, exclamation point Apex, use the code method to get 35% off your first month subscription. That will be automatically applied in the cart if you go through, obviously, if you go through the exclamation point Apex command in the Twitch chat. With countless server versions and low latency connections, you can guarantee you're going to have a server that will offer you a top tier gaming experience that has industry leading support, ensuring that you and your friends have the best experience for you whenever you do decide to jump into Minecraft. Once again, exclamation point Apex in the chat. Check those folks out. But here we go. We are loading into our first seed here in this final best of 3. Hoffik versus Reign. We know that these seeds are going to be pretty much normal. They're going to be normal. There's going to be nothing too crazy about them. However, the players involved, T-Wags, I imagine we'll see something crazy from them.
Yeah, it's going to be simple stuff. You get a village, you get as much food as you want. But when you have as much food as you want and you get as much regen as you want, that means you can be as risky as you want. So I'm expecting some extra beds, some extra foods, pearling aggressively, the most aggressive bastion routes, maybe some zero cycles. It's really the safer overworlds that yield the more risky nethers and ends. So there you go. I'm hoping, I really want to see at least a 1-0 cycle. The problem with these, the trades, honestly, with the mod is it gives you extra obsidian on average so that you can get 20 obsidian to do that more consistent nether travel. But that means the other things are reduced. So you get less pearls, you get less string, both of which you need a solid amount in order to do a 0 cycle. So we've only seen one today, but village is a little bit better for that. So hopefully we can get lucky and see one of those. It's like a little coastal village. I don't think I see there is a blacksmith. There is one.
That is available for them. We do, don't forget as well, Hoffik may look to be a couple of seconds behind Reignex here, but it is just the stream delay. They are effectively running at the exact same time as they're judged by the mod. Let's see what we find inside this little thing. Apples and iron. You know, two things commonly stored together. Apples and iron, and that is 9 iron ingots as well. So that's not a small amount of iron.
I just had a crazy idea I haven't thought of in a while. I was at a geology museum a couple days ago, and I saw an actual iron ingot. It's like this big. It was massive. It weighs like a crazy amount of pounds. Dang, I should have taken a picture of myself. There was a little Twitter challenge that people should send in photos of themselves doing different advancements in Minecraft. I should have taken a picture of myself with an iron ingot. What a missed opportunity. I'll have to do that next time. Anyway.
You lose every shot you don't take.
Dang, I'll have to go back. Did you craft a shovel?
That would have been even more impressive if you had. That would have been incredibly impressive, let's be honest now.
Weighed as much as like 30 shovels. That thing was so massive. It's funny.
So what you're saying is you could have made 30 shovels?
Probably could have, yeah. Reignex.
Good start. Hoffik. Wait, is Hoffik already ahead here?
I think it's pretty close. Yeah. Hoffik does have flint and steel already. Let's see, food. Actually, Hoffik has more food as well, right? 15 bread compared to 9.
Yeah, Hoffik does seem to be ahead at the moment. And going into the nether slightly quicker. Okay, let's see what happens here. What sort of bastion are we getting, chat? What sort of bastion are we getting? Is it going to be bridge? Is it going to be treasure? Maybe a stables. T-Wags, what do you think we're going to see here?
I do love treasure. Boy, I do love treasure. I would love for it to be that one. We've seen a couple today. As long as it's not stables, though, I'm pretty happy, I'll be honest. So surely it's not going to be a stables bastion. And, it's a bastion, first of all.
Ooh, okay. The piglins have survived this one. The piglins seem to have survived this area. There hasn't been, although saying that, these are only the first people, the first piglins that we have seen. So that may change. We could come across an awful battlefield the further in we go.
From the way they're digging, it appears to be housing, but I can't actually identify it because the normal indicators are blocked by the fortress. So it looks like it's housing. Yeah, right? Yeah. It is.
I would say I think so.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know enough right now. I'm just going to agree with you. Yes, I think you're right, T-Wags, yes.
Bastion identification is one of the most difficult to develop skills. It takes a long time for runners and a lot of hours of experience to know which bastion they're in quickly, but they will get here in the bottom of housing pretty quickly. So this should be a very fast seed. I mean, housing routes like this typically only take about a minute of trading. You get all of your stuff, and the fortress is right there. So this could be another crazy fast seed.
Could be. There we go. We see Hoffik looking like they are slightly ahead. Keep an eye out on Reignex, though. Do not count Reignex out by any stretch of the imagination. Picking up a bunch of items. Let's see exactly what we do have here. Trying to see if there's anything specifically that jumps out. Looks as though they do have what appears to be a bucket of lava available, so they may be looking at setting up a I mean, depending on obsidian that they do have available, maybe they could use maybe they could be using that in the future. If they do end up having, say, 19 obsidian, they maybe want to use a second portal. That does open up an opportunity for them. Hoffik currently sat. It looks like they got it looks as though 15 eyes at the moment. So maybe, do you think they're done with their trades now? Is Hoffik already done?
I think so. I see 24 obsidian. I see 15 pearls. It did look like very low string trades, as we're kind of accustomed to with the mod, which kind of stinks. But everything else is set, and you can always worry about strings and bed and stuff later. So I think Hoffik is going that route, just taking what he has and going. Might have to worry about beds at some point in the future, but 24 obsidian is a really nice amount. All you need is one blaze rod, and you can actually just exit at any time and try to find the angle of where you're going. So I want to see when Hoffik opens his inventory, the string count. That's going to be a huge indicator. 45 plus 6?
51.
Okay.
51 string available. And there we go, taking the time now to make the beds. I think taking the time to make the beds now as they wait for the respawns. Yeah, there it is. Waiting for the respawns. It looks as though they have everything they need now. And now it's just a waiting game for Hoffik. It is a waiting game, but Reignex, has Reignex caught up? I think Reignex is caught up in the same position that Hoffik is in now, but I don't know how quickly Hoffik got there. There we go. We see Reignex setting up the explosion. We normally see that coming in from Rain. We do normally see that coming in, so that is not a surprise. And there we go. Hoffik has done the exact same thing. It looked as though Reignex was slightly behind, but now it's effectively we're back neck and neck here, T-Wags.
Yeah, I think Reignex had a really fast time to that spawner and also waited around a lot longer for the trade, so maybe even has more stuff. As I say that, 17 ender pearls is not a lot of ender pearls, so I think they're both on low string and low pearl count. I see 4 beds and 2 anchors from Hoffik originally. He's used a bed to blaze bed, which means there's only 5 explosives left. That is a very risky 0 cycle to go from.
17 pills for Rain as well.
Could be 0 cycle. Very low though.
Ooh.
Explosives.
That would be a risk. That would be an incredible risk. Imagine if that came. The first game came down to a clutch 0 cycle. 0 phase. I do apologize.
0 phase. Yeah, that's true.
0 phase. I do apologize. We see Reignex going through here. And every single time I see Reignex's name, it immediately looks wrong to me. And I think it's because I'm like, I don't know what it is. I think it's the EX at the end, but it completely throws me off. It honestly completely throws me off. Rain as a word looks weird anyway. Hoffik going back in, doing a bunch of fighting once again. Going back in with these blazers here, looking, still on 17. So there we go. Looks as though they pearled out. So moving around, they have everything they need, and now creating a much safer place to put down their portals. So this will be a different position for Hoffik compared to Reignex here. Reignex going back in, and then is going to be searching. Is now going to be searching for exactly where they need to go. The question now is, Hoffik is going to be going across in the overworld. Meanwhile, Reignex going back in, doing a couple more, getting a couple more kills on these blazers, and then will Reignex be staying inside? Will Reignex be staying inside the netherworld? And it looks as though Reignex is. Looks as though Reignex is staying in the netherworld.
Yeah, I think he's going to about, this is the exact same spot Hoffik was at about 30 seconds ago, right up here. Hoffik just left the nether there, but Rain is going to continue onwards. That's a big difference. I mean, every block is 8 blocks in the overworld, so Rain is really, really going much further than Hoffik. So if Rain is correct, Hoffik might have a really long way to go here, and Hoffik's getting almost completely out of pearls. Only has 14 total remaining for the Ender Eyes. You don't really want to throw that many more.
Don't do it again, Hoffik. Do not do it again, please.
Oh, Hoffik's still going. Actually, Rain might be smart with this one. Rain might have actually just saved a bunch of time by going further. Hoffik's overworld was faster, his Bastion was faster, his Fortress was faster, but they're at the same spot. They have to be.
They are almost at exactly the same spot. Yeah, there it is. There's that canyon that we just saw Hoffik running past.
Oh
they're at the exact. They're actually at the exact same spot. Rain has effectively gone through the netherworld and has come out the exact. I think they're slightly behind. There's the hill. They are slightly behind Hoffik now, but they've saved so much in the way of pearls. I mean, take a look. We've got 12. There is 12 exactly on the side of Hoffik. If one of them breaks and Hoffik goes into that area once again. Oh no, he's picked one up. He's got 13. Okay, Hoffik does have a little bit of leeway, but they're at almost the exact same place.
You can see the ruined portal on both their screens. They're at the same spot. Reignex,
they're at the exact same.
Somehow Reignex made up like 30-40 seconds by just traveling further in the nether, digging into that netherrack, and just having the foresight to know, and made up so much time. Yeah, Hoffik knows. Rain's got to throw an eye right here. It's very, very close. Rain's going.
Yeah, Hoffik's going down
way too far. Where is Rain going?
Yeah, Rain
really, really overshot that travel, and it's going to have to go back quite some distance.
Rain will know. So this is almost the exact same area. Yeah, here we are. They're in the exact same area. Now it comes down to a race as who finds the portal room first, and then who gets lucky with that initial perch coming out of the Ender Dragon. This is this is as close as it gets. We've seen this so many times throughout this tournament so far. Looking for this room. Reignex is still digging down. They aren't quite there, and there it is. Hoffik has found it.
It's another 0 eye. They have exactly the amount of eyes needed. There isn't enough beds or pearls to zero cycle, so we're not going to be seeing zero cycle from either one.
Reignex hasn't found it yet.
I honestly thought Reignex went too far and then didn't go back far enough, and I think he actually missed it. He literally missed the chunk. He was right next to it, threw an eye, ran like 3 chunks the wrong direction, and only went back 1 chunk.
This is where it needs to be. This is where it needs to be.
Yeah, it's that one. He was off by 1 chunk. I kind of thought so, but I didn't know. And that's
gonna cost.
I think that's it. Could be it.
That is gonna cost. Hoffik still needs to 1 phase. Hoffik still needs to 1 phase cycle go on the Ender Dragon. And Hoffik needs to make sure it's clean. We've seen people get close to missing out on the 1 phase. I think we've had 1 missed 1 phase so far, and it's been very, very close. But are we going to see the 1 phase cycle go? Only time is going to tell.
Yeah, 4 beds, 2 respawn anchors if you need them. Very comfortable here. Reignex has done preemptive nav.
Reignex is close.
Let's see if Rain can hit this preemptive. He does. But it's going to take at least a minute on entering end in order to get the fastest fight. So I think Hoffik is going to be able to finish this before a minute. So even if Reignex gets an instant purchase, looks like it for Hoffik.
Not quite yet, I don't think.
Close.
It should be soon. It should be very, very soon here. Very soon.
Reignex is zeroing. Reignex is actually zeroing. No way. No way. He has like no food and 1 pearl. Okay, no, he's given up. He's given up on it. He's given up. Okay, I was like, dude, there's no way. Man, Rain is itching for that zero cycle though.
That really 0 phase cycle go would have been huge. Would have been huge for him. And I mean, Hoffik's still waiting on it. Hoffik is still waiting for the perch to come in. Reignex could still steal this. I don't think it's going to happen, but where is the perch? Where's the perch coming in?
Standing far enough away. You do have to stand.
I think he might be too close.
You have to stand 40 blocks away in order to trigger the force perch timer. I think he's right at 40 blocks, but he keeps flashing the coordinates, but I can't see him.
Is that
that's it?
Got it?
That's it.
There it is. There it is. It's coming in now. So he still needs to 1 cycle it. I'm going to say 1 cycle just to be on the safe side. There we go. 3, 4. Okay, he needs to nail this. There it is. Hoffik does manage to take it just about. There we go. Taking down the Ender Dragon. Hoffik is going to claim game number 1 in this best of 3. And Reignex getting so close. Reignex getting incredibly close. I can't believe that we actually waited that long for Hoffik. 13 minutes, 54 seconds. Reignex is going to have to wait this one out currently. The game will not stop if you are in, obviously, the Ender Dragon area at the same time. You mentioned Reignex going for the zero cycle. Would that have, if he'd have pulled that off, it would have possibly been the biggest change that we would have seen during this King of the Hill.
Yeah, he would have won. Hoffik still had another 30-40 seconds or something. Oh, Ray misses it anyway without having pearls. Wow, I don't know how runners miss the one cycle after losing so frequently, so it doesn't matter anyway. But yeah, Reignex is just going to miss that perch, so we are just going to go into the next seed at some point. But Reignex almost came back and had it, but honestly, Hoffik's overworld, I think, was faster. His bastion was faster. His triangulation was a little bit tougher, but Rain missed the dig down, so it ended up being faster. And his stronghold nav was just fine. It was tied right up there. So Hoffik just playing better. I'm going to be honest. Hoffik playing better in every step of the run and gets a well-deserved win. About a minute faster than Reignex there to the end. So missing the dig down was huge.
Yeah, I was just about to say that dig down would have made all the difference. I think if Rain would have been there, Rain was there slightly earlier, but unfortunately ended up going past it. And if Rain would have been able to have found, obviously, the portal area sooner, yeah, that would have been neck and neck, and then it literally would have come down to who is going to get the quicker perch. Someone in chat asking, could there be another name for the Ender Dragon area? One that's maybe shorter. Yeah, Dragon House. Dragon House.
Said that? Who's being toxic? Bread fan?
There we go. The bread fan. Toxic. Yeah, Dragon House. That's the new name. There we go. That's what I'm calling it. Dragon House. I tell you what, I'm saying this. I guarantee you, in 2 weeks' time, you'll all be saying it. You'll all be saying it. Dragon House. That is going to be the new name for it.
Most of us just say the end and then the outer end, but you have to differentiate them somehow. So if you say the Dragon House, I guess you have to come up with a different name for the outer end, though. I guess you could call it the outer end still as well. But yeah, there's two different
Dragon House.
For the end. The Dragon
House. Dragon Porch.
Dragon Porch. Well, we'll workshop. We'll get back to that one. We'll come back to that one. We'll workshop it out. We'll figure out the best solution, and we'll come back
Dragon Backyard.
Dragon Backyard.
Dragon Yard.
Honestly, Hoffik is one seed from becoming the King of the Hill. This is not something I thought would happen, but honestly, it's kind of I'm expecting it after today. Like, Hoffik's just playing well. Just beat Rain hands down in that last one, and Rain in these last two seeds has been a little shaky for getting the pearls.
Yeah.
A couple slowdowns in this time, missing the dig down. There was a couple seeds where Rain looked unstoppable, but this could be it. Could be it for Reignex.
Could be huge.
So far.
Could be huge. Yeah, Hoffik. I mean, Hoffik will be the first. If I remember rightly, Hoffik will be the first player to come through the losers bracket and win. So we're getting a new king, and we also could end up getting, the first king to come through the losers bracket. I mean, Reignex did lose a little bit in regards to taking a look. They missed out on the pearls. However, on top of that, they were neck and neck for the longest period of time. Reignex effectively came out of the nether directly on top of Hoffik. So there was still an option for Reignex there. But again, whether or not tiredness is playing a role in just going a little bit further beyond where the stronghold is, or okay, there's a lot of things that they can change. And we all know that, we all know that there's a lot of room for errors in a speed run, and 1 second here, 2 seconds there, suddenly you're a minute behind. And Reignex kind of made the time up, and then at the crucial moment when they could have really made it count, he didn't.
Yeah, kind of dropped the ball. I mean, it's tough to stay focused for an entire tournament. Tough enough to stay focused for 24 hours of streaming. So, yeah. Some people in chat saying, "Isn't this game for babies?" You know what? I thought this was a children's game a couple years ago as well. I was like, my friends aren't really gamers. You know, I'll start at Minecraft with them, and I played with them for a bit, and then I get sucked into Minecraft speedrunning. And Minecraft speedrunning is such an incredibly depth video game. I've played so many different puzzle games, card games, first-person shooters, MOBAs, everything. And Minecraft speedrunning is so rich and in-depth. It looks like a children's game, but this is no joke. I'm serious.
It really is. Name me other babies that are playing... Sorry, I was just going to say, name me another game where babies are playing for actual money.
Yeah, I mean, this is $1,000. This is no joke. This is like esports. No. We're talking about this real stuff. If this is a baby's game, the goo goo gaga. Yeah, 100%.
Exactly.
100%.
Also saying pretty degen community. I've just entered this community today, and it's one of the most welcoming, most loving, best community I've joined for the longest time. So you know, that's completely wrong. But I'll tell you what isn't wrong. This setup we have here, game number 2 between Hoffik and Reignex. I'm so excited for this because once again we do have another desert temple. There's not going to be anything massively exciting on this one, but there doesn't need to be. We've got 2 players at the absolute peak of their game playing skill right now, between Reignex and Hoffik. Hoffik is going for the victory here. If Hoffik wins this, they are crowned king of the hill. Reignex needs to win this to stay in the tournament. Again, the stakes getting higher on every single seed. We do have an outpost at the start, and you've mentioned T-Wags, how good those outposts can be.
They sometimes have wood. It depends. If you get everything from the desert temple, you don't really need the outpost at all. There could be an iron golem, there could be some iron up there, but most likely I think they'll probably get their 7 iron from this temple. And if this whole tournament ends on a solo desert temple seed, I could not be any happier. I love these seeds. You get interesting food variety. You have to spread out how you eat that rotten flesh and golden apples if you get any. Oh, there's no golden apple. Ooh,
they got iron horse armor though.
That's true. Could outfit a horse with some armor.
Oh, okay.
So 10 iron. 10 iron is great. You got your iron pick, bucket, iron axe, you're set there. But the food, 12 rotten flesh can get you through maybe half of a run. It's kind of uncomfortable to get you through a whole run though. So I wonder
unless you're Reignex.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Oh, Hoffik going up into the outpost though. Hoffik going up into the outpost. And has picked up even more horse armor. So they have that going for them at least.
Honestly, the 5 carrots, no joke. As soon as I see that desert temple, I'm like, all right, iron is taken care of. I see a lava pool, that's fine. All I need is wood and food. And Hoffik getting some wood from up here and can maybe turn those carrots into golden carrots. That solves both your problems. This could be a really, really smart decision paying off for Hoffik in the long run. You don't normally go to outposts because they're just kind of a hassle and they don't have much good stuff. But if these golden carrots come in handy, if you can get some, that could be just seed winning.
Reignex taking the time there though to actually get some food. I believe there was some pork there, some cooked pork. I think I could be incorrect there. So they will have food available for them as well. But Hoffik on the side taking that time to pick up that food there, actually, you know, as you mentioned, and ironically, a really, really good idea from them. They need to pick up as much of this as they possibly can. I think they've managed to get their flint as well, so they do have that available. But Reignex heading over to Lava Pool, I think they're ready to go into the Nether right now.
Yeah, he is going to be entering on very low hunger, low health. Did get some on there. Does have a little bit of food, so can heal up, but that's kind of it.
We've seen this from Reignex before.
Yeah. Entering faster, but a little riskier, less food. I see a fortress right away. Oh, okay, that's kind of nice. 4 obsidian. Where is the bastion?
Where is the bastion? That is a very, very good point.
Oh.
Is it going to be another bastion?
Sorry. Reignex will try to figure out where the bastion is. Hoffik accidentally right-clicked a rabbit with his carrot and fed it a carrot. So Hoffik is down 1 carrot.
Oh,
He was trying to make
there we go.
and he lost a carrot.
there we go. Not only is Hoffik nearly king of the hill. Here we go. Here's the look at this. Wait for it. Wait for it. And
did it miss it? No, it missed it. It was just a little bit too late.
The replay just missed it just a little bit too late. Unfortunate. So not only is Hoffik going to be potentially crowned king of the hill, but also an animal lover. So there we go. There we go. Yeah, exactly. Rabbits. Down 1 carrot, but he made a friend, which is exactly what you want in this sort of environment. The Minecraft speedrunning community, we're all friends here. We're all friends. But that doesn't mean, it doesn't mean much. But imagine if we end up in a situation, T-Rex, where Hoffik is getting absolutely destroyed in the fortress and needs to heal up, and just that 1 carrot would have absolutely saved the day. Imagine if that happens.
Yeah, Hoffik had to mine some gold in the nether and then make a golden carrot, and then he ate the rest of them. So Hoffik is completely out of that food. 1 golden carrot here would actually do wonders for his run. So that's unironically a big loss. But Reignex is in the bastion much, much faster, already getting trades done. Here we go. Is Hoffik going to do this jump? We've seen a couple of problems. No, he's going to stay safe.
Makes sense in this sort of environment. There's no reason for Hoffik to take that jump. It would effectively, I think you would lose so much more than you would gain out of doing that jump. So yeah, I think Hoffik making absolutely the right choice there. But Rain looks to be done with the trades and is now moving across, trying to get back towards the fortress, I think.
Yeah, already done. Hoffik doing Ninja Brain route as he always does in Treasure. Reignex doing the more updated standard route. So post your opinions on Ninja Brain route in chat, chatters. See if you are a Ninja Brain enjoyer. I myself am a Ninja Brain Treasure route enjoyer, so take with that what you will. But yeah, Hoffik is still gonna mine all this gold, go back, loot the chest, do the trades. Hoffik still has quite a ways. Reignex just searching for this blaze spawner, so Hoffik's doing the entire other side too. Wow. Far beyond.
I think the one thing, it's obviously Hoffik is taking a lot of time here in comparison to Reignex here, but at the same time, I think it's one thing that we have seen from Reignex that has been incredibly impressive is Reignex does a great job in being able to keep up with a lot of players. And Reignex certainly does have the current advantage, but you've got to say it's not that much of an advantage when you consider how well Hoffik has been playing all day. So yeah, I am I'm excited to see how this is going to play out, because we are not done here, not by a huge stretch.
I think Reignex is going for the world record, not in speedruns, but in duration of King of the Hill tournaments. We have had almost every single match go to a 3rd seed. If Reignex wins this one, we will go grand finals will be game 6, which is the most amount of seeds we could possibly get in a single tournament. So Reignex really wants this one. Honestly, it's a lot of money that they're playing for as well, not just first place
it is
of $600. But you get the returning bonus for defending your crown, and you get to play in all of the next King of the Hills. So very, very big deal. Not something to be taken super lightly. This could go the distance. Seed 6, maximum duration.
Oh, I'm excited. Are you still alive, chat? Are you still awake? Are you here for the potential reverse by Reignex? 1-0 down, but now seems to slowly but surely seems to be waking their way back in, setting up their beds now, ready obviously for what is to come, going up as they move towards the Dragon House. Let's take a look, see how many they currently seem to only have. Once again, 13 orbs. They've got got 13 orbs, and they're setting up the rest of their dust here. And inventory management, very, very important. Very, very important. And I mean, Method Broadcaster, we better not go offline.
Reignex! No! That's the 24 hours. That's the 24-hour stream coming back to bite him. That's just the fatigue coming into play. Reignex, the fire resistance runs out. You can see on the upper right hand of his screen, it's a little bit blocked, but those are your effects. It just runs out right there. He's got one more fire resistance in his inventory, not paying attention, gets hit by fire, realizes not enough time. Any other day, Reignex takes that one, but yeah, he
reset the seed
at this point.
He reset the seed. That is unfortunate. Hoffik here is currently setting themselves up. Let's see what we're looking at. We're looking at 16. Oh, wow. They've got 23 of the orbs available. They've got 23 orbs. They have, I believe, 12. Yeah, they've got 12 obby as well. So this is once again Hoffik taking a huge, huge lead.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not sure if you're purposefully, which things you're purposefully calling them by the wrong names and which things you're doing ironically. I've gotten lost in it at this point in the tournament.
I'll be honest, same.
But we'll keep it going here. The good orbs. Okay, Hoffik is leaving, does have plenty of obsidian, is going to be probably getting a few more blaze rods before going out and throwing this last angle. Well, I was saying Reignex was going to take it the distance, but it is completely up to Hoffik now. If Hoffik doesn't die or do some tragic run throw, he's got about 10 minutes to finish this run, so pretty comfortable. We will see the first nether exit coming out pretty soon. Keep an eye on that fire resistance. Yeah, Hoffik actually might be low on fire resistance as well, because I saw Hoffik do a hunger reset. So I don't think Hoffik has any fire resistance after this one, so gotta keep an eye on the timer.
Exactly, setting up, seeing where they need to go, sending out. It's an I now. It's an I. But next time I do this, chat. Okay, here's a question for chat, and a question for yourself, T-Wags. Unironically, do you want me to learn a couple of extra names and such, or do you want continued Kexisms? Do you want continued Kexisms? Because I'm happy to do either. I'm absolutely happy to do either. Do you want continued Kexisms, or do you want me to start coming in Kexisms, making names every time? Kex it to the max. Okay.
See, I know a lot of like the watchers that are coming in here that aren't in like the majority of MCSR streamers chats will be like, no, just call it by their name so I don't get confused. But I know a lot of names in chat right now, and I'm pretty sure all of them are going to say make up completely new names every time. So a lot of the Minecraft regulars, yeah, they're going to want
unlearn even more names. Just start calling everything wrong. That would be hilarious. So yeah, Hoffik, going back to the game here. This is it looks as though they have put themselves into a much better position, picking up some food here. I think the one thing that we have seen from Hoffik is, outside of maybe a couple of occasions, they have been relatively comfortable in, taking the extra time to set themselves up with some food, which for a couple of the speedrunners that we've seen, that actually isn't something that they do. So I'm quite impressed by that, playing it relatively safe. Did that eye actually just go back on itself from Hoffik?
I think he got it right when it got destroyed there. So I think he's pretty good. I am a little concerned. I see 10 eyes and only one blaze rod. Surely it can't happen 4 times in one day, right? I mean, that's just statistically impossible. Surely another eye isn't going to break and it's going to be a 0 eye. I mean, that's just, there's no possible way. This eye doesn't break. It does not break here. Okay. Okay. Good. He's got 10 eyes. No problems. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, this is a second travel from Hoffik, so it shouldn't be too far. Throwing quite a few pearls to get here, though. Throwing a lot of pearls. Maybe Hoffik is just really far away somehow. Does have a good amount of food. Another pearl. Wow. Maybe Hoffik
I'm not saying
really
anything. I'm not saying anything because I have done enough caster cursing. I have done enough caster cursing. Oh my god, throwing another one.
Throwing a lot of pearls. Actually down to 15 here. Throwing another eye. I think still far away. This eye is going to not break. Okay, we're good. We're good so far.
Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Hoffik will be okay.
It's going to be another 4 eye. You know?
I don't want to think about it. We're down to 14. I don't know what Hoffik is thinking right now.
Okay, another eye. Okay, that one's good. That one's good. We're still good. We're still
Anyone
good.
else feeling uncomfortable?
Okay, I think okay. Hoffik seems to be confident this is the chunk. There are enough to make 12 Eyes of Ender. Meanwhile, Reignex struggling here. Yeah, Reignex with the low food has continued to not get any more food, and it's just going on the rotten flesh, having a really tough time.
Hoffix is digging down. I'm not sure whether they are going to... There it is. Hoffix has found it. This could be it. This could be it, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody in between. It looks as though Hoffik has found the right chunk, which is what you want to see. And, you know, I don't know if this is... There's still a lot that could go wrong. We still could miss a 1 cycle, phase, go, however you want to call it. We still could miss one of those. There it is. And does I think he's going to have enough.
Oh, it's
there
a
it is.
2-eye perfect. Yeah, has plenty.
There it is. Hoffix in the Dragon House.
In the Dragon House. Ready to go.
Is in the Dragon House. Reignex is still currently in the Nether with 1 heart. And it is so far away. It's so far away. This is Hoffik's to lose. This is Hoffik's to lose right now. And just take your time, Hoffik. That's all you need to do, is just relax and take your time. You do that, and you are king of the hill. That is all that is needed right now. We see the beds being set up. So many beds. So many beds here on the side of Hoffik. He wants to put this entire tournament to bed and be crowned king of the hill. And T-Wags, I literally see no way out of this.
It's very nice play by Hoffik the entire way. Even at the very end here, these minuscule things, actually crafting his beds perfectly close to the end fountain to not get the force perch timer, because there was Dragon's Breath in the fountain, making absolutely sure the dragon isn't going to perch when there's breath there, playing this absolutely well. Just so many tiny little things from Hoffik, and this could very well be our new king of the hill.
Here it is. It's coming in for the perch. This is everything. It just needs to be the 1 phase. First hit is good. Second hit, not so good. Third hit is fantastic. Oh, is it going to be? Is it going to be? There it is, just 1. And there it is. Hoffik has done it. Hoffik has claimed king of the hill, coming through the lower bracket, beating Reignex 2-0 in the final best of 3. 16 minutes, 44 seconds. Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between, it may say Reign in Reignex's name, but it is not going to work out for him, because Hoffik is your new king of the hill. Long live the king.
Incredible. First, multiple firsts for Method King of the Hill. We have never seen someone come up from lower bracket and take it to the next series. We have never seen someone win and claim King of the Hill from lower bracket. The first King of the Hill, Feinberg, from the States, keeping it for 7 consecutive sessions. Cube from Finland taking it for 4 sessions, and here we go. A new champion, Hoffik from Poland, is now holder of the crown. What a day. What a long day of matches today. I think the most seeds we've ever had in King of the Hill history. A lot of firsts here today.
There it is. There it is, confirmed. Hoffik coming up through the losers bracket, losing 2-0 against Reignex, and then taking both best of 3 series in the grand finals against Reignex. Huge. That is absolutely huge. And, you know, obviously we talk about Hoffik, but let's get some love and some crazy support for Reignex, not only making it to the grand finals, not only playing across 2 different best of 3, but also at the end of a 24-hour stream. That is genuinely huge. That is genuinely huge. Let's get some GGs, some love for Reignex in chat. What a fantastic performance throughout the entire day. Genuinely incredible. And if I'm Reignex T-Wags, I'm keeping one eye on the next tournament as well.
Yeah, knowing how well Reignex did in this tournament, we always like people dethroning the king. As much as it's sad to see the king go, we always like people dethroning, and Reignex winning against so many runners today will definitely be on the invite list for future King of the Hills. So unfortunate he won't take the crown today. So close, but Hoffik just clutching it up. Yeah. Well played. That
was I mean, let's face it, that was probably one of the longest King of the Hills that we've had. We've had Hoffik coming up from the lower bracket. It's just massive.
And okay.
Oh, hello. I think
here. Hoffik, hello.
We do.
Hello. How are you?
I'm really happy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for my English at start. I cannot understand at all, but I will try my best.
That's okay. You stream in Polish mostly, so that's fine. How do you feel?
I will say this. Your English is much better than my Polish, so there's no need to apologize for it. You're doing good.
Nice, Kexman.
Yeah, how do you feel about the seeds today?
Some nice seeds, some really annoying, but overall it's fine, I guess.
Did you do a 0 cycle today or no?
No, I trying 2 times, but I don't get it.
Yeah, it was close. I don't know, Hoffik, you're the new king. Do you know what that means? You have a crown. You're the king. You're the king of the hill. You have to defend it now. This is a big deal.
Yeah, it's so amazing.
Yeah, I'm happy.
But it does mean you need to defend the crown in the next tournament. Are you up to the challenge?
Can you repeat?
Are you ready to defend the crown in the next tournament?
Yeah, I think I'm. Yes, I'm. I feel good with this game. I feel I play really well, and I'm ready.
You did.
Cool.
You played very well, very, very well today. And somebody else who played incredibly well is Rain. Reignex, are you with us? Are you awake after your monumental stream today before the tournament?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm a little tired, but I'm good, honestly.
Yeah. You're good. I thought you were playing so well, and there were just a couple slip-ups. It was so tragic today. I thought the one time you left on low pearl counts, I was like, maybe he's a little tired, and there was another time where I was like,
I completely forgot.
Yeah.
It was rough. But yeah, I had a strong start, and then I don't know, at the end I kind of just kind of rough.
You both did.
I mean, Hoffik played really well, so
yeah,
I'll absolutely
definitely
say
deserved it. I got reverse sweeped. That's
It happens.
Yeah.
I mean, you both of you had an incredible amount of love in chat as well. Both Hoffik and Reignex chat absolutely loved the both of you, and I'm sure they, I'm sure they will show their appreciation in the Twitch chat at the moment. They loved every second of it. I mean, we asked if Hoffik was ready to defend his crown reign. Are you ready to challenge for the crown in the next tournament?
I'm down. I'm pretty confident. I don't know what happened. Honestly, I don't know. I just started sucking.
It's one
you
of
can
those
blame
days
it
that
on
happens.
being live for 22 hours. That's totally reasonable to blame it on.
It's not.
No, you're fine. You're still going through. All right. Fair enough.
Okay, I'm not really the most consistent tournament player, but I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, you
get
had
there.
some seeds that you just destroyed today and just annihilated. The competition, I mean, beating Cube in the first match was sick. But yeah, you are one of the most risky players out there. So it was very fun to watch. It was very cool.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Before we go, Reignex, any last words for the chat at all?
I love you all.
There we go.
You hear first. He loves everyone.
Thank you all for watching.
loves
Coming out.
you all.
And GG's though, Hoffik, you're insane. You're really good. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, but you're.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you, man.
And Hoffik, same. Any last words for the chat at all as their new king?
Thank you, chat.
You can say Polska Gorom. Polska Gorom is fine too. That's acceptable.
Yeah,
Yes,
Polska Górom. Everything's saying Polska Górom now.
There we go. Thank you, Hoffik. Thank you, Rain, for taking the time to join us. Obviously, at the end of a very, very long day for the both of them. T-Wags, chat, this has got to go down as possibly the best King of the Hill we've had so far.
Very, very exciting. And now that some of the longest standing champions are dethroned, we get to see possible repeats of them coming back, which is going to be even more exciting. So honestly, I hate to see them go, but I would love to see them come back to challenge the King. So I'm even more excited for future King of the Hill matches. I guess before we go, we should give a big shout out to Twitch. Thanks, Twitch, for partnering and helping us out in this method broadcast. We love it. We're reaching a larger audience. Minecraft speedrunning is getting bigger, so we respect it. And Kexman, 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10. You did great today. Honestly, everyone loved you. You did fantastic. You'll be replacing me
so much
in the future. You do solo casts of Method King of the Hill.
Never. I would never dream of taking anybody's place. I mean, a lot of people are asking me, when am I going to be doing a Minecraft speedrun? I don't know if I would ever. I don't know if I'd ever be good enough to play. I don't know if I'd ever be good enough to do a Minecraft speedrun. But who knows? Who knows what the future holds? Maybe I will dive in. I've never really played a bunch of Minecraft, so maybe this is my in. You can use _Kexman. !Kexman in the chat. You can find me on Twitter, find me on Twitch, follow me on both. I do stream pretty much every single day. I do a bunch of casting. It has been an absolute pleasure and an honor. Violetta, maybe I can enter Dragon House. Maybe one day I will be entered into the Dragon House. But it has been honestly one of the most welcoming communities in pretty much any way that I could imagine. You've all been fantastic. T-Wags, it has been an honor and a privilege to have you here. First time casting the Minecraft. I couldn't have asked for anybody better to help me in my first dive into what was an incredibly entertaining day, because my word, we saw everything.
Yeah, I couldn't say it better myself. Thanks, chat, for being so wholesome and welcoming as usual, MCSR. And welcome, Hoffik, to the new King of the Hill. We'll be back with future events. The events will continue. That's all I got.
Absolutely. As T-Wax said, you know, a massive thank you to Twitch. I want to give a massive shout out to Apex Hosting as well. One final time, ! Apex in the chat. And as we obviously go out, if you want to make sure you are celebrating your method merch, ! Merch in the chat too. But from T-Wags, oh no, I forgot one thing before we leave.
Oh.
I want everybody right now to put a heart in chat for production. Because production, we wouldn't be able to do this without production. We honestly would not be able to do this without them. They are the true heroes. I know how hard they work, specifically because I know that production is going on a 3-week holiday after this, and they have been talking about nothing but, and definitely well deserved. Yes, they've been absolutely incredible. But from T-Wags, from myself, from production, from all of the runners today, and from Method, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see all of you folks next time.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way. 'Cause I'm a satellite around you tonight. Nothing's gonna bring me down. As long as the stars in the sky, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes. It's breaking my heart, it's breaking my heart to see you acting like you don't care, like a nightmare. What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. So what do we do when we're lost and depraved? I need you to show me the way. 'Cause I'm a satellite around you tonight. Nothing's gonna bring me down. As long as the stars in the sky, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes. 'Cause I'm a satellite around you tonight. Nothing's gonna bring me down. As long as the stars in the sky, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes. I got this feeling like it's starting now, starting now. I feel adventurous with you. And there is nothing that can hold us back, hold us back. We can do what we wanna do. 'Cause we got all